Even Jake's new dog?
Nope.
No water?
Nope, didn't want, and that's a golden, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Some dogs like to swim, some
I really
don't.
think you start them when they're little, and they do. They love it, right?
Yeah.
But I think it just depends.
It depends
Start
on the
them
dog.
when they're puppies.
We had a golden retriever named Buddy, but the problem with him was anytime he saw water, he would jump in.
Yeah. That's Maisie.
Our dog's heavier, too.
Maisie and Buddy would have been really good friends.
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much for being with us today for Container Lando Extra.
It was fun. See ya.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I am Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Had something kind of wonky there with the show open. We will work on that, but I appreciate you joining us here on this Monday morning. We do have a lot going on this morning that we want to let you know about. That we will bring to you live here on Fox Local and show you several things here this morning. You're seeing a live picture in Kerr County, Texas. That's in central Texas, where they have been dealing with absolutely devastating flooding that began on Friday. The Guadalupe River there rising 26 feet in just 45 minutes. The death toll now up to 82. After flooding in that area. We got confirmation today from Camp Mystic, a camp in the area, that 27 campers and counselors were killed when floodwaters tore through that campground. So we're expecting an update here shortly from officials there in Central Texas and some more details on the situation as rescue and recovery efforts as well continue there today. As additional rounds of heavy rain, officials say, could produce some more flooding. You also see Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood stepping up to the microphone, getting ready to give an update on a deputy-involved shooting over the weekend. This happened Saturday night on Derbyshire Road in Daytona Beach, where deputies say they had to shoot a knife-wielding suspect who was accused of stabbing two people. The suspect, they said, burst out of a bedroom screaming, holding a knife over his head. That man was shot and killed. We don't have an update on the victims right now. So we've got multiple news conferences getting ready to begin. We will check in on Volusia County in just a little bit, but we want to go ahead and get you to Texas first here. You see some officials and also Senator Ted Cruz, a number of other local officials as well. So let's go ahead and listen in here as this gets underway.
Rescue operations are ongoing throughout Kerr County. We're using assets from local, state, and national first responders. Hundreds of trained first responders are working every aspect of this emergency. As of 8:30 this morning, we recovered 75 deceased bodies here in Kerr County, including 48 adults and 27 children. Of this 48 adults and 27 children, 15 adults and 9 children are pending identification. At present, there are 10 campers from Camp Mystic unaccounted for and 1 counselor. We continue to offer our condolences to those affected. Reuniting the families remain our top priority here on this operation. Please note that Highway 39 of an Old Ingram Loop remains closed to the public. Other than those who live in that area would not be allowed out there. I will now turn it over to Senator Cruz. City Manager Dalton Rice.
Good morning, Dalton Rice, the city manager for the city of Kerrville. As everybody knows, we are working in conjunction with the city under a unified command response and again, a lot of devastation. Our hearts go out to the families and the victims. We want to continue to work together as a community. We love the media support on this to be able to communicate that message, communicate family, communicate togetherness, and we really appreciate all the support and helping us be able to do that. Search and rescue, as the sheriff said, search and rescue operations will continue today from Hunt in North Kerr County all the way to Canyon Lake in Comal County. Now, we're only focused on the Kerr County side, but we wanted to talk about that because a linear from Hunt all the way to Comal County in a straight line distance is over 100 kilometers. This is a massive field that is happening, and again, this is unprecedented flood events. So we are still currently in the primary search phase, which is the rapid one. They are running it, we have different segments that are gridded out. Each one of those segments are taking anywhere between an hour to 3 hours, up to 2 kilometers for each segment. So what that means is they're running into a lot of technical challenges with terrain, with water, even potentially, with weather, in the rising fields. We've talked about this before. Volunteers stay out of the way because if we start getting weather reports and all the other complications that are out there, we then have to pull off of those search and rescue missions to be able to communicate to those volunteers to get off, to make sure that they don't become victims themselves. Those operations involve 19 different local and state agencies, in addition to conducting primary and secondary searches. They will be conducting welfare checks on areas in North Kerr County impacted by power outages. And when we say search and rescue operations, that is boat, walking, on the ground, dogs, drones. Again, keep personal drones out of the air. Helicopters. We do have other assets that are continuing the search as well. As of present, KPUB, which is the Kerrville Public Utility Board, is reporting continued power outages between Hunt and Ingram along the South Fork of the Guadalupe River in Hunt. In the South Fork area, there are approximately 40 down power lines and significant infrastructure damage. KPUB has brought in additional utility personnel to help with restoration, but it's not possible at this time when the power is going to be restored. There are some substations along with those power lines that we are still trying to get access to just from debris buildup or them being completely wiped out. So we do not have an estimated time on when those are going to be fixed. We continue to have substantial number of requests for volunteers, as I said before, and donation opportunities. We are asking those who want to volunteer to contact the Salvation Army in Kerrville by phone at 830-465-4797 or in person at 855 Hayes Street in Kerrville. Monetary donations can be made on the Community Foundation of the Texas Hill Country's website at www.communityfoundation.net. They have a Kerr County Relief Fund set up on that site. And I will now turn it over to the Mayor, Joe Herring.
Thank you for being here. I need to tell my community and those families who are waiting, this will be a rough week. Primary search continues, and we remain hopeful every foot, every mile, every bend of the river. Our work continues. You need to know that we have been blessed with help from the community, from the state, and the nation. We have trained experts who are helping in this effort. If you want to volunteer, it is important that you contact Kerrville Salvation Army and register. Dalton gave that number, but I'm going to give it again. 830-465-4797. We need focused and coordinated volunteers, not random people just showing up and doing what they do. We need to work together. As Dalton said, donations have been flowing in from around the world to the Community Foundation. Again, that website is communityfoundation.net. Please follow the City of Kerrville's Facebook page for updates. They're accurate. We take a lot of time to make sure we send out information that will be helpful, not only to residents, but those who are visiting. I've said this 100 times, and I will say it again. We need your prayers. We need your prayers. Thank you. And now, Senator Ted Cruz.
Texas is grieving right now. The pain, the shock of what has transpired these last few days has broken the heart of our state. As of yesterday, the confirmed death toll was 82, and those numbers are continuing to go up. The children, the little girls who were lost at Camp Mystic, that's every parent's nightmare. Every mom and dad. Last week, we were picking up our daughter from camp here in Hunt. Our girls have gone to camp here for a decade. The Hill Country is an incredible part of Texas, part of the country. The natural beauty here is incredible. The camps that have raised generations of little girls and little boys and instilled character and love and faith are extraordinary institutions. And I'll tell you, the pain in our state, and it's every part of the state. You've got Texans from all over the state who were here celebrating the 4th of July. A week ago, this was a time of great celebration. You're dropping your little girl off at camp, your little boy off at camp. You're celebrating Independence Day. You know that your child is going to be swimming and canoes and horseback riding and doing archery and making lifetime friends. And then suddenly it turns to tragedy. With the last several days, I've spoken to multiple parents, scared out of their mind. What, do you know anything? Where is my daughter? There's still 10 girls and 1 counselor from Camp Mystic that are unaccounted for. And the pain and agony of not knowing your child's whereabouts, it's the worst thing imaginable. But I want to say, in the face of all of this, it is simultaneously inspiring. Every time there's a tragedy, every time there's a natural disaster in Texas, Texans come together. Texas is a big state. We got 31 million people, and we have hurricanes, we have tornadoes, we have wildfires. Tragedies hit this state, natural disasters hit this state, and without fail, 100 out of 100 times when that happens, we see Texans coming together, helping each other, engaging in acts of heroism. There have been over 850 high water rescues since this flooding began. 850. You look at extraordinary stories of Eagle Scouts pulling campers out of harm's way. I was just hearing a story of one counselor whose head was right at the water holding up 2 mattresses with campers on those mattresses. That kind of courage, that kind of selflessness. And then there are the first responders. The local first responders, I want to thank every one of the first responders at the local level, at the city level, at the county level, at the state level, at the federal level. In the first few hours of this flood, I was on the phone with Governor Abbott, I was on the phone with Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, I was on the phone with Nim Kidd, the head of the Texas Department of Emergency Management, and then I called President Trump. I called President Trump. He was having dinner at the time. It was still early in what was transpiring. And I wanted him to know, I said, Mr. President, everything we're hearing right now, this appears to be bad, really bad. There may be a very significant loss of life unfolding right now in Texas. And I will tell you, the President said, Ted, anything Texas needs, the answer is yes. Whatever assets you need, whatever resources you need, yes, let us know, and we will provide everything. Within hours, we had helicopters, over a dozen helicopters in the air. National Guard, DPS, game wardens, Coast Guard, doing search and rescue, reaching down. We've all seen the videos of little girls being pulled up, hoisted out of harm's way. Incredible courage and heroism. Search and rescue is the first stage. But the process of coming together and rebuilding is going to take longer. And I will say to all the grieving families, to all of those who've gotten the worst news imaginable, that your little girl, she's gone. I will say for many of us, those are friends and neighbors who've lost children. Got multiple kids who go to school with my girls. The mayor asked for prayers. And I want to say thank you to the millions of Texans, to the millions of Americans, to the millions of people all over the world right now who are praying for Texas and praying for those parents. Going through this grief, it is going to take love, it is going to take friends and family embracing and hugging and holding them while they weep. And it's going to take the church. With every disaster, one of the things we see here in Texas is the church steps up and the church helps and the church feeds and clothes and comforts. This morning I met with a group of chaplains who've been going through the incredibly difficult process of talking to mom and dad after mom and dad who just lost the most precious person they ever knew. And those chaplains are just trying to love them and show God's love. So I want to say we will come through this. To those in the midst of grief right now, that might seem hard to fathom. But Texas will come through this. And I just want to say thank you. I want to say thank you to these gentlemen here who are working. They are not sleeping. They are working every day. Thank you to the families. Thank you to the Salvation Army. Thank you to everyone who is just reaching out and saying, how can I help? We will come through this, and we'll come through this together. Thank you. And now we'll take questions.
Senator, you talked about no kids here, taking your own kids to camp. Was it ever communicated to you that there was a need, that it was a priority to have a warning system, so people had a chance to escape something?
Well, listen, I think anytime you're dealing with major rivers, there's a risk of flooding, and there's always been a risk of flooding, particularly on the Guadalupe River. I will say, in the wake of every tragedy, there are things that are predictable. One of the things that's predictable is that you see some people engaging in, I think, partisan games and trying to blame their political opponents for a natural disaster. And you see that with a hurricane, with a tornado, with a wildfire, with this flooding, where people immediately say, well, the hurricane is Donald Trump's fault. Look, I think most normal Americans know that's ridiculous, and I think this is not a time for partisan finger-pointing and attacks. Now, after we come through search and rescue, after we come through the process of rebuilding, there will naturally be a period of retrospection where you look back and say, okay, what exactly transpired? What was the timeline? And what could have been done differently to prevent this loss of life? And that's a natural process. I think it should not happen in a bitter and partisan sense, but it should happen in a reasonable sense of saying, what lessons can we learn? And I will give an example. You know, Houston's my hometown. If you live on the Gulf Coast, we get hurricanes. That's part of living on the Gulf Coast as hurricanes hit. And I do think Texas as a whole has learned over time how to deal more effectively with hurricanes. And so you look here, we know the National Weather Service put out an emergency warning just after 1 a.m. and a second emergency warning just after 4 a.m. Now, obviously, most people at 1 a.m. and 4 a.m. are asleep. And so I think we will have a reasonable conversation about, A, are there any ways to have earlier detection? And some of that, the limits of a flash flood, they're very difficult because they can arise so quickly. But everyone would agree in hindsight, if we could go back and do it again, we would evacuate particularly those in the most vulnerable areas, the young children in the cabins closest to the water. We would remove them and get them to higher ground if we could go back and do it again. Obviously, everyone would. The people in RVs by the river's edge. We know in disasters like this, RVs and mobile homes are particularly susceptible, whether a flood or a hurricane or a tornado, they're particularly susceptible to that. And so my hope is, in time, we will learn some lessons to implement to next time, and there will be another flood, there will be another disaster, but next time there's a flood, I hope we have in place processes to remove especially the most vulnerable from harm's way. But I think that's going to be a process that will take a careful examination of what happened and how can we implement processes better in the future to prevent this same loss of life.
Senator, there were claims that the National Weather Service sent that first flash flood warning that should have alerted phones at 1:14 in the morning. But we have a federal public database maintained by PBS Warn, that says the first emergency alert wirelessly here in this area to Kerr County was not until after 9 a.m. That was more than 4 hours after the severe flooding had come to this area. Did you know that? Have you seen that? And what's your response, knowing the state and cuts to the NWS in recent months by this administration?
So I don't know the source for what you're saying. All of the public reporting I've seen is that there were 2 alerts that went out, one just after 1 a.m., one after 4 a.m. You know, I can tell you, I talked about the partisan finger pointing. I think there have been some eager to point at the National Weather Service and say cuts there led to a lack of warning. I think that's contradicted by the facts. And if you look at the facts in particular, number one, that these warnings went out hours before the flood became a true emergency level. But number two, the National Weather Service here, New Braunfels is where they were headquartered. They had additional manpower. In fact, they had 3 additional people working that night, anticipating that it was going to be a very dangerous weather situation. I also think it's worth noting that the National Weather Service Union, which has been very critical of the DOGE cuts, has publicly said that they don't believe that the reduction in staffing had any impact whatsoever on their ability to warn of this event. And so, look, I think it is reasonable over time to engage in a retrospective and say at every level what could have been done better, because all of us would want to prevent this horrific loss of life. But I think just immediately trying to use it for either side to attack their political opponents, I think that's cynical and not the right approach, particularly at a time when we're dealing with a crisis and we're dealing with grief.
But does this make you question whether there should be cuts at the National Weather Service and FEMA? I know you've been supportive of FEMA.
Look, I am very supportive of FEMA. I'm very supportive of the National Weather Service. They both perform essential roles, and I think it is critical at every federal agency, particularly when you're dealing with public safety, that we make sure that critical roles are maintained. That's a longer and broader discussion, but as I said, everything from the public evidence indicates that was not a contributing factor to what occurred here.
So overall, we were preparing for the July 4th, weekend. So we had National EMR on site. We were, basically stood up kind of a incident command post, if you will, to prepare for that event. So everybody was kind of up looking at weather. We looked at the weather before. When you looked at the National Weather Service, flood map, it spanned all the way from the west side of Texas, with Kerr County kind of being in that upper northeast corner of it. And so everybody, including the National Weather Service, was looking at where's the rain going to hit. We know it's somewhere in here, but with rain, especially when you're dealing with terrain, you got to figure out. Sometimes you don't know until it falls. So once it starts falling, then you got to figure out, okay, how's the watershed going to do this? How's the science going to work? And when you had that north and south fork that we had talked about before, it all converged into one. We do know that a lot of the camps were looking at this just as much as as everybody was. With the rainfall percentages, even the National Weather Service had looked at, and don't quote me on the numbers, but it was anywhere between 1 to 7 inches. We got significantly over that. And again, when it goes into very congregated areas and how that watershed shifts into the rivers, that impacts things. And so the camps, obviously, we've heard stories where campers were getting up. They were up at 3:30 in the morning. They were trying to move to higher ground. And the other interesting part of the terrain, and we've talked to UGRA folks as well, this is the headwaters of the Guadalupe. This is the beginning. This is where everything forms when it comes into the North and South Fork. And so as those things develop, it develops very rapidly, very quickly, and this rose very quickly in a very short amount of time. And so those campers that were able to do that, it worked. There's been the other question, and I'll just give this one out. Evacuations. Well, why don't we evacuate? Well, evacuation is a delicate balance, because if you evacuate too late, you then risk putting buses, or cars or vehicles or campers on roads into low water areas trying to get them out, which then can make it even more challenging, because these flash floods happen very quickly. That's what.
Was there any discussion about evacuation earlier when it wasn't too late? Was there any discussion about that among the officials?
Sorry, repeat your question.
Was there any discussion to evacuate or activate any emergency plans before it was too late, where it would be very dangerous?
Well, so again, just like disasters in Texas everywhere, it's very tough to make those calls, because what we also don't want to do is cry wolf. We don't want to make sure that we activate it at the right time. It is very difficult, very challenging, especially with this. We're looking at 100 kilometers, right? That's a big straight line distance. That's not even along the river. These areas take a lot of time to get out to. So even when first responders were on the ground at 3:30 in the morning, and we had reports, we had first responders that were getting swept away, actually responding to the first areas of rainfall. That's how quick it happened. First responders who have experience, who are Swiftwater qualified, were driving as soon as the rain started falling, were driving to these areas, and one of them got swept off the road. That I don't know off the top of my head. What I do know, though, is there's 55,000 people in Kerr County. Kerr County is a massive, massive area. From here to those camps is 45 minutes on a good day. And so, obviously one of the big challenges that we have, even when you have cell service, a lot of those areas don't even have cell service. Radio communications towers, radio towers within the hill country becomes very challenging. So there's a lot of areas, especially when weather comes in, where cellular towers are down or you already have bad service. So there's a lot of factors that play and a lot of variables in there on communication that, again, I think as we work through this process, we know everybody has a lot of questions regarding what are the next steps and what's next. And I think all of these are all great questions. And as we continue search and rescue and as we continue to move to the next step, we definitely want to dive in and look at all of those things, from cell service tower to radio communications, or emergency alerting. Any of those things, I think we all really need to take a look at and review. And we're looking forward to doing that once we can get the search and rescue and stuff complete.
In regards to the total number of before I say anything else, I just want to say thank you to you, all the first responders, everyone involved. We've been praying.
Thank you.
We've been praying. The media's been praying. Thank you guys for doing that. I've got two questions. One for you, trying to get don't know what we don't know.
Yes.
But do we know a rough idea on total estimates that are still missing overall throughout the county? And then one other follow-up, this may be for Senator Cruz. A lot of speculation is being made about this being somehow man involved with the weather modification, with some of the rainmaker technology, working with farmland. Do you think any of that, is there going to be any investigations into that, or can you communicate anything on that?
Let me answer your first question. I'm definitely turning that second one over to him. So on the first question, with missing persons, so obviously we have the knowns, the can't miss it kids, which is the numbers coming down as the sheriff has stated, and then we have the unknowns. Well, we don't know what we don't know. We actually have a 5 hotline line. It fluctuates between 3 and 5, but we're working on it. We get calls 24 hours, 7 days a week. We haven't hit the weeks yet, but we're still taking in calls. We are collecting all that information. So we don't have a solid number that we're willing to talk about right now. We do know that it is a lot, because we also are getting a lot of fake calls. You're looking. This is a worldwide discussion, and we're dealing with scammers. Victims' families are being reached out to, saying that they have their kids, pay me money. It's heartbreaking. It's absolutely heartbreaking. We're dealing with with mental health issues, where people are calling saying they have visions. All of these things we're dealing with on a day-to-day basis, and we're having to vet this information, and it becomes very taxing on our people. Again, this is an extremely heartbreaking. This is, if not the worst, one of the worst disasters in this region in a very, very long time, even beyond 1987. And so, but we're.
Best estimate, like dozens or hundreds, or just to give people an idea?
A lot. So, yeah, let me.
Yeah,
Not to get into the weeds on, people are asking lots of questions, and where should we start the investigation?
To the best of my knowledge, there is zero evidence of anything related to anything like weather modification. And look, the internet can be a strange place. People can come up with all sorts of crazy theories. What I know is a reality is that a whole lot of Texans are grieving right now. I will tell you, I was visiting with one parent who was talking about online, being harassed online because their information was public, that they had a little girl who was missing at Mystic. And look, there are a lot of people who are messed up, and my call for everyone, there's a time to have political fights, there's a time to disagree. This is not that time. This is a time just to reach out, support each other, go volunteer at the Salvation Army, give them money, go volunteer at your church, go. You know what I did when this happened? Just go hug your kids, because I got to tell you, I hugged my girls with tears in my eyes, because every one of us who's a parent, there but for the grace of God go I, and nothing will fill the void in these moms and dads' hearts, but they'll make it through it. And every one of us, we have an obligation to come through and help them make it through it. And look, Texas will come through, and let me say, Kerr County, the Hill Country is incredible. It is beautiful. And these summer camps, Camp Mystic is an incredible Texas institution. For a century, it has made a profound difference helping young girls become strong women in Texas and across the country. And so, for me at least, I'm praying for these camps. I'm praying for all the campers, everyone implicated, everyone impacted, and I hope we come together and stand as one doing that.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
News conference in Kerr County, Texas, wrapping up. You heard from some local officials and also Senator Ted Cruz there at the end. He was saying that Texas is grieving. That last question he was asked about weather modification, something we have seen from on social media being floated, including by some of Senator Cruz's colleagues when it comes to lawmakers. That is, he addressed it, so there was no evidence of that. We know a number of bodies have been recovered, dozens of bodies recovered. I believe they put that number around 4 dozen or so. There are still 10 campers and 1 counselor from that Camp Mystic that are still unaccounted for right now. Senator Cruz was asked about cuts to the National Weather Service. He called that finger pointing, said that he doesn't believe the evidence of what actually happened kind of bears that out. Was also asked, because we know there's been a lot of questions about alert systems in place. Why wasn't more done to alert people of the situation and what was happening? So that is the latest at this hour, 11:30. It is 10:30 Central Time in Kerr County, Texas. That is just north of San Antonio. And again, still the full picture of the devastation there in that from that flooding still kind of coming into focus today, several days after this. As they mentioned, search and rescue efforts, also some recovery efforts continuing, and more rounds of rain headed through that area today. We are going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. While we were monitoring that news conference going on in Texas, talking about the deadly flash flooding there, devastating flash flooding that has killed, believed to be more than 80 people there in Central Texas. But we also were monitoring a news conference here in Central Florida from the Volusia County Sheriff's Office, where they gave an update about a deputy-involved shooting over the weekend, where a deputy shot a man who was accused of stabbing two people. They said that they responded to a home there in Daytona Beach on Saturday night. There was reports of a stabbing. They responded, went inside the home when they learned that suspect was inside the home. At that point, they say the suspect came out of a bedroom holding a knife, charging at deputies with a knife raised over his head. That man was shot and killed. And at a news conference just a little bit ago, Sheriff Mike Chitwood gave an update on what we know about this situation, and also talked a little bit about what happened.
I do want to, offer my condolences to Landon Watson's family. He's the young man who was killed. Law enforcement does not come to work to kill people. On the flip side of that coin, law enforcement doesn't come to work to be killed. And what we had the other night could have very easily ended up with a Daytona Beach sergeant being killed. So at 9:28, we get our first 911 call at 1402 Derbyshire Road for somebody stabbed. 9:31, we get a second call that somebody showed up at a doorstep of another home saying they had been stabbed. we're on location at 9:34 p.m. And based on everything that we're hearing, there's possible victims inside of the home, other victims inside of the home, the stabbers inside of the home. We call for mutual aid. And what that means is surrounding police departments now have the authority to enter the county jurisdiction and take law enforcement action. And with that, Daytona Beach shows up, Holly Hill shows up, and Ormond Beach shows up. So based on the crime scene, there's blood all over the door, there's blood going into the house. The decision is made to tactically enter the house to look for more victims. And you'll hear the officers and the deputies on body camera footage say that. So they form up, they do exactly what they do, what they're trained to do. Holly Hill officer is at point on the shield. You'll also hear that they call for less lethal. The less lethal is in that line, and then they head in, and you hear them as they're entering the house saying, we're here looking for victims, we're here looking for victims. They're looking for people who are hurt. And as they go in, you'll see the house, it's important to note, is only 900 square feet, if it's even that. So you're in a tiny area, a lot of furniture, and the suspect in this case, Landon Watson, screams and comes right at the Daytona Beach sergeant and gets probably within a millimeter of him, or he may have even struck him with the dagger. This isn't a butter knife. We'll show you a photo. It's a dagger. And with that, everybody opens fire and strikes him. It's important to note that Landon was arrested on 6/20/25 for loitering and prowling. And at his arrest, when they asked you different mental health questions, he said that he wanted to die. So clearly, the sad part is there's a mental health issue here. You have two victims who were stabbed, and again, when we show you, this was a dagger. Had that got into the sergeant's neck or the sergeant's head or the sergeant's face or his jugular vein, we'd be having a completely different story. And as we sat back, and I'm not speaking for the chief's going to speak his own words, I watched the videos over and over and over again. I am extremely proud and support 1,001% what those officers did. They didn't go to work that night to kill anybody, and they certainly didn't go to work that night to be killed. It's a sad situation. Now we have to deal with the mental health of the officers that are involved. And again, I do want to extend my sympathies to the family. They did lose an 18-year-old. So, Chief.
Thank you, Sheriff. So just to echo that, I too want to extend my sincere condolences to the family of the victim. Like the Sheriff has already stated, this is not something that we responded to with hopes of having to take a life. But the Sheriff's already pretty much explained, for the most part, our involvement was a mutual aid request. So once we received that call, it was a very dynamic and violent situation. I had approximately 7 officers respond prior to shots being fired, and then an additional 3 or 4 after the shots were fired. So my initial officers were assigned to, some of them were assigned to the outer perimeter around the residence, and I had approximately 3 of them that were on that entry team. So as we're watching this video, I'm watching them do everything everything possible to try to locate a suspect and help any additional victims that may have been inside of that residence. Because that was originally why they made entry, because the information we had was that there were possibly additional victims inside of that residence. So I also support the decision to go ahead and make entry in there. And then once you see that video and you see how close the suspect came to stabbing the officer, this could have been a completely different conversation. I could have been unfortunately having, a conversation about an officer killed in the line of duty. So again, it's unfortunate that, we had to take a life, but, all of the officers are physically okay, but we're following the standard protocol of placing them out on administrative leave while FDLE and the Sheriff's Office runs point on the follow-up investigation. And the Daytona Beach Police Department will fully cooperate with anything that is asked of us from the Sheriff's Office and FDLE. So we're committed to full transparency as far as the follow-up investigation. And I just want to again commend, the Sheriff's Office, Ormond, Holly Hill, everybody that responded to that scene, because that is the great thing about serving in law enforcement in our area is when that alert tone goes off, the uniform patch, the patch doesn't matter. Any and all available units are going to respond and do our best to, restore safety to our community.
So before we play this real quick, somebody had asked me this morning, since April of 2023, we have been to that residence 21 times in that time period. And some of the calls, we'll give you some of the call histories. The two most recent calls were on 1/29 of 25, we assisted probation and parole on a home search. On 7/1 of 2025, a disturbance and gunshots was reported. However, when deputies got there were no gunshots and there was no disturbance was noted. And then obviously on 7/5, we have the incident that occurs.
So that was just moments ago in Volusia County, and that was introducing the body camera video that should say right now we are not going to show you. We do have to do some editing and to make that more appropriate for our audience here. So we're not going to get the chance to play that for you here in this hour because of some language, some other things as well. But I do want to go ahead and play for you as after that video was shown, the sheriff took some more questions from reporters, got some more details about what happened and that kind of thing. So let's go ahead and listen back in as Sheriff Mike Chitwood answered questions from reporters just a few minutes ago.
I think you heard the chief say it. FDLE is in charge of the investigation with the state attorney's office. Like any police discharge, they look at, me and the chief look at policy issues and training issues, and the state attorney's office will look at criminal issues, and Florida Department of Law Enforcement looks at that same exact thing. Standard operating procedure. All the officers and deputies involved are on administrative leave till we decide that the time is right to return them to duty.
You said since 2023 they were called 21 times.
We've been there 21 times to that home. Only one call involved him, and that was the night of that incident.
So all three of them lived in that home? Or...
To the best as we could tell, yes.
When you see how quick the encounter was and how split second of the decision was, what comes to mind for you?
It comes to mind, thank God the sergeant wasn't stabbed. It's one of the things I said at the beginning. You're going into 892 square feet with furniture all over the place. There's not a lot of room to maneuver. So to all the armchair quarterbacks out there, you should have shot him with this, you should have shot him with that. You saw how quick that was. And I'm telling you, we can't tell you with 100% certainty that the sergeant wasn't stabbed, but there's a good chance he was, and his vest may have stopped it. We don't know that 100%, but that's how close he is when he comes out with that dagger. And the guy's not holding a knife. You got one thing to do, and your reaction is going to be do what you were trained to do, and you're going to use deadly force. And there was really no other option in that confined area. And you can second guess what you want. Do you not go in and there's other victims there and they bleed to death, and then you get, well, why wouldn't you go in? And think of something. An active killer doesn't necessarily have to have a gun. An active killer can have a knife and can be killing people while you're standing outside, debating on what you do. So like I said, tactically, they did, and Chief said this, it didn't matter what their patch were. You saw how they formed up, announcements were made, and they went in, and when he came through that door, there wasn't a hell of a whole lot anybody was going to be able to do to stop that threat. Good question, Chris. Chief, you want to close it?
So just in closing, when you look at the video, I think I could speak for the sheriff. It goes back to training. I think both agencies, the sheriff's office and Daytona Beach PD, our training mirrors each other as it pertains to use of force, and it centers around the sanctity of human life. So even prior to watching the video, you can never be 100% sure, but even prior to watching the video, I felt pretty comfortable based on the training that if they had to shoot someone, it was absolutely necessary and they had no choice.
And last thing, the victims, an update on them. Are they still in the hospital? Are they doing okay?
You guys got anything?
Yeah, both victims are still in the hospital. What are they with that?
They're expected to be okay?
Expected at this point, yes.
And we get, if you want the calls for service, we got them printed out there. So, thank you.
Both victims still in the hospital, the update as you heard there. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, a little bit of a change in a pattern here to start the week.
Exactly, Garrett. We've got a drier setup here for the next couple of days before we get back to the heavier rain chances. Obviously, we've had these numerous showers and storms kind of intermittently throughout the day. Looks like today, while we still do have a chance for rain, about a 40% shot, most of the action is going to happen along the Atlantic coast, and most of it happening late this afternoon into this evening and early tonight. One of the contributing factors to the fact that we'll have a lower rain chance today overall is we've got a little bit of that Saharan dust in the air. You can see here from Orlando down toward Miami and into the Caribbean waters. There's more of that from where it came, and it's going to get here about the end of the month. So we've got a couple more waves with this dust before it will likely tamp down sometime in August when it typically does. That'll then open up the floodgates for a much busier tropical season toward the last third of it. The peak of our hurricane season is September 10th. One of the reasons is that that's when the Saharan dust finally goes away. But until that, we got hazy skies with the benefit of a more laid-back hurricane season at this moment. No threat to hurricanes or anything like that over the next 7 to 10 days. Only a few storms today and tomorrow, but later this week, it's all about the rain chances making a return, and it's all thanks to the wind direction, which today will be out of the southwest. That'll tend to pin the sea breeze to the I-95 corridor, but later this week, that sea breeze collision will happen right over I-4. Big threats include lightning and gusty winds, maybe more lightning than we typically see in any storms that do form today and tomorrow, and gusty winds over 50 miles per hour. So the winds right now are out of the southwest, and you can see that on our satellite loop. It's all thanks to a ridge of high pressure that has an axis that's like the peak of the roof. If you picture the atmosphere in 3 dimensions, a low pressure being like a deep pond and a high pressure being like a house with a steep roof. Well, that axis of high pressure is over the South Florida region. And so what that means is that our winds, which will go clockwise around the ridge, will come in from the southwest over our area. Well, as the peak of that house moves towards central Florida for the middle of the week, we're going to see our winds shifting to more of a southeast direction, allowing for the sea breeze collision to happen right over the Orlando area. And as the peak of that house, that high pressure axis continues to move northward toward Jacksonville as we get into the weekend, we'll have a southeast flow enhanced and increasing, which may actually push a lot of the action toward the Gulf Coast for the sea breeze collision. So anyway, we're going to see our rain chances going back up toward the middle and into the week. Daytona's looking very nice right now. Temperatures are in the mid-80s, and we're going to see conditions there pretty decent for most of the day, but after about 5, 6 o'clock, that's when the storm chances will increase there significantly with about a 60% chance for rain. Otherwise, the biggest hazards will be a moderate risk for rip currents, waves about 1 to 2 feet. All right, let's take a look at our future radar. So pretty quiet conditions through the afternoon, 1 or 2 passing downpours, isolated but locally torrential. That's the name of the game. And moving. It's not going to rain for more than about 20 minutes for you. So 3 o'clock, there could be a couple of showers around Seminole and Orange counties, but see how most of the action is focused along I-95 between 4 and 7 or 8 o'clock. That's where the sea breeze will collide with that southwest flow, producing a blossoming of storms across southern Volusia and Brevard counties. That's why they've got a higher chance for rain this afternoon. Otherwise, a hot one, highs about 92 degrees all the way to the beach. Titusville, New Smyrna, 90 to 92. Same story for Orlando and for Claremont. By the way, Chantal was a tropical storm that made landfall in the Carolinas this weekend. It's now moving northeast as a depression, soon to become a remnant low. And while it'll lose its tropical characteristics, it will not lose its ability to cause flooding. So we've got flooding concerns from the Delmarva up through the Chesapeake Bay, Delaware River Gap, New Jersey, Philadelphia, up into New York through the middle of this week. And that's when we see our rain chances going up as well, from a 40% chance Monday, Tuesday to a 60% likely chance Wednesday through the weekend. High temperatures are pretty uniform, 90 to 92, just about where they should be this time of year. So Garrett, we're catching a little bit of a break from the action, but we're back to it in spades as we get into the end of this week.
All right, as expected.
You got it, absolutely. That time of the year.
Yep, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, we appreciate you joining us.
Okay. Thanks so much, my pleasure.
And as we head to break here on Fox 35 News Plus, to leave you with a live look at downtown Orlando and Lake Eola. We are going to step aside for a couple of minutes, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. This morning, officials in Orange County celebrated the grand reopening of the Back to Nature Wildlife Refuge. They updated that facility with a lot of new things, including a new visitor center, animal care building, community center, food preparation building, and also administrative offices. And just a little bit ago, we heard from Orange County Mayor Jerry Demings, who spoke at the grand reopening ceremony in Orlando.
This is a great day. I remember being out here. It's been a little while. A lot has changed since the last time I was out here. Since then, with this Back to Nature Wildlife Refuge, Orange County has spent or invested $5.6 million in this expansion project. Yay to Orange County, right? We have endeavored, we've committed $100 million to continue purchasing and acquiring environmentally sensitive lands and preserving what we can as we continue to grow. We're still growing fairly quickly in our county with a net of nearly, each week we have about 1,000 new people who move into our county. So that means that we're growing very quickly. Keeping up with the growth can be a bit of a challenge. As I came this morning from all the way out near Lake Buena Vista, it was like going out of town for me. And there was a lot of traffic this morning. So if we want to continue preserving what we can, we need to build responsibly. We need to invest in a mass transit system so that we can better move people around in our county and not just depend on single vehicle automobiles to get around, because if that is what we continue to depend on in a growing county, we're going to continue building roads through areas that causes us challenges, right? So when you hear us talk about mass transit and housing, we can't solve the housing affordability challenges without solving the transportation challenges. We can't really adequately preserve green spaces without having mass transit. So I hope that you all see fit when you see us talking about that in the future, when we talk about funding what really needs to be done in our community. We need your support behind those various efforts so that we can preserve green spaces. This refuge sits on Eagles Roost, one of Orange County's green place properties that help safeguard our natural resources. As part of this project, we removed the temporary portable buildings, some of you remember that, to create a permanent campus establishing a lasting home for animal rehabilitation, public education, and community connection. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to our team here with Orange County, all of the team that works here on this property. Just kind of raise y'all's hands wherever you are here. And the leadership team, you saw Renee just a few moments ago, but her entire team, Beth, they have been responsible for making this project a success. So please give them a round of applause as well. Thank you all for what you do. And then there's the design team at the Borelli plus partners to S.A. Casey Construction and the mural artist Beth Ravitz. Where are you all here this morning? Beth, there they are. They're all over here together. And also, thanks to our special projects team and EPD staff, as well as every volunteer, donor, and advocate who has supported Back to Nature over the years. So the capital projects team, where are you all sitting out here? Okay, they're in the back there. Thank you all to Capital Projects for making this a reality. They stayed focused through all that we have been going through COVID and everything else. This refuge reminds us that our quality of life depends not just on the growth of our urban areas, but on the care we show for the land and creatures around us. I know together we can build better together.
That was moments ago in Orange County, as you heard from Mayor Jerry Demings talking about the reopening of the Back to Nature Wildlife Refuge. Well, it is afternoon now here on Fox Local, but we are going to stay with you here on Fox 35 News Plus a little longer than normal because there's still a lot going on this afternoon. Still a lot ahead of us. In the next little bit, we're going to talk some Orlando Magic, hear from a new addition to the Magic roster. Also at 1 o'clock, Governor Ron DeSantis expected to speak and hold a news conference with some education officials in Jacksonville. So we will have that for you as well. Right now, though, we are going to take a quick break, and we will be right back after this. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and this is a live look right now in Washington, D.C., where the Federal Communications FCC is holding a roundtable discussion right now about hurricane season resiliency. This is a roundtable discussion that they are having to talk about a number of different aspects of restoring power and communications outages specifically after the storm. So they've held a number of panel discussions this morning. One talking about kind of the challenges they face in coordinating and restoring service after the storm. Another one about the collaboration, teamwork, working together to respond to these threats that are posed by hurricanes. What I believe they're talking about right now is kind of the preparation frameworks, they say, for power and communications outages, ways to speed up recovery, ways to minimize the damage to infrastructure after the storm. So let's go ahead and listen in as this roundtable continues. The Federal Communications Commission holding this roundtable discussion, obviously, as we are over a month in now here to the Atlantic hurricane season.
I think maybe what we'll do is just sort of go around the panel and if each of you could just share your thoughts in response to a fairly broad question, which is what advice do you have for communications providers, utilities, other stakeholders that are looking to create and grow, maybe some of the stakeholders that aren't as active in some of these cross-sector CISA-led, other state and local emergency management-led groups. How can they get involved, and what can they do to make sure that they're well positioned for the next hurricane? And maybe I'll start with Sherry and then Tom, and then we can wrap up with the folks here in the room.
Yeah, thank you. I would say the one thing that I would advise any communications company or other utility that owns some kind of fiber is make sure your equipment is well labeled and well marked at all pole locations possible, because if we don't know who it is, it's going to be overlooked as unimportant. There was a lot of finger pointing during Michael on who caused what outage and why and when. It doesn't really matter at this point, but going forward, what you can do is make sure your cables are clearly marked, and that's true for a small company or a huge company. Knowing who it is allows someone in the field, no matter what background they are, why they're there, to understand the importance of what it is, and that it's active, it's important, and it doesn't need to be damaged or broken, because it could be 911 equipment that is out. The other thing I would encourage is talk to those people before the event. I mean, we've talked about it all day long. Blue sky days are the days to be talking about what's important and why it's important and who to contact when it's out. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Sherry.
Hey, thank you. I guess just a few words of advice. One would be, and we've kind of hit on it, is, number one, it takes effort to build the relationships with utilities and emergency management offices. I mean, that, being a part of tabletop exercises with them, forming relationships, takes effort. And, I know, at least with myself, we've got our own day jobs, and so it does take a lot of extra effort to get those relationships and keep them. The other thing is that just communicating during disasters is a recipe for maybe mistakes and not being as timely. So making sure that you're communicating timely. And last thing is having formal roles in your emergency response plan. I know everybody's got formal roles for that, but having that include, who's going to be at the local utility office during a storm, who's going to be at the Emergency Management Association, having those roles and backups defined. And so to include that, not just your normal emergency response plan, but also communications with your partners is key. So I guess those are my 3 words of advice.
Thanks. Joe, you want to start?
Great. So I guess I have 3 things as well. You talked about the smaller providers and how they can be engaged. One of the things that we do with the Communication ISAC is all of the major trade associations, including ACA Connects, NTCA, we had their CEO on the panel this morning, NCTA, US Telecom, CTIA, they're all members of the Communication ISAC. So that's a conduit for the smaller providers. Secondly, in terms of advice I would give is make sure that your operational folks within the power companies and the comms companies are developing relationships at the street level, because that will be hugely, to Scott's point earlier, DC does not have all the right ideas or all the answers, and they don't have the screwdriver that gets down to the end. So totally agree with that, and making sure you have the right people with the right skill sets involved in those discussions. And I had a 3rd one, but I lost it, so I'm going to let it go. Thanks.
Thank you. My first recommendation, if you're not a member of the Comms ISAC, join the Comms ISAC. Make sure that you're on those calls, building those relationships, making sure that you're attending the ESF2 spring training that gets put on every year. That includes comms industry partners as well as government partners and communicators from all across the country and all levels of government, to include the SWICs, specifically talking about how to respond. If you haven't already done so, we also recommend that everybody goes and does PACE planning, right? So that you've planned for primary communications, alternate means of communications, contingency, and emergencies. As you heard from a state SWIC here earlier, you have to plan for not having communications or standard comms. If you don't already have shares, make sure that you have a form of HF radio, something that's really, resilient and you can likely use when regular comms are out. And then other than that, just, the exercise and planning. Can't hit that enough. Make sure that you're exercising, realistically exercising, so that when time comes, it isn't the first time that you're doing something.
So I just have one, seeing the red light that's blinking over there, that we're a little over time. We've heard a lot. I think every member of every panel so far has used the phrase blue sky, and the FEMA version is meet over coffee, not over crisis. I would just add a corollary to that, which is it's tempting to do that outreach, update your contact lists, and say, "Yep, relationships outreach done. That's crossed off my to-do list." But you are never done. It constantly needs to be refreshed. You need to get that new phone number. You need to get that new person in the office. You need to find the person who left. You need to have that sustained effort in order to not just establish, but to maintain your critical relationships.
So last and least, I will say, first of all, I echo everything that has just been said. The industry-government coordination is invaluable. The trades and the ISACs and the sector coordinating councils as force multipliers, the importance of doing things in blue sky days, don't waste a crisis. The other thing I would say, and this is kind of where I'll leave it, is this is an evolution. I mentioned going back to the 1880s and sort of how we did mutual assistance then, and certainly the system has evolved and so have the threats. From basically the 1940s till 2012, we did it one way, and in the last 10, 15 years, it's evolved beyond that because expectations are evolving, because the threats are evolving, because extreme weather is becoming more severe and more frequent, and because people are more reliant on the services that we all provide. So I think understanding that we are still, believe it or not, in early days of how we can continue to get better from a critical infrastructure partnership perspective is just worth saying. Industry to industry, industry to government, a lot of appreciation for people like Victor, and in EEI's case and the electric power sector's case, our sector risk management in the Department of Energy. We can't do this without government. They knock down barriers when bad days come. So getting involved in those industry partnerships, industry government partnerships, and if you're too small or you don't think you're important enough, certainly working through your trade associations. Can't emphasize that enough. And then the last thing I'd say, and I would be remiss if I didn't thank the FCC both for putting this on today and highlighting the value of these partnerships and helping solidify them even further than they have been, but also for granting EEI's petition recently on using text messages for demand response. Again, the ability to communicate with our customers so they know what to expect when these more challenging days arise. This goes to how valuable these partnerships, both again, industry and industry government, can be. So thank you.
Thanks. Well, Joe?
I'm sorry, can I have one alibi? So I did remember the third one, and I think it's important. When we're in an emergency operations center, highly critical, highly important to put ESF2 comms and ESF12 together. That was my third one, and I just want to make a pitch for that, hugely important to be able to have those two talking with one another, and not depending on, the telephone game, if you will, relaying information. And I'll also thank the FCC for having us. It's been very informative.
And just to footstop something that Joe just said, I love the sector coordinating councils. I love what we were able to do here in DC. Nothing trumps coordination at the EOC level, period.
Thanks to all our panelists. I can't think of a better note to end this on than appreciation for the FCC. So thanks, everybody. I'll turn things back to our MC.
Thanks, Leon, and our panel two panelists. I think we'll take another quick break if everyone will come back at around 12:10, and we'll keep it rolling. Thanks.
So that panel discussion wrapping up there in Washington, D.C. So we will also take a quick break. It sounded like they were wrapping up the second panel discussion. Still have one to go there in Washington, D.C. Interesting conversations being had there, I think, and interesting to hear from some folks in that communications kind of industry, the utility side of it, talking about restoring power, ways to steps they can take now to help make things easier when they are having to deal with these outages post-hurricane, because obviously you're talking major impacts with power outages, with communications outages as well. So we are going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here. We appreciate you joining us on this Monday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. A former UCF and NFL star is back now here in Central Florida, and he's coaching football in his hometown. How cool is that? Latavius Murray is now the running backs coach and run game coordinator at Titusville High. Fox 35 assignment editor Juan Rodriguez had the chance to speak with Murray over the weekend to talk about his new role.
You know, I think obviously me being from Titusville, I was started my life there before my mom moved to New York, and so but all my family, dad, grandmother, aunt, uncles, everybody still from the area, and so even with, let's just say, it started with coming back to UCF out of high school and going to Central Florida. A big part of that reason for choosing UCF was to be closer to my family in Titusville, and so that helped out a lot as a kid at UCF. And so going on to play, and then now that I'm done playing and live in the Orlando area, I definitely wanted to be involved with the youth. And this was a way for me to kind of get involved and get back into the game, but be able to give back, everything that I know, everything that I've been through and experienced, and I can give it to the kids right there from the city that, like I said, the city that made me.
So yeah, Titusville's going through a bit of a transition. They've had a coach in John Holmes who was building the program up the past few years, and now they've got a new coach in Coach Diesel, who was recently with Cocoa High School, so he knows about what it takes to win championships at this level. How did it come about? Was this something you reached out about, or did Coach Diesel reach out, or was it kind of like a collaborative effort kind of thing?
Yeah, I had been in communications with with Titusville, and let them know that I was interested, and basically, knowing when Holmes had left, kind of letting them know, whoever that new coach, may be, let them know I'm interested. And then obviously once Coach Diesel had got hired, he reached out, was more than happy to have me, and that's kind of how it happened. So I was definitely interested, and kind of told him to let me know depending on whoever they hired.
You had a long, successful career in the NFL. Was this something you always had in mind when it came time to hang it up, go to the prep level or college, like you said, giving back and, spreading some of the knowledge and what you've learned in the game? Is this something you've always had in mind, or did it come kind of recently?
Yeah, I think maybe it's come recently, and I think just the few times that I've participated in camps, and really just I've done a lot of giving back, if you will, or football camps, and I just enjoy being around the young guys, and teaching, and again giving them what I know, and sharing all my knowledge and experience for the game, and obviously even outside of the game. So I think it's something that has just kind of come naturally, but me just realizing how much I enjoyed it, and then how much that it can impact them.
So what kind of coach do you see yourself as? Of course, this will be your first time doing it and things like that, but what do you think will be your philosophy, and what kind of coach do you want to be recognized as, when you start getting in the building and coaching these young men?
Look, I think for me, man, is, again, some of the things that I've learned and what's kept me in the league is, for one, staying healthy, um, being a team guy, and being consistent. And so I can only, again, share my experiences, and I know that's what had kept me in the NFL for a long time, right? And that's just working hard, being consistent, being a team guy, and staying healthy, taking care of your body, staying available. I know we got some, athletic kids out there, man, and sometimes, they feel that they're superhuman, and things don't happen. So if I can instill that in them now, man, to take care of their bodies, it'll definitely help them in the long run.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit more about the young athletes you're going to be coaching soon. What message do you have to them? Of course, being in that area or already at Titusville High School, the minute they see that an NFL player is joining the staff, I mean, that's going to get anybody excited. What message do you have to the kids at Titusville High School about what you're going to bring to this program?
Look, I can't guarantee anything, even with my experience and the success I had at the next level. But I can just share that I'm going to give you everything I know. I'm going to be a resource to you. I'm going to, I'm going to give you the game, if you will. Right. And what you do with it from there is up to you, but I'm definitely there as a tool. And, and I've told them, use me as a resource, use me as somebody that's seen it, done it, lived it. And so I'm here for you. And that was my message to them. And, excited to get to work, excited to help them, help them grow on and off the field.
All right, Coach. Well, we appreciate a few minutes of your time. Any final messages before we let you go here?
No, man, just excited, man. Excited for my next chapter, and grateful for the opportunity too. I don't take any opportunity for granted, right? Especially when you had the chance to lead young men. I knew what it was when I was in their shoes. I knew what it was to look up to somebody, and I knew what it was to be coached by somebody that can really impact your life. And so that's what it's all about, man, is try to, again, give some of those experiences back to them.
And what a cool opportunity. And I'm sure those student athletes will love being able to play for them. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
Watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and I'm giving you a live look right now in Washington, D.C., inside this the Federal Communications Commission roundtable discussion going on right now. And they're talking about resiliency during hurricane season, specifically a lot of different aspects of restoring and recovering power and communications after outages in the aftermath of hurricanes. It's something that we have seen, that we often see during this time of year, especially later in hurricane season. And they're having some interesting discussions. This is the third panel discussion now, looking at some different some aspects of this. Earlier, they talked about some of the common and pressing challenges when it comes to coordinating service restoration after storms and those kinds of things. We also heard them talk about the teamwork and collaboration between the government, between those in the industry, and those across other industries as well, responding to those threats posed by hurricanes. This final one is kind of looking ahead a little bit and talking about ways that they can speed up recovery and minimize damage to infrastructure. The panel you see there, we've kind of been going through introductions over the past couple of minutes. The members of this panel discussion are folks who are in the industry and know a lot about this issue. And so let's go ahead and listen in for a few minutes here from Washington, D.C., going on live right now, this FCC roundtable discussion on hurricane season resiliency.
Nicole, both Jeffs, and Kathleen, and we're going to have Patrick start. So what specific preparation-related best practices should communication providers and electric utilities adopt to complement one another's preparedness efforts?
Thanks, George. And before I answer that, I just want to say thank you to George, the whole FCC team, for the opportunity to participate today. We've talked a lot about, in the other panels, about partnership. Events like this really exemplifies that, so we do appreciate the partnership here and the opportunity to participate. One of the good things about going last in the third panel is that a lot of this has already been talked about, but we'll try to add a few more details here along the way. But it is, again, the blue sky, black sky situation, right? Working with your utilities to let them know where critical infrastructure is so they can build it into their restoration plans. Typically what utilities do, and I know Jeff can get into a little more detail on this, in those blue sky situations, they are developing their restoration plans. They're looking at what needs to be restored first. So that when an incident occurs, they have do their damage assessments. They overlay those damage assessments onto those restoration plans, identify which priority facilities are damaged or in those areas that have been affected, and they work to restore power to those facilities first. So the first thing I would say is just don't assume that they understand, as was already mentioned in other panels, that they understand where those facilities are. So work with them during those blue skies days, participate in tabletop exercises, other exercises that both industries hold, and then use those relationships in the black sky days. Coordinate in the EOC, as was already mentioned in other panels. The most effective way to do this is at the local level. So coordinate hand in hand that restoration effort so you can follow on once the poles are up. Can put your infrastructure on those poles as well, but doing that in a coordinated, step-by-step fashion, aligned at that EOC is, to me, a best practice that should be followed. But I'll pause there and turn it over.
Yeah, thank you. There we go. All right, good morning. Thank you again for the opportunity to be here today and highlighting the critical role that we all play in serving our communities together. Really, it takes a public-private partnership in taking care of these communities. Power and communications, in particular, addressing that question on best practices and how we can best work together. Power can greatly impact communications, and reciprocally, you need communications to be able to coordinate power restoration efforts. So it's essential that we're working together ahead of time. Joe, one of our industry partners, I heard him talk about sharing information ahead of the storm, not just addresses, but actually down to the circuits. When we're looking at switches and other areas that can impact an entire region, there could be an A and a B side. It's not just an address. It's actually sharing all of those details, working together ahead of time. Reciprocally, again, understanding and knowing that power plays a critical role in supporting our communities. So from a communications perspective, we need to be prepared to prioritize power during these events as well, understanding where those laydown yards are, where those substations yards are, so that as we are doing our network disaster recovery, we can surgically prioritize those locations supporting critical infrastructure in addition to our public safety and our communities. From a gray sky perspective, when that actual event happens, making sure that we are in those EOCs together, shoulder to shoulder, working together, sharing that information. Patrick, you shared during one of our initial discussions how important it is to actually be sitting there together, looking at those maps in person to understand where you are laying down poles today so that we can identify where that fiber is to help minimize some of those impacts to fiber during that restoration process. Following the derecho in Houston last year, where over 1 million were without power, following Hurricane Barry Carroll, where 2.78 million were without power at its peak. It was so important that, again, we were sitting shoulder to shoulder with those power providers, with ESF 12, working directly with CenterPoint to understand those priorities together. And then now we're exercising together. Just having recently attended their exercise, their full-scale exercise, and being integrated into that. These emergency operations centers can really help foster that role in bringing ESF 2 and 12 together. In addition to understanding where you're working and operating, I think it's also important to know what your plan is for the day so that we can prioritize our fueling missions. Hurricane Helene alone, we had over 800 generators that were in operation. You can understand the massive refueling efforts that this was. So instead of focusing our efforts in this area, that power may be restored in the next few hours, we could be focusing our efforts into this area. So again, that information share really helps us together be able to serve our communities better.
Jeff McKnight.
Yeah, I would say the best practices from black sky days are what benefits you in blue sky days, right? So it's learning what you've learned from those events and proactively enabling your folks to go solve those problems before the next black sky event. What worked well, what didn't, right? And then making the connections, making those processes better with those power companies or whoever we're working with to ensure that the next time we go into that area, that's a solid relationship if it was an area where we struggled that particular time. I'd also say we're talking about storm prep, but there's also proactive and reactive storms, right? Hurricane, we can work 7, 8, 10 days before and start working with power companies, working with the local EOCs, but it's the reactive ones where you really benefit from those relationships that you build during those blue sky days.
And we're talking about tornadoes and whatnot.
Wildfires in California, tornadoes, ice storms in Michigan, you know, storm season is not just hurricane season for us anymore. It's 365 days a year. There's always an event going on that's impacting a local community somewhere.
That's a really good point. Jeff Straisner?
Yeah, so from an operations standpoint, for me, it's important to know what it is and where it is that I need to fix. And so identifying those ahead of time, that critical infrastructure. We learned in Texas in 2021 during Winter Storm Uri that power was interrupted to a number of gas pipeline compressor stations that stopped the flow of gas to the generating plants. Same thing can happen on a communication standpoint. We don't want to be the cause of interrupting communications because we've evolved over my 42 years of career with going from pushing paper to using our phones. Everything's done electronically. You know, and at the end of the day, we got to win the communication war when it comes to service restoration. And I don't mean, you know, getting Netflix back up so I can stream Peaky Blinders. I'm talking about being able to communicate within my team, within the local community, within our state and federal. So getting that story out ahead of time, getting a complete story, like Scott said earlier, letting folks know, is this a 2-hour storm, 2-day storm, or 2-week storm? And I'll challenge that we probably can't get by with any more 2-week storms. You know, this is a society of immediate gratification. They want response now, and they want return to normal life as soon as possible. So we need to learn from that. We need to win the communication storm. We need to get battle. We need to get the infrastructure back in place so we can communicate.
And Kathleen?
Hi, everybody. I want to echo everyone's thanks of the FCC and Chairman Carr for having the roundtable and having all of us here today. I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the lighter lift things that I think have a great benefit without too much work going into it. And as part of my role at U.S. Telecom, I'm on the Cross-Sector Resiliency Forum leadership team, and there's a few things that we do. One is the local contact information. I know that's come up on the other panels, but we really try to make sure that we are regularly sending out the spreadsheet to as many people as we can and then getting those updates back. So you're not relying on people to actively tell you that someone has changed jobs. You send it out and then they note, like, this was reviewed on this day. So keeping that updated just proactively is a huge thing. And then similarly, the Cross-Sector Resiliency Forum meets at a standard, there's a standard schedule that we meet regardless of what has happened. And we talk about successful practices. I think Steve mentioned that on the first panel. And having those kind of just regular, almost administrative things in place can help you a lot when disaster actually happens. So I'll debrief and stop there.
So let me have a follow-up question. I'm going to direct these to Nicole Hudnett and to Jeff McKnight, but invite anyone who wants to join in as well to do so. Are there any frameworks or processes that work particularly well to address known common issues that arise during discovery? And as a follow-up, are there any lessons learned from the preparation for Hurricanes Helene and Milton, or other events that aided in response to that you can share?
There's a lot of great processes and frameworks that are in place today. We've talked a lot about that blue sky coordination, how important it is to have that public-private partnership, bringing those private industry stakeholders together in regular communication, coordination with each other. You have several private stakeholders in the room today that have a national presence. So we respond to a variety of disasters 365 days a year, as you pointed out, and can share valuable lessons learned. We have we're part of several different working groups at the federal level. We have the ComISAC with the representation on that. We also are part of the regional FEMA emergency communications working groups in each of the regions that have representation from federal, from FEMA, CISA, FCC, along with our state and local stakeholders and private industry. Several states have their own working groups. We're on the panel with two of them right here. Denison Coomer has a fabulous working group. In the room here, we have Gabe and Greg, again, that have great working groups for North Carolina, South Carolina, the CCG in Texas, the commercial carrier groups. In Louisiana, the CCG that was stood up following Hurricane Ida, from lessons learned there. And again, having those stakeholders in the room together, that was one of the lessons learned. And now we meet regularly on Blue Sky to talk about each one of those things. Solving problems ahead of time before they happen. Just recently, the Houston Supply Chain Working Group. Again, private stakeholders along with city and local stakeholders meeting together to collaborate and talk about those pain points. We're able to discuss some of the access issues that supply chain was having when they're bringing contractors into the area. So we were able to share lessons learned from our experience in bringing contractors into areas and be able to establish a process ahead of time now before that next event occurs. Louisiana, that CCG, our regular meeting, our regular working group, met again just recently in person in Louisiana and walked through a hurricane exercise with FEMA, CISA, with our private industry and our local stakeholders there in Louisiana, fostered at GOSEP, and went through those access issues, went through the issues we have with fiber cuts and how do we get that public messaging out. So it's really important to duplicate these across the country and establish these frameworks ahead of time. Building trust is so important, knowing that what you can expect of your private stakeholders and what we can expect of our government officials and our public stakeholders, so that when we go into these EOCs, we have that already established and you know what we can expect of each other and how we can help our communities together.
I would say back to the prep. Our FirstNet Response Operation Group works continually year-round in building the local relationships at the local and state levels for the EOCs. So when these events do come up, we know where they're going to be staged, we know who's in charge, we know who the contacts are, and so that makes coordination of where we're going much, much easier. I would also say, as lessons learned from Helene and Milton, our friend from North Carolina that sat up here a little while ago, during Helene, they turned up a phone number that you could call and get directions on where to go, because in those mountain areas and up in Asheville and those areas, it was very hard to navigate how to get to a location because so many roads and rivers were washed out, and that access was invaluable for us as well. during that time. So that was something that worked really well.
And it speeds up the recovery process.
Absolutely, because instead of taking a 4-hour route around a mountain, there might be an hour route another way that we didn't know about, wouldn't pick up on GPS because you just didn't know what was in service and what wasn't.
Roger, I think you have your hand up.
I do, sir. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. The biggest thing that's been stressed already is the relationships. Having those relationships ahead of time, doing the meetings on the blue sky with leadership, having conversations with each and every one of the partners while we're in friendly terms. The best thing that happens is we turn to a gray sky mode for me, and we just start acting. We execute the plans that we have. We continue to work. But I want to be 2 phone calls away, and already knowing how to make those 2 phone calls happen is huge for me. So that's my 2 thoughts.
And Dennison?
Thank you, George, and thanks again, all the panelists and the FCC for putting this on. 2 things from a framework perspective. Helene taught us, and I think some of the panelists spoke about this earlier this morning, but there's a lack of status clarity on downed infrastructure, especially tangled or storm impacted lines. So those kinds of things, of course, delay repairs significantly. And we had several instances where crews couldn't confirm if lines were energized, or these repaired lines were temporary, or if they were actually active, if they were accidentally damaged. So early on, we established a kind of standard for marking communication lines and power lines that were entangled in debris to let folks know. And if we could establish something that was standard and shared across the industry partners, I think that would go a long way for any type of future responses. And then in my cohort, Greg mentioned this morning that throwing fiber optic cable or communication supplies from an aircraft may be frowned upon, but what works really good are communication technicians that are hoist qualified on airframes. So one of the things that our state did several years ago is working with our state task force members, our urban search and rescue teams, building at the time were swiftwater rescue personnel, qualified communications technicians designed to ensure air to ground communications during rescues. We were then able to leverage those individuals during Helene and other emergencies like recent wildfires to get certified credentialed communications technicians safely in the areas where roads no longer existed, to make sure that we were able to keep generators running and those systems operational.
Excellent.
Hey, George, could I add just
sure.
one more point? Something else that does work is the incident command system, putting together emergency
This FCC panel discussion continuing, talking about hurricane resiliency. Just a couple of minutes ago, heard from some officials from Florida as well, talking about things as well when it comes to the infrastructure of these utilities, these power companies, these communications companies as well. We're going to step aside, take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer. Thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon live on Fox Local and on YouTube. It is almost 1 o'clock now. We are still standing by waiting to hear from the Orlando Magic. Also expecting to hear from Governor Ron DeSantis speaking in Jacksonville here shortly. So that is a news conference scheduled for 1 o'clock. Let me see here. It is at Ocean Way Elementary School. Alongside the Florida Department of Education Commissioner-designate Anastasios Kamoutsas, a man who the governor announced he tapped to replace Manny Diaz, the previous education commissioner. So we are waiting for that news conference to begin here in a little bit as well. In the meantime, I want to go ahead and get you back to this FCC roundtable discussion where they are talking about hurricane season resiliency and some ways to speed up recovery, minimize damage to infrastructure, talking about power, and also talking about communications. So the things that we often see outages of in the aftermath of storms. They're talking about ways to kind of speed up the way to restore those important, critical, really, utilities. So let's go ahead and listen back in here as this roundtable discussion continues live in Washington, D.C.
Go to the local EOC and figure out who that is versus me thumbing through my phone, assuming it works, trying to find them. So those two are critical things.
Excellent. And Dennison?
Yeah, sure. So to echo Jeff's point, if I had one thing to share with our service providers from the state level, we can't fix problems that we don't know exist either. So it's a two-way street. I think everybody after Helene noticed that there's some probably honest conversations that needed to be had about some transparency gaps, especially between the two sectors. On the power side, ESF2 and ESF12 here in our State Emergency Operations Center are 3 feet from each other. So I can tell you how many customers are out by county, by provider in real time. We have that information pulled into our common operating platform. I can quickly go over and speak to a field coordinator from a co-op and look at an outage map and see where their restoration crews are as they're working in and pushing into different parts of the state. But that same clarity is not always available from the communications sector. And I think Mr. Hauser touched on it earlier this morning that, we're not often asking for what many people fear that we are. We're not looking for proprietary GIS data, but during an emergency, having to track down certain information does slow down the coordinated response. I think this morning, a lot of us have discussed kind of how the industry partners have progressed in recent years and building and developing that trust that is needed to help kind of combat this issue. But I think we all can do better and can improve over time.
And Roger?
So I think from my side, when I took over in 21, the ESF2 co-lead and SWIC position, everybody told me the worst thing everybody's going to complain about is communications after a disaster. And, we really hadn't had a hurricane at that point since Hurricane Michael. So Hurricane Ian happened. And one of the things that had been talked about in the state was moving to strike team mentality. Instead of attaching COM-Ls and COM-Ts to IMT teams, we moved to a strike team mentality. And what that gives us is the ability to be fast thinking. So as soon as USAR is mounting up to ride in, as soon as winds die down, we're sending communication strike teams in to figure out what's going on. We're not waiting for counties or for municipalities to tell us what their issues are. We're already scanning the air, figuring out what their issues are, knowing what they had before and what they don't have now. Those have been huge industry or huge changes for us that have helped us get ahead of the issues because we know what they are. It goes back to if we're not told what the issues are, then we can't fix the issues. Finding out 3-4 days later that a tower fell down because a county doesn't want to have the hard conversation. When we have tools in place that are 2 counties over and teams waiting to work. But it's having those hard conversations. It's using my local liaisons. It's being much like Denison is with our ESF 12. We literally share a wall with them, so we're always in conversation with them. We're seeing them as we're passing in and out during events. It's working with Nicole and her team from T-Mobile and AT&T and FirstNet and Verizon. It's just maintaining those constant dialogues during the events that let us be successful. And where things are going to fall through the cracks, but it's when we find them, how fast can we address that issue?
Kathleen, you also have, you would like to chime in?
Yes, yeah. So this is just quick. Another light lift suggestion is just the FCC has their debris clearing notice that came out in the spring, and I think ensuring really wide distribution of that notice can help a lot, making sure the people at the local level have that, it's on their mind, because it can really help avoiding fiber cuts and cuts to other important wires.
Sure.
Hey, George?
Yes, go ahead.
We'll circle back again. Hey, when the strike teams were mentioned, that reminded me of something else too. Another value in knowing those critical sites up front is we're also taking a find and fix approach. I mean, Patrick talked about assessment, and we certainly do assessment, but assessment can take hours, if not days, depending on the severity of a storm. So if we know those critical locations ahead of time, and we've got people assigned to circuits as they do a find and fix approach, there's a good chance we can get those things back on prior to what we would have if we completed the entire assessment.
So I see the consistency here, the message that we need to get everything planned, accordingly, and identify those key infrastructures. Before we hop off, the recovery, the preparation part, and we.
In that, looking for ways to improve, to get better, and that's exactly what we did with hurricane season last year.
Nicole?
Again, just echoing and highlighting that need for coordination and collaboration and preparation and planning together ahead of the storm, and then when that event happens, bringing us into those emergency operations centers to work alongside you, to understand what those priorities are in your community. We talk about needing to understand where public safety is operating, standing up unified command posts or incident command posts, which hospitals are taking surges of patients, where those reunification sites are, what those priorities priorities are for our other stakeholders, for power, for other critical infrastructure. So much of that collaboration is done in emergency operations centers, shoulder to shoulder, versus sending text and calls, trying to get that information so that we can prioritize it. So ahead of hurricane season, really encouraging those ESF2 and our emergency operations centers to provide a forum and a seat for us to work alongside each other during these events. Also planning for the worst case scenario. We have to plan for that worst case scenario. It's not a matter of if, it's when. Having a PACE communication plan, this was talked about in an earlier panel, a primary, alternate, contingent, and emergency communications plans. There may be disruptions, there may be degradation in service, so you must have a plan. That primary plan, and go through each one of those steps. Practice those plans, exercise those plans, and make sure that you're going through each one of those cycles so that becomes muscle memory for when that event actually occurs. CISA's website has a lot of great information too on how to develop a PACE communications plan. And again, encourage all of the emergency operations centers and our public safety folks to bring these stakeholders into your exercises, having us be part of those tabletop and full-scale exercises again to work on these things ahead of a storm.
I think exercise and practice the PACE plans is spot on. I would also tell you that if you deal with areas along the Gulf and Florida and stuff that are used to these storms, those are very well thought out, well documented procedures. But if you're an emergency management center in a smaller municipality, an event's coming to you. It's just a matter of when. And so don't think that it's not going to hit you, and be prepared for that. And then the quicker the local municipalities and emergency management centers and even the states can reach back out to us and tell us, hey, our reunification center is going to be here. If I go back to the California wildfires, they put thousands and thousands and thousands of people in very small areas for reunification. And it was quickly realized that they were saturating a lot of capacity in a very small area. And so the quicker we know about those areas, the quicker we can respond where it's never even noticed by the users.
Excellent. So let's turn our conversation now to recovery. And my first question related to recovery, I'm going to ask Dennison Coomer, Roger Lord, and Jeff McKnight to chime in. The 2024 hurricane season saw back-to-back impacts from hurricanes Helene and Milton, leading to enormous amounts of displaced sand, erosion, and leading to challenging storm surge impacts, necessitating a long cleanup period. Are there any lessons learned related to managing an ongoing and lengthy recovery effort that communications and power providers can use to help them prepare for recovery?
Yeah, I'll take it first. When we go to a recovery, our intention is to be self-sustaining for whether it's 2 days, 5 days, 10 days. We bring in our own shower trailers, bunkhouses, kitchen trailers, along with all the assets to restore the network. And our intention there is to not be a drain.
I want to go ahead and get you inside the Advent Health Training Center right now. Tristan De Silva speaking after practice, Summer League practice going on. So let's go ahead and listen in, see what he has to say.
How's it feel to be back out with some of the rookies, young guys out here practicing for Summer League?
Yeah, it's crazy. It's kind of a deja vu. Feels really good though, getting up and down, seeing the gym packed again. Have enough people to play 5-on-5 finally, full court, and getting to know everybody and getting better every day.
How much have you grown since this time last year? You kind of reminisce on when you were a rookie now.
Yeah, I mean it's a lot of experiences that you take in over a whole season, especially the amount of games that I've played. So it feels a lot different, and I'm just super excited.
With that experience, what are you hoping to get out of this Summer League?
Just showcase what I've been working on. Kind of play free out there, have fun, and be successful.
You've seen how obviously the focus is on Summer League. You've seen how this team has changed as you look ahead to the fall. What has that been like to watch the team change and shift a little bit, and how much excitement is there for what this team can do?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's kind of sad to see people go that you've made strong connections with and have bonds with. But I'll see them on the other side, so it's not like they're out of this world. And I'm super excited for the guys that came in. Got to talk to some of them a little bit already. And then it's good to see everybody kind of come back a little bit, trickling back into the facility and having new names up, new logo, new everything. So it's a lot of firsts next year too.
What are your early impressions of Jason Noah?
Fun guys to be around for sure, and competitors. Jay so far hasn't been playing, hasn't been able to play as much, but the voice that he brings at this age, coming straight out of college, and how vocal he is, says a lot about his character and a lot about his mentality, the type of player he is, and Noah is the ultimate competitor. You see it when he plays with a high motor, super competitive, and it's fun to play with those guys.
You're just a little banged up, so he's not playing.
You can ask him later. Yeah.
Where do you think you need to grow most as a player, Tristan, after 1 year under your belt?
I mean, I feel like in basketball, there's never a complete stage. So there's a lot of areas in my game that I still want to grow in, and just being comfortable playing that role that I want to be in, and kind of gelling with everybody together to stay out there on the court.
What do you want to kind of focus on in the summer league? You're coming in with that level of experience, that layer of experience. What do you want to focus on and kind of showcase or test out in a 5-on-5 setting like this?
Yeah, being more vocal. Taking a step up from what I've done so far, and that's offensively and especially defensively. I feel like that's areas where I got to grow. So I'm excited, and I think it'll be a good time.
Good.
Cool. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tristan.
Thanks for that.
Good. How's everybody doing?
Good. Jace, how's it going?
I'm going good.
Jace, kind of day after the draft, you talked about how surreal it was. It just started to set in that you're in the NBA when you start putting on a jersey and start doing drills. How much more real does it feel for you now?
Still doesn't feel real, honestly. Just going through all the practices, being here with the guys, getting accustomed to it, and it's amazing. Still doesn't feel real. I think once we play our first summer league game, it's really going to start feeling real.
What have these practices been like for you?
It's been kind of slow. I'm just trying to get back on the court. Just a couple things here and there, some ball movement, some shots, getting up and down, and then getting to the 5-on-5.
What do you want to kind of, obviously kind of getting your feet wet in NBA circles, but what do you want to kind of showcase or work on as you look ahead to training camp through the summer league?
Definitely physicality. I think the league's super physical, as you're seeing in the playoffs. So, just building up that muscle, getting stronger every day, and just working on my body.
How excited are you to get to the summer league and play in, more or less a real game against other players?
I'm super excited. Going into those, it's something you always want to play in. And then for me, I lived in Vegas, so I know a lot of people that are going to be there. So it's going to be a super exciting feeling.
You come into this with Noah. What has stood out to you about him since seeing him on the court?
I think his defense. He's really defensive. He's picking up 94 feet, super physical, and he can guard 4 positions. So I think that's one thing that's kind of stood out to me about him is just how hard he plays defensively.
Can you talk about having a chip on your shoulder? You talked about after the draft, needing to prove yourself a little bit. Can you just talk about that dynamic as you enter, summer league here?
Oh, definitely. Being a smaller guard in the NBA, you always kind of have that chip on your shoulder. People are going to try to pick on you defensively. So, just coming out, playing as hard as I can defensively, offensively, just trying to make everybody better.
Physically, you think you'll be able to go 100% in summer league?
Yeah, definitely. I think just working on my body with the recovery team has been really good. So, definitely.
Is there anybody out in summer league you're looking forward to playing against or battling here in the next couple weeks?
I think we got the Nets, Danny Wolf. We worked out together with CAA, so that's going to be super exciting. Him and Drake Powell, we were all in the same workout group. So I think that's kind of one game I'm kind of circling right now.
Good.
Thank you. Appreciate you guys.
Sorry, I'm sticking my Dan, did you hear that Tyus is fully into Love Island?
I saw a brief part of
Heard from Tristan DeSilva, who had a successful rookie season with the Magic, looking ahead to year 2, was asked about some ways he might be able to improve. And now let's go ahead. We also heard from Jace Richardson, one of the Magic draft picks, and now here comes Tyus Jones, who was just signed free agent by the Orlando Magic. So let's go ahead and listen in.
What's this opportunity like for you to represent the Magic and be the team's summer league head coach this season?
Oh man, I can't overstate it. I'm really grateful to Coach Mose, to Jeff. Like I said, Coach Mose to me is like one of the best culture setters in sports, and so I view my job as like how much of that can I instill here in these 2 weeks, and so far really awesome how the team has responded. But yeah, just really excited and ready to get out there.
What have you learned about Jason Noah through these first few summer league practices?
Yeah, it's been a short time, but the amount that they've picked up in such a short time, their willingness to learn, how coachable they are. Both of them are doing exactly what we've asked to a T, and it's just been awesome to see in the first couple of days. I think it'll take them a long way.
What's the biggest thing you're looking for from guys during summer league?
Yeah, like I said, we're trying to carry over our style of play from the Magic, right? We talked to these guys about being the most physical team, being relentless, right? Our style of play that we show on the court, and how much of that can we accomplish in 2 weeks. So defensively, it's physicality, it's relentlessness. Offensively, we're asking these guys to play fast and be unselfish, and so far it's been there.
How valuable has it been to have more veteran voices? I mean not veterans, but Tristan, the second-year player. Ethan was with the team for part of last year. How valuable have their voices been as they try to get their work in for the summer league and help bring along the younger guys?
It's been incredibly valuable. Like, those guys have been around here; they know exactly what we expect, and I've been really impressed with how vocal they've been and helping to kind of guide some of the younger guys along the way. So it's invaluable because they know exactly what we need from them, and so their ability to relay that is great.
What do you want to see from Tristan? Obviously, second-year guy, played some meaningful minutes last year. What do you want to see from him in the second go-around in summer?
We just want him to be aggressive, right? He's very versatile on both ends of the floor, and so the main thing we keep telling him is be aggressive and just continue to attack, and so that's what we're looking for.
Jason mentioned he's a little banged up. What is he dealing with, and what are your expectations for his status just next week or so?
Yeah, he's just had a little sore ankle, but progressing well from what we've seen, and he's able to do more stuff today, and so not too worried about it.
We hear so much about Jason as a shooter, but what else has stood out to you in practice about him as a player?
To me, it's just like how cerebral he's been so far. Like I said, whether he's been into the reps, out of the reps, his ability to retain, his willingness to already communicate with the guys on his team and put them in the right spots and get them organized, to me has been really impressive, and a testament to how well coached he was in college, but just need him to carry it over.
Outside of the rookies, is there a player or two that Magic fans should know a little bit more about going into summer league?
We're really excited about a lot of these guys. I think you guys will see when kind of like that second unit steps out, there's a lot of guys that have been playing at a high level, whether it's at the NBA, whether it's G League, whether it's overseas. So I think a lot of those guys are going to be able to contribute, and I think Magic fans should be excited about watching all of them.
All right, Coach AB.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks for asking.
Yeah, I apologize. Need to make a correction there. That was Amir Bahur. I thought I saw Tyus Jones walking up. That is Amir Bahur, the Summer League coach for the Orlando Magic. We are still hoping to hear from Tyus Jones shortly, who a free agent just signed by the Magic. Also, more Magic news today. We learned that they have re-signed Mo Wagner. So some more big news. And here we go. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Is that good level?
Yep.
Sure. No, has it start to set in that this is real? You're in the NBA, as you put the jersey on, get a few practices on your belt. How much has that reality started to set in that you're in the NBA?
So I signed my contract. So now this makes it official. So it's, I mean, getting in the gym every day is something that I've done for my whole career now. But just being around NBA guys, I've seen Tyus Jones this morning, Jonathan Isaac. Those are guys that I used to watch on TV, and now I'm practicing with them. So it's just starting to kick in a little bit. It's crazy.
What are you hoping to get out of this summer league?
So what?
What are you hoping to get out of summer league showcase? Maybe showcase something, or just when you enter the games and whatnot. What do you want to show?
I just say experience the NBA basketball, because I know it's really different from European basketball. So just having the right habits, see how the game is officiated, the new rules, stuff like that. Just starting to learn a bit more about the game, and yeah, after just do me.
And Jason's been kind of in and out of drills in so far in these practices. But what have you learned about playing alongside him and playing with him?
I watched him play at Michigan State, so I know how he plays. And after, it's not like he's not here. I mean, he's with us. We get the occasion to talk when the drills are done. He sometimes get on the floor with us. He in the gym with us when we're practicing. So it's just that we are not passing him the ball when we are playing, but he's still here. So it feels good to learn about your new teammates.
He's just a second-year player, but how helpful is it to have a guy like Tristan Da Silva and maybe a quote-unquote veteran voice around?
It's cool. It's super cool because every time he's really accessible. You can ask him any question, and on top of that, even if you don't ask him, he is going to naturally come and talk to you. So it's cool, and even he got the right habits already. He been in the league for a year now, so you can just sit back and watch him do the same thing.
How excited are you to get out to Vegas and just play meaningful 5-on-5 games against other NBA guys?
I mean, playing basketball is always fun to me. That's a game I really enjoy playing. So being able to be at that level of competition is just super cool.
Are there any players or former teammates?
Sorry.
Are there any players or former teammates that you're talking with that are on other teams that you're looking forward to linking up with out there, competing against them?
Yeah, I mean, I know all of the French guys that are in my generation. So Bakom Dadje, Salin, Mojawara, he's not an NBA player, but he's going to be in the summer league. Alexar, all of those guys I just wish that I can play against, and I'm going to see them in Vegas. So it's great to be able to, I don't know how to say it, but find us back after all those years, because we used to play against each other, with each other. So now we're just, everybody's just on the NBA court playing against each other. Is super, super fun.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yep.
All right, Tyus, up next.
We've now heard from both of the draft picks from the Orlando Magic this year, Jace Richardson and their Noah Pinda. We also heard from last year's first-round draft pick, Tristan Da Silva. And here is a new free agent signing, Tyus Jones.
You obviously had choice of destinations. What stood out to you about Orlando and wanted you to be part of the Magic?
Yeah, I think just what they got going on. Everything's on the up and up. Continuing to get better each and every day. I think playing against them year in and year out, you see the camaraderie the team has. You see the togetherness they have. You see how Coach Mose, coaches them and how they play hard for him. You want to be a part of those type of situations, and so I'm excited to be here.
What stands out to you about the talent that you're joining? Paolo, Franz, former teammate Desmond Bain.
Mm-hmm.
I know you talked about a little bit of the characteristics, but what do you make of the team that you're joining?
Yeah, I think it's, the talent's through the roof. I think this team has everything you need to win a championship, honestly. And so for me, I think it's going to be, they're making my job easy, not trying to overcomplicate it. Obviously, everyone knows what P can do. Everyone knows Franz continuing to get better each and every year. Took a huge step forward last year, and then Dez bringing transition scoring, 3-point shooting, obviously, but playmaking as well. And so I think all the pieces are just gonna kind of flow together, and I'm excited to see it all kind of come together.
Reuniting with Desmond, I know that was a big deal for both parties, but how special would that be to be back on the court with a guy that you shared so many special memories with?
Yeah, it'll be extremely special. That's my brother. We keep in contact. Since I left Memphis, we still keep in touch throughout the season. I've been on a couple different teams now, but still, he still checks in on me. I check in on him. Was at his wedding last summer, so that's my brother beyond basketball. But getting the chance to share the court again is definitely special. We're going to make the most of it, and we're looking forward to it.
And that chemistry already established, just how important will that be on the court with Des?
Extremely important. It's going to be like riding a bike. You know, that doesn't go away, and we know what our chemistry is and what it can do and what that can bring to the table and just add to what's already going on, you know, here in Orlando, and looking forward to that.
You mentioned the talent on the roster, but there's also a lot of youth.
Mm-hmm.
Can you talk about just the leadership qualities you'll bring?
Yeah, just trying to be, I think, just a calming voice. It's crazy going into year 11 now, but been around a number of different situations. So just trying to bring some of that experience to this locker room. And again, we got everything in this building that we need. For me, I'm just trying to add on to that. I'm not trying to disrupt anything. I'm trying to just be a positive addition. So, but ultimately, as a leader, like that's what I do, on and off the court. That comes with the job title as a point guard. So just trying to get on the same page as everybody, trying to learn my guys, both on and off the court, learn Coach Moses' system, and just kind of be an extension of him out there on the court. And, you know, but leading is what I do, and I'm looking forward to kind of being a voice in the locker room for sure.
You know who you are as a player, but what do you feel like you'll add to this team on the court?
Yeah, I mean, leadership, just winning traits, trying to play winning basketball, I feel like I play the game the right way, trying to be unselfish, trying to set that tone, that brand of basketball, which they already play extremely unselfish and together. So that should be a perfect match. And then just playmaking, trying to get my guys involved, spacing the floor, shooting, trying to make it easier, you know, for P, Franz, Dez, Jay. You know, the more shooting, the better, the more space they got to operate. So just trying to keep defenses honest. And again, not overcomplicate anything. Just trying to do my job, you know, at a high level, and let our guys do what they need to do.
What is your relationship like with Jalen Suggs?
That's my little brother. I've known Jalen since, man, he was maybe 3rd, 4th grade. So we got a tremendous relationship. I've always been in his corner, always cheering him on, and he's always been, you know, cheering me on and been in the gym for me when I was coming up. So it's crazy how life works, and it's a surreal feeling when you get a chance to not only play against, you know, people you kind of grew up with and saw grow up and got to kind of see their journey firsthand, but then when you get to share the court with them and be in the locker room and be on the same team, that's a whole different type of feeling. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm excited. Our families are excited about it, and so we know it'll be something special.
You've mentioned Coach Moses a couple times. Just from afar now, meeting him, what are your impressions of who he is as a coach?
Yeah, just great guy first and foremost, family man, but just tough, hard nosed worker. We were already been talking. You know, just talking hoops, talking basketball, talking spacing, talking different actions, and so that has been something that I enjoy. But you can just tell he's working, he's watching film, he's studying the game, he's trying to continue to improve, you know, himself as a coach, but as you know, he wants the team to improve as well. So again, going back to having played against them the last few years, you see how the guys play for him and want to compete for him and follow his leadership, and so that's what I'm excited about.
How much of an emphasis was it for you in free agency to go to a team that is vying for a championship?
Big emphasis.
And how do you feel about the do you think that they can take that next step, and how do you work your way into that?
100%. I think again they've continued to get better year in and year out. Done it organically. Not skip steps, not, you know, shied away from the process. But yeah, I think we got all the pieces that are needed to compete for a championship. It's just about coming together and continue to keep that big goal in mind, and continue to get better throughout the whole season. Not get bored with the process. Not get bored with success. You know, honestly, you know, seasons it's a grind. It's a long season. A lot of ups and downs. Injuries, illnesses, like there's so many things that get thrown at you, but in the end, the most together team, always comes out on top. So that's just something that, again, I've noticed from the outside looking in, that this team has the camaraderie, the togetherness, how they play together, how they play hard. And so that's, why I wanted to be a part of it.
Everyone good?
Yep.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Tyus Jones speaking there with the reporters after Summer League practice. I want to go ahead and get you now inside the White House briefing room where Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary, just began speaking. As I understand it, this briefing coming after the latest update showing more than 90 people killed in flooding in Texas. Let's go ahead and listen in.
We are praying for you, and he will be traveling to see you later this week. Moving along to some further scheduling announcements. Tonight, President Trump will host the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, for dinner, where they will discuss the positive developments taking place in the Middle East region. Tomorrow, the President will host his 6th cabinet meeting of his 2nd term. Many of you will be invited to cover that. And on Wednesday, the President will host leaders from 5 African nations for lunch in the state dining room. In other news, after the historic signing on the South Lawn of the White House on the 4th of July, President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill is now the law of the land. Republicans in Congress met the once-in-a-generation moment and codified the Make America Great Again agenda into law. After this monumental achievement, no other president in modern history has worked harder and faster to fulfill their campaign promises than Donald Trump. The One Big Beautiful Bill will get the United States of America firing again on all cylinders. It's safe to say that over the past few weeks, the president has delivered on many, many wins. For the 4th month in a row, jobs numbers beat market expectations with nearly 150,000 good jobs created in the month of June. The American economy has now added nearly 700,000 jobs since January 2025, with American-born workers accounting for all job gains. President Trump drove illegal border crossings to another historic low in the month of June, and Border Patrol once again released 0 illegal aliens into our country. The Supreme Court stopped activist judges from imposing nationwide injunctions and cleared the way for President Trump to carry out his popular and common sense agenda. The University of Pennsylvania agreed to all of the Trump administration's demands and will now keep men out of women's sports. President Trump secured his trade deal with Vietnam, giving the United States total access to their markets. Because of President Trump's unleashing American energy dominance, gas prices are at 4-year lows. And when adjusted for inflation, gas prices are near the lowest levels we've seen in the last 20 years. NATO members agreed to raise defense spending to 5% of GDP, a foreign policy feat long thought impossible until President Trump made it happen. The Operation Midnight Hammer obliterated Iran's nuclear capabilities, taking out this imminent national security threat not just to the United States, but to the entire world. The president secured a ceasefire between Israel and Iran, ending the 12-day war. The president brokered a historic peace agreement between Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Pakistan nominated President Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize in recognition of his decisive diplomatic intervention to prevent a nuclear war between India and Pakistan. Blue-collar wage growth has seen its largest increase in nearly 60 years, and President Trump has defeated Joe Biden's inflation crisis with core inflation at the lowest level since March of 2021. And just about all of that has happened in the last 3 weeks, and I know you all know it because you've been very busy here covering it along with us. So with that, I will take your questions today as we kick off another very busy week here at the White House. We'll lead with our new media seat, Brian Glenn, who is, of course, very present in this briefing room. He's put in a lot of hours covering this president, so we're glad you finally have a seat today. Brian, go ahead.
It feels great to sit down. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I want to go back to the hurricane. You said that President Trump is scheduled to go to Texas later this week. Can you speculate on what day and what he has plans?
Sure. The White House is currently arranging those travel plans. We hope that it will be later this week, likely on Friday, but of course we want to do it at the most appropriate time on the ground for state and local officials. We don't want to interrupt the recovery efforts, but we're planning tentatively for a Friday trip, and when that becomes final, we'll let all of you know, as we always do.
And you gave a little bit of reaction earlier, but the National Weather Service, the union, actually publicly stated they had an adequate staff on hand to forecast and predict the storm. You shared your thoughts earlier on how the way the left has really weaponized this to blame the deaths in Texas on Trump. Want to comment on that again?
Yeah, I just do think those comments are depraved and despicable, especially when so many Americans are mourning the loss of their children. The National Weather Service, as I said, did its job. Many experts, many meteorologists have said that. Many of you in the media, in all fairness, have said that as well. Unfortunately, not all. And many Democrat elected officials are trying to turn this into a political game, and it is not. This is a national tragedy, and the administration is treating it as such. We know the National Weather Service provided early and consistent warnings. They gave out timely flash flood alerts. There were record-breaking lead times in the lead up to this catastrophe. There is ongoing flood monitoring, and these offices were well staffed. In fact, one of the offices was actually overstaffed. They had more people than they need. So any claim to the contrary is completely false, and it's just sad that people are pushing these lies.
Can I just get one more?
Sure.
Kind of a little bit of breaking news. The Department of Homeland Security is moving to end the TPS status on Honduran and Nicaraguan migrants.
Yes.
Any plans to adding additional countries that you could be targeting? Just a reaction.
Sure. Well, I won't get ahead of the Department of Homeland Security on additional countries, but as you pointed out, they did end temporary protective status for Nicaraguans and Hondurans in this country because TPS, temporary protective status, is temporary by definition. It is not meant to be a permanent path to residency or citizenship here in the United States of America. It was originally granted to Nicaraguans following a natural disaster in 1999. That doesn't sound very temporary to me. And as well as Hondurans in 1999 after the impact of Hurricane Mitch in 1998. And so this administration is doing what it promised to do. And if individuals from these countries want to come here, they have a legal pathway to do it, but temporary protective status was never meant to be permanent. The previous administration abused this status and this parole program, essentially treating it as such, and we're not going to tolerate that any further. Thank you, Brian. Megan.
Secretary Bessent said yesterday that countries will boomerang back to the April 2nd tariff level starting August 1st. Why did the president decide to have those tariffs not take effect Wednesday as originally scheduled? And then I was also wondering if you could share, obviously we saw the letters the president sent out on Japan and South Korea, but if any other major U.S. trading partners are getting letters today.
Sure, yes, I can confirm. In fact, I have those letters. If you could get me the folder with the letters in them, Liz, they're right in the previous office. I have the signed letters that went out to both South Korea and Japan today. And there will be approximately 12 other countries that will receive notifications and letters directly from the President of the United States. And weeks ago, I stood at this podium and I told all of you that the President was going to create tailor-made trade plans for each and every country on this planet. And that's what this administration continues to be focused on. The President will also sign an executive order today delaying the July 9th deadline to August 1st. So the reciprocal tariff rate or these new rates that will be provided in this correspondence to these foreign leaders will be going out the door within the next month, or deals will be made. And those countries continue to negotiate with the United States. We've seen a lot of positive developments in the right direction, but the administration, the president, and his trade team want to cut the best deals for the American people and the American worker. That's what they're focused on. And in the effort of transparency, these letters will continue to be posted to Truth Social, so you can enjoy them yourself. Go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. Just about the visit of Prime Minister Netanyahu today, I was just wondering why that is not open to the press. Previous visits by him, we've had Oval Office press conferences. Does that reflect somehow the kind of sensitivity of this particular visit?
No, they're having a private dinner. There's many important matters that are obviously ongoing in the region, as you know. The utmost priority for the president right now in the Middle East is to end the war in Gaza and to return all of the hostages. Also, as you know, there was a ceasefire proposal that Israel supports that was sent to Hamas, and we hope that they will agree to this proposal. We want to see all of the hostages released. That's on the top of the president's mind, so that will be discussed, as well as the many other positive developments we've seen in the Middle East. I want to go back to the trade deals. As you see, we have these beautiful letters that the president has signed. This one is to the President of the Republic of Korea, original signature on that, and these will be mailed. And then here we also have another letter to the Prime Minister of Japan as well. Both countries will be receiving a 25% tariff rate effective on August 1st. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. You said it, and the President said it many times, we want to see an end to the war in Gaza.
Will he give guarantees during this 60-day period of ceasefire that actually the war will end? Because this is a sticking point with Prime Minister Netanyahu, and I'm wondering if they see eye to eye on this point. And how do you see the next day? What the next day in Gaza will look like?
Look, right now the president is focused on today and to get the Hamas to agree to this ceasefire. I don't want to comment on the details of the arrangement out of respect for these negotiations, but a agreeable and appropriate ceasefire proposal has been sent to Hamas. And I can also tell you Special Envoy Witkoff intends to travel to Doha later this week, where he will continue to engage in these discussions. And the Qataris and the Egyptians have been incredibly helpful partners in mediating these negotiations and discussions to bring peace to this region and end this conflict once and for all.
Kristen. Two questions. Thank you, Carol.
Sure.
The first question is President Trump reconsidering his plan to phase out FEMA, given what officials have said is their critical role on the ground now in Texas?
Look, the president wants to ensure American citizens always have what they need during times of need. Whether that assistance comes from states or the federal government, that's a policy discussion that will continue. And the president has always said he wants states to do as much as they can, if not more. And in the case of Texas, the state and local officials are doing a tremendous job. And I know the president, Secretary Noem, and the federal government are very proud to be working with them. And the president has promised to give Texas the assistance that they need during this tragic time.
Just one follow-up on cuts overall. Over the weekend, President Trump said that Elon Musk was a train wreck. Are there, given this current viewpoint, are there concerns within the White House or from the president himself over the cuts that happened under Musk while he was advising DOGE, including the National Weather Service?
I think I've already addressed that, Kristen, and what I can tell you is that these offices were fully staffed. The San Angelo office was fully staffed with 12 forecast meteorologists. There were no vacancies. The San Antonio office was operating with 11 forecasters. And as Brian said, the union themselves said that there was adequate staffing. So I think those words speak for themselves and the numbers speak for themselves. This was a once-in-a-century flash flood, a tragic natural disaster, and the administration is doing all that we can on the ground to help these families during this time of need. Jeff.
Thanks very much, Caroline. Just following up on Kristen's question, is it still the president's plan to phase FEMA out by the end of this year?
I just answered Kristen's question for you.
One more, hold on, one more.
Sure, I'll give it to you. Go ahead.
The follow-up on trade as well. 12 more letters coming, you said. Can you give us a sense of which countries those are?
I'll let the president reveal those in very due time. Keep your eyes on Truth Social. Michael, in the back.
Thank you, Caroline. An armed shooter today was shot in McAllen, Texas, after opening fire on Border Patrol agents. Comes just days after Democratic Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal recently said she gets, quote, inspired when activists obstruct ICE. Does the White House expect Democrats to tone down their rhetoric in light of what we saw today in McAllen, Texas?
We certainly call on Democrats to tone down their rhetoric against ICE and Border Patrol agents who, again, are everyday men and women. I would encourage AOC and other Democrats to actually meet with the United States Border Patrol. These are honorable Americans who are just simply trying to do their job to enforce the law. They go home to their families every night just like we all do, and they deserve respect and dignity for trying to enforce our nation's immigration laws and to remove public safety threats from our communities. The White House is aware of the shooting that took place today in Texas, and we are working with the appropriate federal agencies to get to the bottom of what happened.
Caroline, the DOJ and FBI have now concluded there was no Jeffrey Epstein client list. What do you tell MAGA supporters who say they want anyone involved in Jeffrey Epstein's alleged crimes to be held accountable?
This administration wants anyone who has ever committed a crime to be held accountable, and I would argue this administration has done more to lock up bad guys than certainly the previous administration. And the Trump administration is committed to truth and to transparency. That's why the Attorney General and the FBI Director pledged at the President's direction to do an exhaustive review of all of the files related to Jeffrey Epstein's crimes and his death. And they put out a memo in conclusion of that review. There was material they did not release because, frankly, it was incredibly graphic and it contained child pornography, which is not something that's appropriate for public consumption. But they committed to an exhaustive investigation. That's what they did, and they provided the results of that. That's transparency.
Follow up on that,
Sure.
Caroline. Okay, so the FBI looks at the circumstances surrounding the death of Jeffrey Epstein. According to the report, this systematic review revealed no incriminating client list. So what happened to the Epstein client list that the Attorney General said she had on her desk.
Well, I think if you go back and look at what the Attorney General said in that interview, which was on your network, on Fox News.
Got the quote.
Go ahead.
John Roberts said, DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Will that really happen? And she said, it's sitting on my desk right now to review.
Yes, she was saying the entirety of all of the paperwork, all of the paper in relation to Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. That's what the Attorney General was referring to, and I'll let her speak for that. But again, when it comes to the FBI and the Department of Justice, they are more than committed to ensuring that bad people are put behind bars. They have an operation going on right now called Summer Heat, which has our murder rate trending in the lowest direction in United States history. Their emphasis on violent crime and locking up violent criminals has led to the arrest of 14,000 violent criminals. That's a 62% increase from the same time period last year. So this Attorney General and the FBI Director are committed to putting bad people behind bars where they belong. They promised an exhaustive review. That's what they did. For any further details, I would refer you to the Department of Justice.
Thanks, Caroline. With Prime Minister Netanyahu visiting the White House today, yesterday the president said that he was working on a more permanent deal with Iran, but several days ago he didn't think one was necessary. What changed?
Well, when you asked me about this, or when you all asked me about this several weeks ago.
White House press briefing continues right now in Washington, D.C., talking about a number of topics. They've covered tariffs, they've covered the Epstein file, and also discussing the flooding in Texas. We learned the president expected to travel there on Friday. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox Local and on YouTube, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. White House press briefing continuing at this hour as we're about to 1:45 right now here in the Eastern time zone. So let's go ahead and listen back in as Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt takes more questions from the White House press corps.
States President Mr. Trump is capable enough to guide the regions toward a peace and a brighter future and put Israel in its place, or it gets more into conflict. Has the president seen these comments, and what's his reaction to these comments?
I'm not sure if he's seen those comments, but certainly I think It's true that the president is the right man for the job to move the direction, this region into the direction of peace and stability for the future. That's what he and his national security team are working on every day, and we've already seen historic achievements in that direction. Go ahead. In the back. Kelly, go ahead.
Great, thank
Sure.
you.
And then in front of you.
A couple questions for you. First,
Y'all need name tag signs.
First question on the flooding in Texas. I know there has been some concern about the timing of the alerts, knowing that they did go out, but the warnings coming out in the wee hours, so while many people were likely sleeping. Can you share just details what you know about why those warnings were sent while people were likely sleeping, and then what the administration is doing to ensure that these alerts come out sooner?
Well, the alerts imminently were sent out before the flood when people were sleeping, because the flood hit in the very early hours of the morning. So people were sleeping in the middle of the night when this flood came. That was an act of God. It's not the administration's fault that the flood hit when it did. But there were early and consistent warnings. And again, the National Weather Service did its job. On July 2nd, there were initial notices of potential weather and flooding risks were issued. On July 3rd, escalating warnings throughout the day with a flood watch issued at 1:18 p.m. And then later at 6:10 p.m. on July 3rd, the Weather Prediction Center warned of excessive rainfall and a high likelihood of flash flooding. At 6:22 p.m. July 3rd, National Weather Center issued a hydraulic warning highlighting considerable flooding risks, including in Kerrville County. And then there were the timely flash flood alerts at 11:41 p.m., 1:14 a.m., and then another flash flood emergency warning issued at 4:03 a.m. just before the flood hit. So those were all of the warnings that went out to the affected area and region. Go ahead.
Question on education funding
Go
for
ahead.
states and local
Appreciate it,
districts.
Caroline. Two questions for you related to the Prime Minister's visit today. Number one, there's a report circulating that the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation provided a proposal to the White House to build these so-called humanitarian transit areas inside and outside of Gaza. The GHF is insistent it has nothing to do with that proposal. Can you shed any light on whether the White House has received such a proposal, and if so, from whom?
I'm unaware if a proposal from the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation was sent to the White House. I haven't seen it, but I can ask our National Security Council.
And also a document circulating that the White House is prepared to lift the Foreign Terrorist Organization designation from HTS, the group of President al-Shara in Syria. Can you confirm that that's taking place?
Again, I haven't heard that, or I'm not aware of that action taking place. As you know, we did lift particular sanctions on Syria, but we did leave them on for particular terrorist groups. If that has changed, we will, of course, let you know if there's a change in policy, but I'm unaware of one at this time. Sure, go ahead.
Me? Hi, Caroline. Thank you. Ahead of
and you can go too, since you're so eager.
Ahead of the president's meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu today, is there a scenario where Israel has made it clear that they will not bring an end to this war until Hamas is decimated? And the president just 5 months ago suggested a potential takeover of Gaza. Is there a situation where tonight the two men will change their posture, and in the scenario that Hamas turns over the remaining hostages, that the war could come to a permanent end, and that they will seek that under that scenario that they would essentially try to bring this war to a permanent end beyond just that 60-day ceasefire?
Again, you're putting a hypothetical situation in the air, so I don't want to comment on that out of respect for these ongoing negotiations and discussions that are taking place. But as for the takeover of Gaza, I don't believe the president ever said that. I think he discussed a rebuilding of Gaza once this war is over. This has become an uninhabitable place for human beings, and the president has a big heart. He wants this to be a prosperous, safe part of the region where people and families can thrive, and there will be a need for a real rebuilding effort when the time comes. But right now we need to end this war, and we need to bring all of the hostages home. The president is adamant about that.
The war tonight?
Look, again, I will let the president speak for himself later if he decides to comment on the details of the agreement, but out of respect for the discussions, I won't do that from the podium. Go ahead.
So Congressman Lawler and Gottheimer have introduced a bill in Congress, the Bunker Buster Act, that would allow the United States to sell B-2 bombers and bunker buster bombs to Israel. Is that something the president would support?
Well, I don't know if the president's aware of the Bunker Buster Act, but I will ask him and see what his opinion on that is. I'm not sure.
Right, thank you.
Caroline. Thank you, Caroline. Building off of the question earlier about the shooter in Texas who targeted ICE,
Axios reported today, I believe, that Democrat lawmakers were saying their constituents are calling on them to be more violent when they go to ICE facilities, including, I believe, they want them to shed blood, and that they said that Democrat lawmakers should be willing to get shot themselves. Can you respond to that, and do you have concerns that any of these lawmakers might act on the wishes of their constituents?
It's hard to believe anyone with morals in this country or decency would say such a thing. Obviously, the White House condemns that rhetoric, and we condemn violence of any kind. This administration is simply trying to enforce our laws, and we must be a nation of law and order. You cannot simply waltz across our border and live here illegally and expect to stay. We are going to enforce our nation's laws, and the men and women who are doing that are doing so in a respectful way. They are doing so within the confines of the law, and they are just trying to do their jobs. And we condemn any violence or any calls for violence of any kind against any American. Go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. I wanted to ask you if...
I was not calling on you, but you can go ahead. It's fine. There's a lot of people in here today.
President Trump already saw the letter that the Colombian president Gustavo Petro sent him, apologizing for his comments a few weeks ago, suggesting that there was an involvement from the U.S. government in an alleged coup d'etat in Colombia. And Secretary Rubio recalled the U.S. Chargé d'Affaires in Colombia. Did President Trump saw that letter, and what do you think about the comments from President Petro suggesting that the U.S. has some kind of involvement in a coup?
I'm not sure if the president has seen that letter, but I can check with him in the National Security Council. We will get you a response if you follow up with my team. We will find out for you.
Caroline.
Sure, go ahead. Iris, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. Thank you, Caroline. On two topics.
First, I love how excited everyone is on Monday. Yes, Raquel, you can go out.
On two topics. First, tariffs. The president announced last night that any countries aligning themselves with the anti-American policies of BRICS will be charged with an additional 10% tariff. Can you tell us more details on that? What specific policies is the president talking about here? What policies should countries stay away from to avoid being subject to additional tariffs?
Sure. Well, the president feels, generally speaking, that BRICS is seeking to undermine the interests of the United States. It's the president's utmost responsibility to put the interests of the United States first. That's how he views his job as president. So he's going to ensure that America is fairly treated on the world stage, and he'll take any action necessary to prevent countries from taking advantage of the United States and our people. Raquel, go ahead.
On illegal immigrants, Auditor Tom Homan told us this morning that ICE will have to arrest 7,000 illegal immigrants every day for the remainder of this administration to just catch the ones that were let in during the last administration. I'm wondering what the new resources and manpower, of course, given by the Big Beautiful Bill, which of course opens the door for ICE to hire additional 10,000 agents and officers. What's the administration's expectations now for daily arrest numbers going forward in the upcoming months?
Sure. I'll let the Secretary of Homeland Security and her department speak on what they're looking for in terms of daily numbers. What I can tell you is I receive the daily reports each morning, and ICE is out there doing the jobs that they swore an oath to do, and they are removing public safety threats from our communities every day, and our country is becoming a safer place because of their efforts. And the One Big Beautiful Bill that is now law will give significant resources to ICE and Border Patrol to continue the tremendous work that they are already doing. And I think every American who wants to live in a safe neighborhood should be grateful for their efforts.
Thank you,
Raquel, and then I can go to you.
So much.
And then you, Dr. Harper.
Thank you, Caroline. It's a follow-up on the BRICS question. So does President Trump believe that the BRICS are getting stronger or trying to isolate the United States? And how close is he monitoring this summit that is taking place in Brazil right now?
He's closely monitoring it, which is why he put out a statement himself. He does not perceive these countries as growing stronger. He just perceives them as trying to undermine the United States' interests, and that's not okay with him, no matter how strong or weak a country may be. Go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Yes.
As promised, yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Does Trump have a vision for post-war Gaza? You mentioned, he's talking about now the ceasefire. But does he support permanent or temporary Israeli presence in the Gaza Strip? Does he continue to see a continued role for the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation to to continue to operate in the Gaza Strip?
Well, as you know, because we've talked about it before, the president has directed aid to be moved into the region, and that has been taking place. You've actually seen people in the Gaza Strip yelling out, "Thank you, Trump," for the aid and for the meals that they have received, because the previous administration never did that for some reason. But this president, again, wants to see peace and stability in the region. So as I outlined previously, he views this part of the region as having a real chance at being peaceful and prosperous. But again, we need to end this war. We need to get all the hostages home, and Hamas needs to accept this proposal in order to do that. Dr. Harper, go ahead.
I'm Dr. Anthony Harper with the Intermountain Christian News. Thank you for taking my questions. Given the nature of the Palestinian Authority, with their pay to slay, teaching Jew hatred to children, corrupt leaders, and no elections for 19 years, who does President Trump support to govern Area A and Area B to prevent Hamas from ruling? And what is President Trump's position on Israeli sovereignty?
Sure. Well, the president believes Israel, of course, has a right to defend itself. As for the first part of your question, you're getting ahead, Dr. Harper. As I told you, the president wants Hamas to accept this proposal right now. He wants to see peace in this region, and he's committed to doing that. Sean.
Hey, Caroline, can you just please walk us through the decision to halt the supply of weapons to Ukraine at a time when Russia is really hitting Ukrainian cities and civilians? Was that the president who decided that, or did the Pentagon do it without his approval?
No, neither of those things are true. I'm happy to walk you through it. This was a standard review by the Pentagon of all weapons and all aid and all support that the United States is providing all countries and all regions around the world, not just Ukraine. When the Secretary of Defense took office, he directed the Pentagon to conduct this review to ensure that everything that's going out the door aligns with America's interests. So it's a pause to review to ensure that everything the Pentagon is pushing out there is in the best interest of our military and our men and women in uniform. Fran.
Two questions on Israel. You suggested that Hamas is the impediment currently to a ceasefire. So if not a ceasefire deal, then what does the president hope to achieve with tonight's dinner with the prime minister?
Again, you guys are getting around to a lot of hypotheticals. I don't want to get ahead of the president, but there are many other issues to discuss with Prime Minister Netanyahu tonight related to the region and just the entire world. So this will be a dinner to talk about Operation Midnight Hammer, which was incredibly successful, to talk about peace in Gaza and ending that conflict, as well as many other topics of discussion in relation to Israel and the United States.
White House press briefing continuing, ask about a number of topics. We know the Benjamin Netanyahu will be visiting the White House and having dinner with Trump this evening. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. When we come back, we will jump right into Florida Live, so keep it here.
Florida Live starts now.
Good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Wymer. Thanks for joining us this afternoon live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Want to get you straight to Jacksonville here, where Governor Ron DeSantis is still taking questions. Been holding this news conference at an elementary school in Jacksonville, talking about education and talking about a number of topics as he speaks with reporters. So let's go ahead and listen in.
4 or 5 that are on the docket. Once you hit 34, then you write an amendment, and then the states are able to ratify that. You need 3/4. If Elon wanted to weigh in on that and work on those state legislatures, I mean, he would have a monumental impact on doing this. And we also need term limits for members of Congress. And so you can do both of those things. But I think if you did that, all of a sudden, that moves the needle on both of those issues. Under Article 5 of the Constitution, you are going to see major positive changes, but you have to change the incentives and the structures up there, because we've seen it time and time again. You have the rhetoric, same results. You have the rhetoric, same results when it comes to debt. And so this is one way to do it, and it's within our grasp to do it. Florida's already certified both of those. Term limits has really gained a lot of steam over the last couple years. There was only 1 or 2 states that had done it like 5 or 6 years ago. Now you've got a lot more. Balanced budget amendment has been out there for a long time. A lot of people have wanted to do it. That's very close. And if you do those things, then I think you actually have a chance to really change Congress. But as it is now, even if somehow a third party could elect some people that were, so-called fiscal conservative, I don't think it would even move the needle, even if they got elected. And we know that they wouldn't get elected because it's really 1 or 2 parties. So you're either just taking votes away from one side or the other is really how it ends up doing. So, I'm a believer in trying to work this stuff out through the Republican process rather than do that. But I think even more than that, doing these amendments, which are within our grasp, it doesn't require Congress. You can do it through Article 5 and do it through the states. That would have a huge impact on the trajectory of the country. In the late 90s, they were 1 vote away in the U.S. Senate from passing a balanced budget amendment. It would have had to have been ratified by the states, but I think it would have been at the time. Now, we had a budget surplus federally at the time. Just imagine how different our fiscal trajectory would be right now had that balanced budget amendment passed 26, 27 years ago. I mean, we wouldn't be having some of these debates about all the mounting debt. And so we were very close to doing it. And I think because we were in pretty good fiscal shape, I think people just said it was better to not, the swing votes. Well, why tie hands? Things are going well. But had they done that, man, we would be in really good shape. So let's do a balanced budget amendment, tie the hands of the big spenders, term limit them so they can't ensconce themselves in office for decades like Nancy Pelosi. I don't know why. I mean, if she were to run a hedge fund with her stock trades, I mean, man, she would make a lot of money. So why don't we do that? That is achievable, and especially, I mean, if somebody as significant as Elon wants to get in the game on that, he will have I think, very consequential impact on that, and I think would be just the type that could bring this across the finish line. And wouldn't we want to see these guys have some limits on how much damage that they can do? So I think Washington needs to be overruled 100%. I just don't think a third party is going to do it, but I do think these amendments can make a big difference. Okay, thanks everyone. God bless.
Governor Ron DeSantis speaking in Jacksonville. That was a live feed there that as he spoke from an elementary school there, talking about a number of things that he sees as successes when it comes to Florida's role in education. You saw the placard on the podium there that said, Florida, the education state. What he was talking about at the end there, he was asked about Elon Musk saying that he wanted to create a third party. And we'll see where that goes. You heard the governor's response to that. So we will likely hear a little bit more from the governor coming up a little bit later in the show. But we do appreciate you joining us this afternoon here on Florida Live, and we still have a lot to get to over this next hour. Coming up in about 35 minutes or so, we're going to be talking about some mainstays at Magic Kingdom. that are officially closing for good. We're talking Tom Sawyer Island, Rivers of America. Big changes coming to Magic Kingdom, and that work actually getting underway today. Now that Tom Sawyer Island has come to a close. So we will talk with a couple of our theme park experts about that coming up in just a little bit. Governor DeSantis talking to education in Jacksonville. We heard him answer a couple of questions from reporters there just a minute ago. In our Tampa Connection, we're going to learn about some Florida nonprofits who are responding to this devastating flooding in Texas. If you were watching us here on Fox Local Orlando, we've had a lot of coverage of that throughout the day, earlier with that briefing in Kerr County, Texas. Also a White House press briefing just a little bit ago that wrapped up right before 2 o'clock, where we learned the president does plan to visit those affected areas sometime this week, expected to on Friday. But the White House press secretary saying that they will do so as soon as they can when it comes to the not interfering with rescue and recovery efforts that are underway. We know that death toll has risen above 90. That there are still, at last check, 11 campers and 10 campers, one counselor missing, unaccounted for from Camp Mystic. That was just absolutely devastated as well. So seeing those images from Central Texas is heartbreaking, and that story continuing to develop. But some nonprofits here in Florida are jumping in to help, and we'll have more on that coming up in just a little bit. We also will have an update from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement reopening a high-profile missing woman case. This is the case of Jennifer Kesse, that there's been some new information, some new details, and that case is officially back open. We'll have more on that coming up in just a little bit as well. We are going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Wymer. Thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon live on Fox Local and on YouTube. It is time now for our Tampa Connection. For that, we go to Fox 13 news anchor Linda Hurtado. And Linda, we appreciate you joining us this afternoon.
But if the
Good to see you again, Garrett. Eyes are on what's going on in Texas, and that horrific story about in the flooding and the loss of lives. Well, there is actually a Tampa tie, an organization that helps rescue folks called Project Dynamo, and volunteers. They're a nonprofit, so volunteers at this nonprofit are on the ground in Texas, where catastrophic flooding has taken, as you know, dozens of lives. Project Dynamo was founded by combat veterans. and is dedicated to rescue missions and humanitarian aid around the world. So this nonprofit has a second headquarters in Texas, allowing for volunteers to quickly reach the Kerr County, where the Guadalupe River rose 26 feet in just 45 minutes in the early morning hours on Friday. The swift rise washed away homes and vehicles, and at last count, more than 850 people have been rescued from floodwaters. Wow. Sadly, more than 80 deaths have also been reported, and 10 girls who were attending a summer camp remain unaccounted for. Fox 13 spoke with Project Dynamo Operations Director Mike Dinesman about the devastation he's seeing in that county.
It's like there's no infrastructure. It's all just torn away. There are some places where the roads are torn up, that the road's still there, but all the, the tarmac, the black street is all pulled up and just strewn all over the place. There's some where there's some washout where, there's a culvert or whatever, and the culvert washed out and the water rushed over the top and washed the road away. And then there's a lot of people who perished. And so it's as bad, I would say, as what we saw, not as widespread, but as bad as what we saw in North Carolina in the Burnsville area.
Boy, you can just hear the sadness in his voice, right? He says he worked quickly to assemble a team to help with search and rescue efforts, and he's getting help from a nearby ranch where volunteers are staging now. He also says the organization is using lessons learned from their response to the flooding caused by Helene in North Carolina last year, and that includes using horses to help navigate the flooded areas.
Horses can get places where nobody else can get, where it's difficult for motorcycles or side-by-sides or trucks. A horse can get in fairly well. So we're looking at mobilizing, so through the Special Forces Association in San Antonio and the U.S. Army Ranger Association in San Antonio, I have access to like a few hundred guys who all, military veterans.
Late last night, Project Dynamo posted on its Facebook page about the team that's on the ground in Texas, writing in part, quote, "They are trained to navigate complex, high-risk environments and bring people to safety when seconds count. We've executed successful flood rescue missions before, and now we are in Texas, where they need us most." Godspeed to all of those folks on the ground right now as they continue that search and rescue effort. So, Garrett, you would think by now it's pretty obvious to folks that you don't say the word bomb at all when you're at an airport or on a flight, right? But we had another incident here, an Allegiant flight bomb threat. So a reported bomb threat caused a flight with Allegiant Air to turn around after taking off from the St. Pete Clearwater International Airport. The Pinellas County Sheriff's Office says 27-year-old Taj Taylor, a passenger on Allegiant Flight 1023 to Roanoke, Virginia, told another passenger shortly after 2 p.m. yesterday that his laptop was a bomb. That passenger immediately notified flight attendants, and deputies said several other witnesses also heard Taylor make the statement. So the plane turned around and went back to the airport, where the Sheriff's Office canines searched Taylor's belongings. No bomb was found. Airport operations were back to normal by late afternoon. Detectives arrested Taylor and took him to the Pinellas County Jail, and the FBI has now taken the lead in this investigation. So a man's life was saved on a beach in our area. A Zephyr Hills man celebrating life after he went into cardiac arrest on a Florida beach, and Good Samaritans saved his life. Bruce and Tiffany Brown say they went to Palm Beach County for just a quick one-night getaway with family, and they were going to spend the day at the beach on June 25th. But their trip took a turn when Bruce went into cardiac arrest. So strangers jumped in, including a man who was trained in first aid while serving in the Navy, along with a doctor and a nurse. They performed CPR on Bruce for about 45 minutes. They lost his pulse 3 times, but someone eventually found an AED on the beach and revived him. Look at that picture. Wow. By then, first responders arrived and rushed Bruce to the hospital. Tiffany says her 71-year-old husband's situation was still dire.
2 different doctors came in and told us he probably didn't have 24 hours to live, especially with the situation and his age. They just said it's very likely that he won't make it. Mm-hmm. And so we called family to start traveling from Texas and Scotland and everywhere. And the miraculous thing is the next day by 11 a.m. So this all happened. I think the first 911 call was made at 1:30 in the afternoon on Wednesday. Thursday morning by 11 a.m. they were removing the vent, which is just miraculous.
It's kind of a, it was no bright light, no heaven, but it's just kind of like a gray scale, and it's kind of like there's a slippery slope, but there were steps going up. So it's just kind of like your choice now. Are you going to go back, or are you going to start moving forward? Like it's kind of like, get your moving, and because now time is limited.
Wow. Well, Bruce, as you saw, pulled through, and the people who saved his life visited him in the hospital until his release last Thursday. Both Bruce and Tiffany are involved in ministry and met at a Bible study before getting married 23 years ago, and they credit their faith for helping Bruce survive.
As Christians, we feel like God ordered the steps that day. He knew exactly what was going to happen, and he placed the right people there. And it was kind of even hearing, like Dr. Vinny, they hadn't really planned on going. It was kind of a last minute thing, and just that the right people were at the right place at the right time. And yes, Bruce suffered. We all suffered a little bit through it.
Mm-hmm.
It was so tragic, but it's already changing lives. And so if God wants to use something like that through Bruce to change lives and bring awareness, he's all for it.
Yeah, well, Bruce says that he's still tired and is coughing occasionally as he recovers from cardiac arrest and the chest compressions performed on him. Overall, though, he says he is just grateful to be alive. And Garrett, boy, we have two stories here where our veterans just really stepped up to help people that were in crisis situations. So kudos to them, and thank them for their service.
Yeah, absolutely. Need more people like that. I think that's a good point. Fox 13 News anchor Linda Hurtado, we appreciate you joining us for our Tampa Connection.
Good to see you, Garrett.
Good to see you. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Nearly 2 decades after Jennifer Kesse vanished from her apartment complex in Orlando, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement has officially reopened the case into her disappearance. So FDLE took over this case back in November of 2022, and last month they said that new DNA evidence narrowed down their persons of interest in this case. Drew Kessie is Jennifer's father. He has been outspoken for years now about wanting answers in this and needing answers in the disappearance of his daughter. He spoke earlier today with Fox 35's Marie Ettinger, They talked about the family's work with investigators who helped present this case to FDLE and where things stand now.
It's what we've been, working towards in the direction, at least. We've been saying it for almost 19 years that if you work the case, good things will happen. And unfortunately, it took about 17 years for that to actually happen. But, we're very thankful that it's at this point now, and we are hopeful that they will continue with positive direction they're going in. They seem to be positive themselves. So.
What keeps you keeping up this fight after all this time? Still trying to find any new evidence that you can? You still are gathering people to help out with that same cause? What keeps you going?
Joyce and I have unconditional love for Jennifer and our children. I don't think we know another way. I don't know another way as a father that it should be. Joyce and I created Jennifer. We nurtured her, educated her. She got to 24 years old before the tragedy happened. And that's a lot of time to have with a daughter as a parent. So although we didn't get to do that, a lot of adult life stuff, how could I sit on the sideline? I'll never stop until I stop breathing, ever.
How did you find the group that's been helping you? There's a group of 13 people who've been assisting with the case. Can you tell me about that?
Sure. I guess about maybe 4 or 5 years ago now, I was approached by a retired detective out of Tampa and said that he and a group of his buddies that were in law enforcement and retired wanted to still do good. And they had been reading about Jennifer's case as well as others, and approached us if they could take a look at the case and maybe help us try and go in the proper direction, in which they did. They worked very hard on the case for 2 years and truly came up with the things we sat in front of FDLE and presented and said, hey, this is what we found. And it was good because the people in the room on my side knew the people in the room on the other side. They've all worked together before in some fashion or form. So it was good in that respect, but it was just honestly people wanting to help people that had the ability and the knowledge to do so.
I hate to bring you back to such an awful time in your life, and I know it's been a while, but I was wondering if you could walk me through what it was like when this first happened and when you're trying to get investigators to take it seriously and it seems like they really just weren't. Can you tell me about that?
Yeah, it's the ultimate frustration, I guess, you could have in one's life when people aren't listening to you. And on one level, not on when you're going through it, you don't understand, but on one level you understand it because they probably have a lot of calls. And in the past, there was no policies or procedures if someone goes missing. But when you know about your daughter and you know something is wrong and law enforcement comes in and literally kind of just shrugs their shoulders and says, oh, well, yeah, she'll be back and walk out. No, we knew immediately something was wrong, knowing Jennifer and what was happening. So as soon as we took off from Orlando, from where we live in Bradenton, we were calling jails. We were calling hospitals continuously. Maybe she's in the hospital and nobody knows. Maybe she got arrested and she didn't get her phone call yet. Whatever. So, and all the friends. It's very, my hair is standing up right now. I got to be honest with you. You don't know what to do. And you do know what to do, and you can't do it fast enough. And you hope the people that truly count understand what knows what to be done. And unfortunately, in Jennifer's case, that just wasn't the case. So we have to live with what we have, and we have to try and build on that. And we've been able to do that by first getting the files, going to court and getting the files so we can see what they had, and then moving forward from that. And getting the files did all the change in the world with my people. So we were able to get authorities to listen to us and then take it on themselves. And from that, look at what we have. We have very positive information coming out.
I just was wondering about how things have changed over the years for you, like how how you're feeling now versus 5 years ago versus 5 years before that.
Yeah, it gets, I'll always keep going, period. I'll always have energy. I'm like a horse until you just plop over and die. I'll always keep going. However, at first, for the first 10 years, I pounded my head against the wall hard. I don't care who you were, you're going to listen to me. And they did. I mean, at least they listened if something got done, no. But then everything takes a toll on you because, all of a sudden, at least in my case, you start to lose your job, you start to lose your friends, then you lose your home, then you lose the rest of the money that you have, unless your loved one is found. And it's a result of a long-term missing case. It beats you down. We have people we can't talk to anymore in law enforcement because they've passed on. People retire. People move away. It's very difficult. So when you're pounding your head against the wall in the first 5 or 10 years, you have to learn different ways to pound your head against the wall and work less with more results. And I think just over the years, the people who you have contacted, the people who would listen to you, the people who you've worked with understand who we are and want a good outcome. But, I'm run down now. I have to be honest with you. I'm retired. I'm run down. I've gone through cancer twice. Everything, it's human life. So when the fight needs to be fought, oh boy, don't step in my way. To this day, don't step in my way. But you have to conserve because, we started 20 years ago. I was 48 years old when I started the journey for Jennifer. And, I'm going on my 69th now, and you get old. So you have to reserve yourself and you have to work smarter instead of just pounding your head. But pounding your head against the wall worked. So, if you have to be mean, rude, and crude, that's what you got to do. So I just simply want to know where my daughter is. And then we'll go away. It's okay. And we'll leave the authorities to do what they need to do because I can't do anything about that. If I could, I would. So.
I mean, what would you want people to know about Jennifer? Like, since the story is about her, what should we say?
We truly believe to this day, and I think authorities believe to this day, that Jennifer was doing nothing but going about her regular, beautiful life. She had everything going for her at the time. She had just bought a brand new condo. She was in a great relationship. It was moving forward. She had a great job. She loved her family. She was just really, truly beginning life as we know it, just a couple of years out of college. So I want people to know that you're not wasting your time. If you were in Orlando at the time and you have to think back, or you do know something to this day, we know people know something. If you know something, just come forward. It's okay. I mean, it's just simply okay. But Jennifer didn't deserve this on any level. Our family didn't deserve this on any level. And we just simply need you, the public, because honestly, a large percentage of these cases do get solved by the public stepping forward. We still need you. Even 20 years later, we need you. We have kids contact us that I was 5 years old and my mom brought me to the search. And now I'm 25 and I'm still living there. They can help us, so, but we do get leads every week still, and we thank you for that. We still need leads because one day one's going to count.
After all this time, still searching for answers, and we certainly hope that with this case being reopened, that they might finally get those answers. We're going to take a break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Wymer. Thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We are more than a month in now to the Atlantic hurricane season. I've already had 3 named storms, I guess. Thankfully, none that have impacted us here in Florida, but preparations and all of those kinds of conversations continue to happen at a number of different levels. In Washington, D.C. today, the Federal Communications Commission, the FCC, held a roundtable discussion about power and about communications outages, that infrastructure, all the work that goes into restoring those outages after the storm, how to prevent some of those, how to minimize the disruptions, and a lot of things like that. So they had 3 different panel discussions focusing on several different aspects of them. We also heard from, at one point in the 3rd panel discussion, talking about speeding up the recovery and restoration of these outages, minimizing damage to infrastructure as well during storms. We heard from officials with the Florida Division of Emergency Management. So I want to play for you a little bit from that meeting this afternoon at the roundtable discussion, as we heard from officials talk about minimizing disruptions from power and communications outages in the aftermath of hurricanes.
So I think from my side, when I took over in 21, the ESF2 co-lead and SWIC position, everybody told me the worst thing everybody's going to complain about is communications after a disaster. And, we really hadn't had a hurricane at that point since Hurricane Michael, so Hurricane Ian happened. And one of the things that had been talked about in the state was moving to strike team mentality. Instead of attaching COM-Ls and COM-Ts to IMT teams, we moved to a strike team mentality. And what that gives us is the ability to be fast thinking. So as soon as USAR is mounting up to ride in, as soon as winds die down, we're sending communication strike teams in to figure out what's going on. We're not waiting for counties or for municipalities to tell us what their issues are. We're already scanning the air, figuring out what their issues are, knowing what they had before and what they don't have now. Those have been huge huge changes for us that have helped us get ahead of the issues because we know what they are. It goes back to, if we're not told what the issues are, then we can't fix the issues. Finding out 3-4 days later that a tower fell down because a county doesn't want to have the hard conversation. When we have tools in place that are 2 counties over and teams waiting to work. But it's having those hard conversations. It's using my local liaisons. It's being much like Denison is with our ESF-12. We literally share a wall with them. So we're always in conversation with them. We're seeing them as we're passing in and out during events. It's working with Nicole and her team from T-Mobile and AT&T and FirstNet and Verizon. It's just maintaining those constant dialogues during the events that let us be successful. And things are going to fall through the cracks, but it's when we find them, how fast can we address that issue?
Kathleen, you also have, you would like to chime in?
Yes, yeah. So this is just quick. Another light lift suggestion is just the FCC has their debris clearing notice that came out in the spring, and I think ensuring really wide distribution of that notice can help a lot, making sure the people at the local level have that, it's on their mind, because it can really help avoiding fiber cuts and cuts to other important wires.
Sure.
Hey, George.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm going to circle back again. Hey, when the strike teams were mentioned, that reminded me of something else too. Another value in knowing those critical sites up front is we're also taking a find and fix approach. I mean, Patrick talked about assessment, and we certainly do assessment, but assessment can take hours, if not days, depending on the severity of a storm. So if we know those critical locations ahead of time, and we've got people assigned to circuits as they do a find and fix approach, there's a good chance we can get those things back on prior to what we would have if we completed the entire assessment.
So I see the consistency here, the message that we need to get everything planned, accordingly, and identify those key infrastructures. Before we hop off, the recovery, the preparation part, and we start with the recovery, I want to ask one last question about about this, about preparation. And I'm going to ask Patrick, Jeff McKnight, and Nicole to chime in here. What advice do you have for emergency managers looking to take action to prepare for hurricanes? And we will start with Patrick.
I'll go ahead and start. So as already mentioned, obviously we're a month into hurricane season. We did have some members of the media reach out to APPA to sort of talk to us about, how we started to prepare for this hurricane season, anything different. And our answer to them is that the start of our preparedness action took place during last hurricane season. We would have daily calls when activated to identify any impediments to the restoration process. We have these calls with our mutual aid coordinators in each of the states. They tell us how the restoration is going, outage numbers, where there are problems, what issues need to be addressed. We then get on the phone with our partners at EEI and NRECA, with DOE, in the role as the ESF 12 rep in the National Response Coordination Center at FEMA. So basically, as we go through that process, we are identifying limiting factors, issues that are taking place during the restoration, and we compile those, discuss those in a quick after action after the storms. And then last December, what we did was we got our state coordinators together in Atlanta, Georgia, and did a hot wash just for hurricane season. Went through all of those impediments that we saw, identified action items to address those issues, and began working on them right away. So again, our preparation, I guess the one thing I would say is that there's never really a stop and start to that process. You're always in that, looking for ways to improve, to get better, and that's exactly what we did with hurricane season last year.
Nicole?
Again, just echoing and highlighting that need for coordination and collaboration and preparation and planning together ahead of the storm, and then when that event happens, bringing us into those emergency operations centers to work alongside you, to understand what those priorities are in your community. We talk about needing to understand where public safety is operating, standing up unified command posts or incident command posts, which hospitals are taking surges of patients, where those reunification sites are, what those priorities are for our other stakeholders, for power, for other critical infrastructure. So much of that collaboration is done in emergency operations centers, shoulder to shoulder, versus sending text and calls, trying to get that information so that we can prioritize it. So ahead of hurricane season, really encouraging those ESF2 and our emergency operations centers to provide a forum and a seat for us to work alongside each other during these events. Also planning for the worst case scenario. We have to plan for that worst case scenario. It's not a matter of if, it's when. Having a PACE communication plan, this was talked about in an earlier panel, a primary, alternate, contingent, and emergency communications plans. There may be disruptions, there may be degradation in service, so you must have a plan. That primary plan, and go through each one of those steps. Practice those plans, exercise those plans, and make sure that you're going through each one of those cycles so that becomes muscle memory for when that event actually occurs. CISA's website has a lot of great information too on how to develop a PACE communications plan. And again, encourage all of the emergency operations centers and our public safety folks to bring these stakeholders into your exercises, having us be part of those tabletop and full-scale exercises again to work on these things ahead of a storm.
I think exercise and practice the PACE plans is spot on. I would also tell you that if you deal with areas along the Gulf and Florida and stuff that are used to these storms, those are very well thought out, well documented procedures. But if you're an emergency management center in a smaller municipality, an event's coming to you. It's just a matter of when. And so don't think that it's not going to hit you, and be prepared for that.
We'll be right back right after this break here on Fox Local and on YouTube. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. A couple of Magic Kingdom mainstays are now closed. We want to bring in a couple of our theme park experts, Theron White, the lead publisher of EYNTK.info, and Drew Smith. You know him as Drew the Disney Dude. We've been talking about this for a while now, and the day is finally here. We're going to go ahead and bring in Theron, who is actually out at Disney right now, joining us live now via Zoom. And Theron, I know this is a day that some people have dreaded, but we now know that Tom Sawyer Island and the Rivers of America are closed at Magic Kingdom.
That is correct. You can no longer go on the Liberty Bell. You can no longer cross over to Tom Sawyer Island. There is still water currently in the Rivers of America. So if you just like the view, in that instance, you can definitely still enjoy it. But a majority of the attractions there themselves are going to be closed.
And I know I'm going to show some video that you sent us from just a little bit ago. Talk to us about what you saw out there today, because it seems like they wasted no time in kind of getting to work out there.
Yeah, that is one thing I am really, really happy to see. You know, whether you're a fan of losing this area and you're ready for the next thing, or if you didn't want to lose it at all, one thing you can respect is that Disney has started working on it instantaneously. So it's not just Tom Sawyer Island. You can see there on camera, they started moving the Walt Disney World Railroad into the shuttle mode, where it now goes in between the Storybook Circus up into Main Street and back. It goes back and forth all day, and you can stay and sit on there and still just go back and forth if you'd like. But then over at Tom Sawyer Island and the Rivers of America, we can see construction instantaneously. I was looking over there today, and you could see people moving stuff already. They were picking up equipment. I don't know exactly what it was, but they were picking up stuff and getting it prepared. There was boats going around, and there was at least 20 or 30 people on the island from what it looked like. We saw a lot of work going around there. So I'm happy to see that Disney said, look, if we're closing this, we're getting to work instantly.
Drew, I want you to weigh in here because I know, and we'll talk about what's on the way here in a minute. But I just talk a little bit about what the draw was to Tom Sawyer Island and to the Rivers of America.
Personally, I always viewed it as an escape from the chaos of Magic Kingdom with all the attractions and just how much is going on at that park. This was my favorite part of Magic Kingdom, so if I seem a little out of it today, it's honestly because I am. I've been pretty sad to see this area go, and it's kind of surreal now to read, you know, the headline you guys had on screen of it being closed. Like it's going to take a little while for me to kind of accept that this is permanently gone. But to answer your question, like I said, it was an escape, and how naturally beautiful it was, even though it's an area that was man-made, if that makes sense. Like the fact that you could walk into Magic Kingdom, and on one side of the park you can go on an incredible roller coaster like Tron, and on the other side you have a riverboat that takes you on a 17-minute long journey through American history with an Indian village, and just the sounds and the sights. It was so stunning, and it was relaxing, and just the fact that it lasted so long, I think, is something that I'm so happy that it was here for almost 54 years and that I got to experience it so many times is something I'll forever be grateful for. But last night was a very emotional night. There was hundreds of guests and cast members lined up along the Rivers of America waving goodbye to the Liberty Bell. She took her final lap around the park. So very, very sad to see this go. But like you said, exciting things on the horizon.
What do you think Magic Kingdom loses by kind of losing that area, like you said, of escape and kind of some tranquility among all the busyness of the rest of the park?
Yeah, I feel like it's almost a sense of like the Disney difference, where I feel like the parks can almost become too optimized for the attraction lineup, if that makes sense. Like when I'm thinking about losing Tom Sawyer Island and the Rivers of America, on one hand, I can totally understand that this new Cars area coming is going to be an objective upgrade for the park, for the general family, and just the fact that I think Theron said it best recently, where you're putting a national park in the middle of Magic Kingdom. Like it's going to be stunning. There's no denying it. I have a lot of optimism for this project. But the fact that we're losing a riverboat in the middle of the most visited theme park in the world, and this island that was kind of like a time capsule where you could just walk around through caves and a fort and these walkways that like are dangerous, or were dangerous, I should say. It was just so magical, and it was this perfect time capsule of something from the 70s. And that's why I loved it so much, is because it felt like it was from the 70s. It was so classic Disney. So I really hope that they can capture that lightning in a bottle again with this new Cars area, with all the rivers, the geysers, the waterfalls, all the kineticism.
Speaking of Lightning McQueen and Cars, they are certainly going to be coming to that area. Theron, kind of walk us through what we know about this Piston Peak National Park.
Yeah, Piston Peak National Park, I think is something that could be really, really exciting. And if well done, could be an amazing addition to the park. I emphasize on the word well done. I think that's the thing that a lot of us are waiting to see exactly how it's going to be. Like Drew said, this is something we had from the 1970s, and I hope that they can kind of pull some of that, some of those trails and stuff into it. When we look at the most recently released concept art, what I see is riverways, I see water, I see walkways and geysers and stuff like that. We know that there's going to be one big main attraction, which is going to be kind of like an off-road rally. And then we know there's a secondary kids attraction, which Disney really hasn't given a lot of details for yet. But they have talked specifically about walking trails. They've talked specifically about water. And then we do know there's going to be this one big main attraction that's going to kind of be the centerpiece of it. And then, of course, that secondary kids area. I think, like Drew was saying, if they can bottle up that magic of kind of just the whimsy of walking around, that was such a nice part of Tom Sawyer Island and something we see very rarely in a couple of other theme parks here in the Orlando area. If they can make those walkways right and really kind of have those areas that you can explore, the Jurassic Park area that Universal has at Universal Islands of Adventure is one of those few areas that is now left. I hope Disney can kind of rebuild that from Tom Sawyer Island and place that here in the middle of Piston Peak National Park.
How important do you think that is to do? Because we've seen the reaction from a lot of folks who say that getting rid of that Tom Sawyer Island and the Rivers of America in its current form is a mistake. So do you think that's important to incorporate some of those features into this new area?
I think it's vitally important. I think that's something we have seen that people really, really love. Tom Sawyer Island wasn't just this area to escape, and that was a great opportunity for it, but there were spots for kids to just be kids and run around. Look, I love an e-ticket attraction. I love a roller coaster. I love being immersed. But sometimes you just need a ride that's not the most popular thing. Sometimes you need an area that not every person's going to go to. And that's what Tom Sawyer Island really offered. And I think that's something we've even seen success at Disney's competitor down the street, Universal Epic Universe. We've seen some of those playgrounds added in, like for the Isle of Birth, and spots that people can walk around that might not always be as popular. I think what Disney's lined up here with this concept art is that they do recognize that and that they know there needs to be areas that not every single human being needs to visit during that day. And hopefully that's what they're leaning into. I think that is important. I think people can really, really love that. And I think sometimes an area to escape, even if it's going to be more busy like this when it's themed to cars, I think that's vitally important to giving people a space to breathe.
Drew, I want to get your opinion here because we also know that Rivers of America is also going to be, partially used for Villains Land as well.
Yeah, I think that honestly, this is my biggest thing that I think that has been missed with the entire development of this since it was announced at D23 last August. Disney has talked so much about Cars in Frontierland, Cars replacing Rivers of America, but it's also the world's first and only Disney Villains themed land, which has been talked about for like 20 years now. And we're finally getting that. And that's going to be sitting on the back half of where that Indian village and that area around it was on the Rivers of America. So I think that I've seen so much talk about Cars is replacing the river, but like people need to remember that a Villains Land is coming here too with two major attractions, probably a roller coaster and some sort of indoor e-ticket ride. So I just think that when you're looking at this from a full picture perspective, when you have 4 new attractions, the general family is going to love this, and it's going to make Magic Kingdom so unique. So, well, subjectively, I am very sad to see this area go. And like I said, I've been feeling very sad today, and I'm not in my upbeat mood like I normally am. If I'm looking at it through a general family visiting Walt Disney World and seeing how much fun they're going to have with characters that their kids recognize with Cars, and then maybe taking it a little more ominous with Villains just right next door next to Haunted Mansion, how do you say no to that? And that's why Disney made this decision.
Big changes on the horizon in the future, and that starts with the work that we're already seeing being done today with those crews out at Tom Sawyer Island and Rivers of America. Drew Smith, Drew the Disney Dude, and Theron White, lead publisher of EYNTK.info. We appreciate y'all joining us this afternoon here on Florida Live. And we are going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Here is a live look at the Kia Center, home of the Orlando Magic. We've seen some rain fallen in the last little bit there. And earlier today, we also heard from Jeff Weltman, the Orlando Magic president of basketball operations, speaking after a summer league practice, where we also heard from some of the new additions to the Orlando Magic, including Tyus Jones, a new guard, free agent guard that was just signed, and some of the recent draft picks as well. Here's Jeff Weltman just a little bit ago.
To start off, we just spoke with one of your free agent acquisitions. What stood out to you about Tyus and fitting him into this team's offseason play?
Well, one of our stated goals was to add skill, playmaking, shooting, obviously, and Tyus has carved a niche for himself. I think he's led the league in assist-turnover ratio for the last 6 years. He's a career 38% three-point shooter. I think 41 for the last couple seasons. And more than that, just has a league-wide reputation of being just a stellar person in the locker room, off the court, in the community, and I think his leadership will be have an impact on our team in addition to everything that he's going to bring to bear on the court. So we're really excited to add him.
How gratifying is it to know that you got a veteran guard out there who has options, but he wants to come to a place like this that is clearly on the ascent?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny, when we talk about free agency, I think there's this whole kind of concept of, the Magic should go get this guy or this team should go get that guy. There are a lot more teams than there are players. And it's really not who the teams want, it's who the players want. And so, I'm just very happy that Tyus chose us. He had a lot of teams chasing him. I think he saw the fit. I think that he understands how he's going to fit into what we're building here, not just on the court, but off it as well. So really excited about it.
How long has Tyus been on your radar, and what was that process like talking to him?
Well, there's a finite number of players in this league that kind of, meet the standards that you're looking for to improve in the areas that you want to improve. And he's obviously one of the guys that does what we were looking for really well. Obviously, it's our job to maintain relationships with agents across the board. And once free agency started, we were able to have good discussions, find out that there was a mutual kind of desire to kind of maybe link arms on this one. And
new addition, Tyus Jones, signed by the Magic, another addition to this upcoming year's squad. So a lot of excitement for that. We appreciate you joining us here on Florida.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon. It is 3 o'clock right now. It has been a busy day today, a lot of live events. We've tried to get you to as many as possible as they happen. One of the things that we were only able to get a portion of live was Governor Ron DeSantis. So he was in Jacksonville earlier today talking about education. He was there with the new education commissioner designate and some other officials as well, talking about what he sees as Florida's successes in education. A placard you'll see in just a minute saying Florida, the education state. So let's go ahead and listen in as I want to play for you the governor's news conference from a little bit ago in Jacksonville as he talks about education.
So some of you may not know him. I can tell you if anyone in Florida wants to run afoul of any of Florida's pro-parent policies, you'll find out who he is very quickly, and he'll be ready. We also have the Duval County School Board Chair, Charlotte Joyce. Thank you. Our principal here at Ocean Way Elementary School, Delania Simpson. Dr. Chris Bernier, Duval County School Superintendent. And we have Antoine Smith, who's a rising sixth grader, and he had just graduated from Ocean Way Elementary School. So he's going to talk a little bit about that. Well, I hope everybody had a good 4th of July and enjoyed. You know, we've stressed in Florida to really lean into the upcoming 250th anniversary for next July 2026. And so a couple days before July 4th, we were in Jefferson County, at the head of that county in Monticello, and we unveiled. So what we're doing is we're actually bringing in, you know, a lot of places around this country for years were tearing down statues, particularly of the Founding Fathers. We believe in putting up statues of the Founding Fathers. And so we did a nice statue that we got. Our Secretary of State, Cord Bird, from here in Jacksonville, he was able to get a Thomas Jefferson statue that we now have unveiled that's in front of the courthouse in Jefferson County, Florida. We previously had unveiled in the Florida Capitol a statue of George Washington that's on loan from Mount Vernon. You actually have to request from the governor of Virginia if you want to do a replica. So we're actually going to do a replica of that because that's eventually going to go back up north. So we'll have a replica of that. And then we have a number of counties in Florida that are named after various founding fathers. So we did the Jefferson. We will do something for Franklin County. We do something for Madison, Hamilton, Monroe, all the way down, you know, in the Florida Keys. Give us an excuse to go down there and enjoy. Pretty good spot. And so and it'll be beyond that. I mean, it's not just going to be those counties, but I do think it's important. We're here in an elementary school. One of the things that we've really stressed in Florida is civics education and making sure that the students that go through our K-12 system are not just blank slates when they get out, that they actually have a foundation of understanding what went into the formation of this country, what are the principles that it was founded on, how those principles been applied and acted on throughout the course of American history, principles reflected in the Declaration of Independence, but then later in the Constitution and Bill of Rights. And we haven't just said that and given lip service to that, because I think a lot of people will give lip service to that, but we've actually put our money where our mouth is. We put a lot of action into developing strong civic standards. And the way I look at it is you're going to have people that graduate from the school system here in Duval County. People will go to our state universities. They'll pursue different paths. Some people may pursue a path right out of high school. Some people may go to college. Some people may go to graduate school. But no matter, everyone will be called upon to exercise the duties and responsibilities of being a citizen of the American Republic. And if we are graduating people and putting folks out there with that that do have good reference points, you know, to understand what went into it, why it's fragile, why you got to continue to fight for it, we're going to be so much better off. And so as part of the budget I just signed into law last week, we were able to continue our momentum with civics education. So we notice, okay, so first of all, you got to embrace it, right? I mean, some places just don't embrace it. I mean, I don't know what kind of civics they teach in like San Francisco, but probably not going to be something that would meet my approval. I don't know. Maybe we'll send Stassi out to San Francisco and he can kind of talk about what Florida's doing. I don't know how much they'd like that. But so, you know, you have to embrace it. But it's one thing to say, okay, you know, we really want an emphasis, you know, you got to take certain courses or have certain things reflected. Yes, but you got to have teachers that really believe in it and are knowledgeable in it. And the reality is, if you go to most colleges and universities now and you really wanted to focus on American founding, civics, all this, honestly, it isn't that great of offerings. A lot of that's considered passé. It doesn't really coincide with the ideological fads that we've seen taking over so many college campuses. I mean, we've obviously fought that in Florida, and I think more successfully than any other state. But the reality is there's a lot of academia. They would never want to talk about the American Revolution or some of this stuff. They would much rather prefer talk about their niche subjects, which really have no application to the real world or anything other than just kind of academic empty calories. But yet that's kind of what's out there. So that, we know that. We understand that. That's just a fact of life. We're trying to change it in Florida. Which is important, and that's why we have things like the Hamilton Center at University of Florida. That's why we've overhauled New College in Sarasota, made that a classical liberal arts college similar to like a Hillsdale College. That's why we have the Adam Smith Center at Florida International University. I think you've had almost every right of center head of state in Latin America, former head of state, has been there. All these guys that have been presidents of these countries go there and talk about. So we've really done. But the reality is where we are. So we created, through the Florida Department of Education, a first of its kind teacher certification civics curriculum. So you can earn a Florida Civic Seal of Excellence credential if you go through this course that we've worked to create, and we've worked with like scholars who actually understand all this stuff, from like Hillsdale College, other places. And if you go through it, you get a $3,000 bonus. So there's an incentive to want to go through it, but it will provide all the intellectual firepower about what went into forming the United States. And it's like July 4th. I did the thing with Jefferson, and we're talking about he wrote the Declaration of Independence, which is obviously it's a big achievement because you can have a great idea, but you have to be able to express that in ways that are going to captivate people and rally people. So he deserves a lot of credit for that. But, he didn't just come up with those ideas. I mean, that was centuries in the making that really informed how the founders viewed this stuff. And so all of that goes into our Civic Seal of Excellence program. And I don't think there's any other program anywhere in the country that offers what we're offering for teachers, and to make sure, and it's not just civics teachers or government teachers. You're an English teacher, you want to do Civic Seal? Yeah, do it. I think that that's important. It informs different things that we see throughout with literature and other things. If you are a history teacher, if you're other teachers, we want people to be able to do it. So we got that funded. We also have speech and debate in Florida. Every county in Florida has speech and debate program. I mean, what was it 5 years ago? It was like 10 or 12 counties had it. So now we've done that. And one of the reasons why you do it, first of all, it's just important, especially in an age where people are always on their phones and doing all that. You need to be able to get up and express yourself verbally. That is important. And it may come in handy later in life, depending on what you do, as long as we can prevent AI from taking over everything. Very, very dangerous, some of the stuff that they're talking about doing. I mean, it's one thing to use technology to enhance the human experience, but it's another thing to have technology supplant the human experience. And we're going to be working in Florida, to develop a coherent approach to this. It's rapidly changing. On the one hand, we can't put our head in the sand and just say we're not going to deal with AI at all, because it is becoming a fact of life. But we can't just turn the reins over to a bunch of tech overlords. That doesn't work. That ultimately isn't going to be what's best. So you have different things with respect to that we're going to really have to start to do. But what we're doing here, I think, and so I mean, I've stressed these things. I think it's really, really important. you're in a position where you're going to be able to really get I think the firepower. No one else is doing this, and so we're happy to be able to lean in on it. Now, that's just one of the things that we've been able to do. The announcement today, I think, is going to be really, really exciting. But before I get into that, we are #1 in higher education 9 years in a row by U.S. News and World Report. And so here we are at elementary school. That's obviously further down the line. But just think about it. The amount, so since I became governor 2019, the amount of in-state tuition that has increased has been zero. Not 1 penny of increase on in-state tuition for our state universities. And the reality is it's harder to get into these universities than it used to be. And so if you get into University of Florida, for example, chances are you're qualifying for a Bright Futures scholarship. So you have zero tuition or maybe 75% off your tuition. So that's something that's very, very important, because I think there have been a lot of mediocre educations offered around the country in recent years that burden people with massive amounts of debt. And the reality is we're showing that it doesn't require massive amounts of debt to be able to get a high quality education. So of all the things that we're doing, we've worked to overhaul and to really, focus. People say, we're creating universities that are, I think one said, the Harvards of the unwoke. So we'll let Harvard do their thing. We'll do our thing. That's fine, like different strokes, right? But I think we're doing it more consistent with the classical mission of higher education. We've been ranked #1 overall, I think 2 of the last 3 years. #1 for education freedom, and #1 for parent involvement in education. So those are all very, very important. They just had this Supreme Court decision saying parents have a right to remove their kids from some of this offending sexualized curriculum, which I think was a great decision. But we made sure that was the case years ago in Florida with signing our Parents' Rights in Education. So we've been ahead of the curve on all these things. Now, I'm not one to think that just simply throwing money at problems necessarily solves it. Sometimes it can. I mean, we had to build a bridge after Hurricane Ian, and so, I didn't wait for the federal government, right? We just funded it. We built it in 3 days, and people could resume their recovery. And so, yes, so sometimes that's what you just need to put the rounds on the target. But in terms of education, we've seen around the country some of the places that spend the most per pupil have some of the worst results. And I think it's because that money is going to feed the bureaucracy more than it's going to feed student achievement and student success. And so the budget I signed is a record amount of per pupil funding for Florida. And I'm proud of that, but I also understand that in and of itself is not a silver bullet. One of the Florida, we're excited about that. Now, that's all well and good, and especially when you talk about funding. But how does that translate into results? Because that ultimately is what matters, is the results. And so we now have the data for both the school grades for the academic year as well as our progress monitoring results for what we did. So I'm happy to announce that Florida schools earned improved grades across all school types, including 71% of all graded schools are now earning either an A or a B grade. That's a really big deal. This exceeds our performance last year, in which 64% of schools earned an A or a B grade. In 2025, the number of elementary schools earning an A grade increased by 4 points compared to 24. Number of middle schools receiving A increased by 9 points, and the number of high schools earning an A increased by 10 points year over year. And now in raw numbers, that means nearly 200,000 more students are enrolled in A and B schools in the past academic year than in the previous academic year. So that's some real numbers. And in this past school year, 28 Florida school districts received an A grade, 31 districts received a B, 8 districts C, and no districts received either a D or an F. And I think Duval was A, correct? So Duval's gone from B to A, so congratulations. Now, one of the things that we had to tackle, so you have to have accountability. You have to measure whether students are learning anything. You can't just say you're not going to do that. On the flip side, we had gotten into a situation where so much emphasis was placed on this one end-of-year test. And that was kind of the sole measure of how these schools were doing, how the students were doing. So we had a lot of very good faith concern about that, and people were offering ideas about how maybe we could do it better. So there's some people that just don't want any accountability, and they have different reasons for why they don't want to do it. But of the people that agree, hey, we need to know whether we're actually doing a good job here, how do you measure that? And people had differences of opinion of that. So we did see an issue with so much emphasis being placed on one high-stakes end-of-year test, not only for just teaching to the test, which they would do for like the last couple weeks of the school year, but also if a student does poorly on the end of year test, well, they're in summer when you get the results. So how are you going to remediate that? You really don't have a time during the school year to be able to remediate it. So there were a lot of issues that went into that. So we decided that we would institute reforms and embrace this concept known as progress monitoring. So with progress monitoring, teachers, students, and parents are provided real-time, continuous, actionable assessments at the beginning, middle, and end of the school year to drive student achievement. So, at the beginning of the year, you can kind of measure where they are. Middle of the year, if they're falling short of the progress we expect, you can talk to parents, talk to students, teachers can do something different. Then obviously at the end of the year, we expect to see some improvement by then. And so our progress monitoring testing that has been now going on, so this has now been, is this the third year that we've done it? Now, the first year was kind of a trial run, and so really it's been the last two that have been full throttle. We're continuing to see statewide improvements in grades 3 through 10 in English language arts, reading, writing, and mathematics during this recent school year. In fact, substantial gains were achieved for the second year of the row in this past school year with improvements in every single statewide assessment. Performance for grades 3 through 10 in English language arts increased by 21 percentage points from the beginning of the school year till the end of the school year, with 57% of students scoring on grade level or above by the end of the school year, compared to just 36% in the beginning of the school year. Student performance on English language arts for those grades increased by 4 percentage points year over year, and by 8 percentage points during our first year of progress monitoring. So that means almost 1 million students scored at or above grade level in 2025, an increase of 114,000 students over the 22-23 school year. Performance for grades 3 to 8 mathematics increased by 44 percentage points from the beginning of the school year to the end of the school year, with almost 60% scoring on grade level or above at the end of the school year, compared with just 15% in the beginning. In 2024-25, student performance on math for grades 3 through 8 increased by 3% year over year and by 6% 2 years compared to now. So that means 660,000 students scored at or above grade level in 2025, and that's an increase of almost 51,000 students over the 22-23 school year. And so when we look at all mathematics assessments, including high school level end of course exams, we had 926,000 students scoring at or above grade level. And again, that's an increase of about 100,000 students since the 22-2023 school year. So we believe in innovating. We believe adapting to changing circumstances. I think the progress monitoring has led to better student performance and better student achievement. There's always things that we're looking to do to improve, and if there's policies that we need to implement at the state level, either through the education department, or if we need to go to the legislature to seek reforms, we won't hesitate to do so. But I know that there was a lot of relief when we did progress monitoring, because I think people had grown frustrated with the end of year high stakes test. But there was also concern by some, well, is this actually going to measure? Are we still going to have high standards? And I think the results thus far have proven that it is accurately measuring, and it is allowing these students to improve throughout the school year. So I want to thank everybody that's been involved in this transition over the last few years. I know a lot of people were happy to see a transition, but it also did require additional work. And so I think parents and students and teachers by and large are happy with the current approach, and we want to keep building off that success. So thanks everyone. It's a great announcement, great data to be getting in. And I want to start bringing up some folks to be able to speak. So we'll start with Stassi, and then we'll go to the Duval.
Well, good afternoon. I'm humbled and honored to be here joining you, Governor DeSantis, with this wonderful announcement. For those who don't know me, my name is Anastasios Kamoutsas. Everybody calls me Stassi for short. And recently I was fortunate to be selected by our State Board of Education to be Florida's next Commissioner of Education. I look forward to hitting the ground running next week at our Teacher of the Year celebration, where we will celebrate the high-quality educators here in Florida. Today's announcement is a direct reflection of their efforts, as well as the hard work of our students and our parents. I also want to thank those who are statewide leading these efforts in our State Board of Education. Today we have with us Esther Bird, Kelly Garcia, and Ben Gibson, who serve on our State Board of Education. And I'd be remiss if I didn't thank the staff at the Department of Education, who works behind the scenes day in and day out to make sure that this data is delivered in real time. Juan Copa, Paul Burns, and Steve Concar, thank you all for your efforts. I also see in the crowd today Superintendent Bernier. Thank you so much for hosting us, my friend, and several school board members, some of which were recently elected. Congratulations, as well as congratulations, yes. As well as some folks who have worked behind the scenes with me for years, April Carney, Charlotte Joyce, now Chair. Congratulations. It's good to see you. Together, thanks to the bold vision of Governor DeSantis, students are receiving an education in an effective learning environment, and the results speak for themselves. Florida students are benefiting from Governor DeSantis' policies. There's no questions about it. In 2022, when the governor signed the bill to establish progress monitoring, we put Florida students on a better pathway to success. With real-time data throughout the year, teachers and parents are able to provide necessary interventions for their students before the end of the school year. This change has been monumental in ensuring that our students have every opportunity to succeed. And the data doesn't lie. The governor gave you the high-level data, but I want to speak about specific groups, like students with disabilities, who increased performance by 4 percentage points over the last year in both English language arts and mathematics, or Hispanic students who increased performance by 3 percentage points over the last year in English language arts and 4 points in mathematics. African American students increased performance by 5 percentage points in both English language arts and mathematics. And students from economically disadvantaged families increased performance by 3 percentage points in both English language arts and mathematics. You are talking about hundreds of thousands of students that are benefiting from these policies that this governor has championed. I also have to give credit to Commissioner Manny Diaz, who was a senator at the time when he championed this legislation. Thank you, Commissioner, for all that you've done over the past 6.5 years for education. Florida students are reaping the benefits of our first-in-the-nation approach to testing because it goes beyond just measurement, student performance at the end of the year. And student success continues to increase on our end-of-the-course exams, as the governor highlighted, but I want to talk about specifically the emphasis on civics and U.S. history, where our students are now at 70% on grade level when it comes to these subject areas. This might be one of the most important subjects we can teach to our students as they grow into adults, and Governor DeSantis has been unrivaled in his support for civics education. Now, school grades. Student assessment is not the only thing we measure in Florida, and it's not the only area in which we're improving. Florida schools are improving across the board, and this is a direct result of the governor's innovative policies and his mandate to school board members and superintendents across the state to bring education back to the basics and focus on student success. Indoctrination, whether it's critical race theory or sexually explicit materials, has no place in Florida schools. This governor has also led a revolution when it comes to school choice. The number of students attending a charter school is now at over 400,000. In 2025, nearly 70% of students attending a charter school are now attending an A-graded charter school. And for school districts, thank you. For school districts, as the governor highlighted, 28 districts earned an A compared to 22 last year. 31 earned a B compared to 26 last year. Duval County is one of those districts that improved from an A to a B, and it's the direct result of the leadership and the educators in this district. Right now, we're standing in one of those school success stories here at Ocean Way Elementary School. Ocean Way Elementary School earned a C last year, but I'm proud to say that Ocean Way is now an A school in the 2025 school year. Florida's leading the way, and our students are benefiting from the visionary leadership of Governor DeSantis. When other states kowtowed to the woke mob, this governor stood up for what was right. He has supported families every step of the way, whether it's tax cuts in the budget, driving workforce education programs.
member, a school board member from another state up north, who was very frustrated, and she was complaining about the lack of choice in her district. The students in her neighborhoods had to attend failing schools. They had to attend D and F schools. They had no other choice unless they took the money out and went to private school. And so at that time, I was just so grateful that I worked for a district, and I lived in a state where we had free education choices for our parents. 1 year ago, the school board hired unanimously Dr. Bernier to lead our district, to oversee the management and the day-to-day operations. His strategic leadership in placing principals in our schools have made all the difference in the world this year. Culture and climate are so important in a school building, and he has put the right leaders in the right places, and we have seen amazing outcomes because of those decisions. I also want to acknowledge and recommend the dynamic duo, is what I call them, our Chief of Schools, Scott Snyder, and our Chief Academic Officer, Paula Renfro. Ms. Renfro has made a concerted effort to align resources to state benchmarks and to ensure students have appropriate tasks and assignments to ensure mastery of those benchmarks. I have enjoyed listening to Mr. Snyder present in our board meetings the instructional review process and how him and his team are in our classrooms every day to support our teachers, not to judge, not to critique, but to say, what do you need? What is it that you need to help our teachers understand the benchmarks and deliver the instruction? So I want to just say thank you for that, your leadership there, Mr. Snyder, and also the leadership playbook that your team has put together this last year. You know, you can't win the Super Bowl if you don't have a good game plan. And Mr. Snyder and his team has led the way in that game plan to improve student outcomes in Duval County. Finally, none of this would be possible without our teachers. They are the boots on the ground. They are the warriors in the classroom. They're in the trenches every day, loving, nurturing, caring, and delivering the instruction. You can have a great commander-in-chief and you can have great generals, but you can't win the war if you don't have the troops in the trenches doing the work. And our teachers have done that, and they have been fantastic for that. I also want to thank our parents for entrusting your children to us. Thank you so much. And we are going to continue to improve, and we're going to continue to get better. And so please, just continue to trust us. Number one, school safety. Number two, academic outcomes. And finally, as the chairman of the school board, not just the chairman of the school board, as a community member, as a parent, and as a grandparent, I am honored to stand up here with the historic news that for the first time in the history of Duval County, we have achieved the school grade of a district grade of an A. Congratulations to everyone.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for being here today to celebrate this meaningful milestone for our school community. It is with great pride and gratitude that I share the exciting news that Ocean Way Elementary has officially moved from a letter grade C to an A. I want to begin by recognizing and thanking our incredible teachers here at Ocean Way Elementary. This success doesn't happen by chance. It is a result of their dedication, passion, and daily commitment to helping every student reach their full potential. They show up each day with purpose, meeting students where they are, and supporting them every step of the way. We know that each child is unique with their own strengths and challenges. More importantly, we see students as individuals, not just data points, but learners that are on their own path towards growth and success. By using targeted interventions through our consistent progress monitoring, we ensure that every student receives the support that they need to thrive. Our approach is intentional and responsive because real growth happens when we pay close attention to how students are doing and adapt our teaching to meet their needs. But this achievement is about more than academics. It reflects who we are. Ocean Way is not just a school, it's a community. It's a community of dedicated educators, hardworking students, and supportive families all working together to create a culture of care and progress and high expectations for our students. This A is more than just a letter grade. It is a reflection of heart and effort and the belief in Ocean Way Elementary. Thank you again to our teachers and staff, families and students for making this moment possible. We accomplished this together and we are just getting started.
Good job.
Hello, my name is Antoine Smith, and I'm going to be speaking for Ocean Way. So this school was very, the motivation for me was the green and grow parties. And once I seen I can get in the green for the green and grow parties, I wanted to do it all the time, get in the green so I could participate in all of them because we get to get game trucks, popsicles, and stuff like that instead of, being in the classroom. Also, my teachers were a big help for me with this because they got a relationship with us, they respected our boundaries, and they made the lesson fun while teaching, not just sitting up there just telling us what to do. They made it fun so we can, and she engaged with us and we engaged with her. And also, PM1 and PM2, it was like a practice for me for the state test. And once I seen I could get in the green on that, I always wanted to stay there.
Where he's on to school next.
And my next chapter is James Weldon Johnson.
All right. Well, good deal on that, and congratulations to Duval County School District for receiving the A grade. Congratulations to the folks here at the elementary school for their good marks. I think the progress monitoring reform was the right reform to do. I think it is providing dividends, but I think we all say, we still have more work to do, so let's get it done. Okay, thank you. Does anyone have any questions back there?
First off, I know it's not on the topic of education, but do you know when construction would begin on Camp Landing?
So the Division of Emergency Management closed the request for productions last week. I don't know if they've gone through and evaluated. I mean, all these projects are competitively bid, so they got to score the projects as they come in, or the vendors. So eventually, I think vendors will be selected, and then at that point, they would be able to do. Now, we're also going to see what the demand signal for this is. We did the Alligator Alcatraz and set that up last week. It was something that DHS, because people have been concerned, why aren't there more deportations? I know Cayenne, wants to see more, right? I mean, it's like you have Biden let in how many millions and millions, just Biden, and we had many millions before that. And so they're like, okay, and what DHS would tell us is, look, we don't have the manpower and the capacity to just be processing and have someone in a bed overnight or whatever before they can be deported. So they asked us for help on that. Now, we're the only state in the country that requires our state and local law enforcement to participate with immigration enforcement. And that's part of the reason why on any given day, the number of arrests of illegal aliens throughout the country, 15 to 20% are just Florida alone. So we're punching way above our weight class on that. And so we said, okay, we'll help. and we have an ability with emergency management to move very quickly. I mean, you remember in Jacksonville when we had the Delta COVID. You remember COVID was 2020, then they had these mRNA shots, and a lot of people took them, and people said if you take it, COVID will be over, and yet you had a massive Delta wave in the summer of 21, even as all this stuff had been out. And so it was like, I mean, it was really going fast too. So, but we did have a treatment, these monoclonal antibodies. And so people were asking, and I'm like, yeah, I'll do it. So we set up clinics. We did the first one in Jacksonville. We ended up sending them all over the state. You know, that saved thousands of lives just by doing that and doing it very quickly. Can you imagine if this were California, it would have taken them 6 months to be able to do any of that. So we move very quickly, and we take pride in that. And so when we had the opportunity to do this, we said, listen, we'll do it if it's going to be something that is actually going to bear dividends. We don't want to do it just to do it. And so DHS basically approved it. So everything we're doing will be reimbursable by the federal government. And so people say, well, Florida should be spending. First of all, when you spend money for this, you save money because you take stress off hospitals, schools, criminal justice, all that. So I don't even want to, enforcing the law ultimately will save money rather than just let lawlessness take over. But we're fronting it, but we are getting reimbursed in it. So we were able to stand it up in about a week. And so they did, I think the day or two after we opened it, when the president was there, they started bringing people. And I can tell you, the reports I've had, some of these people, these are really bad dudes. I mean, and I'm not one to say like, you know, if you're here illegally, you have committed an offense. And I would do no amnesty for anybody. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying, oh, only if you commit serious crime should you be deported. I think the law needs to be enforced. But the reality is some of the people DHS is sending there, they have committed criminal misconduct, and a lot of criminal misconduct that's probably not been even charged because they're just involved in some of this stuff. And so, you know, we need to make sure that they're removed from the country. So DHS is going to be doing that. And so what we want to know is, okay, you know, what's the demand signal for it? You know, we're happy to stand it up, but we want to make sure that it's being used to effectuate the removal of illegal aliens from the country. That's why we're doing this. We're not doing it just for show. We're not doing it just for, it's can you do that? And if you do that, that will pay dividends for people here in the state of Florida. It'd be better for education, it'd be better for healthcare, it'd be better for all these things, better for housing, quite frankly, particularly rental housing. So, and Cayenne knows all this because she's been working on this with us for years. So I think we'll be able to move very quickly if there's the demand signal for that. Now, on the emergency management front, we do have people en route. decimated ICE. He was telling people just come illegally like that. He was inviting people to come to this country. So they were not serious about interior enforcement. So I knew that, and I knew that there were major gaps, and I knew there's no way you were going to be able to fulfill the mission if the states and locals just sat on their hands. So we're happy to do this. I think it's important to finally get this issue right. At the same time, if DHS is able to handle all this themselves, then fine. We don't need any credit for anything. We just want to get the job done. But yes, it'll be reimbursed just like we would do on any time we get reimbursed from the federal government. And people throw around how much it's going to cost. I don't know that those numbers are accurate because I think it depends on how many people end up being processed through and how long this stuff goes. I mean, what we're doing is temporary. We're not going to make permanent sites on these locations. The place down in South Florida, it's this massive airport that's there in the Everglades. There's really, security-wise, it's totally foolproof, but massive slabs of concrete out there. And so, they set up with temporary structures on that, and then they'll break them down and move when it's done. And same with Blanding. Blanding has more permanent structures that can be used for this, but the intent is not to commandeer that indefinitely. The intent is to help the mission, and if the feds have enough space, in 6 months or a year, then great. And then we won't necessarily need to be doing it. But there is a need now. And we're not just going to sit on our hands. And if every state did what Florida's doing, if every state just did a fraction of what Florida's doing, you would see, how much progress would be made very, very quickly. But, we're not used to kind of being out in front of the pack when it comes to a lot of these issues. Yes.
I just want to say what an honor it was to be in the press conference with you a few weeks ago for the property.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, that was good. That was on the west side, right? We were over there. Yeah.
And also, DeSantis, just thank you so much for being such a caring governor and caring about our state of Florida.
Oh, sure.
We live in a great country and just a great
So the property tax is, we're working very hard on this, and if I could just snap my fingers, I would do it. I got to work with the legislature, and we got to get it to where, and then the voters ultimately have to approve it the way Florida's Constitution's structured. So, but I don't think there's any way that the people that you've elected to the Florida legislature are going to be able to look at you in the eye after next session if they haven't put the property tax relief on the ballot for you to be able to adopt as voters. I think people want it. I think it's time. And so this is going to be a big thing for us as we go forward to be able to formulate something that is going to be compelling, and that is also going to be workable. I mean, I look at some of these local governments, particularly like Southern Florida. I've seen how much their budgets have grown over the last 5 years, and when their populations have not grown by that much or even close to that much. And so, but why? Because they got a gusher of revenue because the property values have gone up. The housing market, it goes up and down, right? I mean, like when it goes up, it doesn't just stay going up indefinitely. There's corrections and all this stuff. And I think part of with the interest rates remaining high, I think it's frozen some of these sales in place. But I think if interest rates get cut and interest rates drop, I think you're going to see more inventory turnover. I think you'll see prices probably go down. Interesting, though, they never assess your property lower once they do it a certain amount, right? So if you end up seeing, your house has gone up 100% in the past 4 years or something, if it then goes down 25% over the next 2 years, and I'm not predicting this, but I'm just saying I know things are cyclical, they're not going to all of a sudden downgrade you by 25% and give you a break. No, you're kind of locked into that tax basis, and that's really tough for a lot of people. So, but they got this gusher of revenue, and so they did that. So I think that there's going to be ways. But one of the things we got in the budget, and I want to thank particularly Ben Albritton, the president of the Florida Senate, for supporting this. We have now legal authority to doge all local governments. And so we have done that on the universities, things that we have control over, and then we have allowed local governments to volunteer to be Doge. But the problem is the ones that most need to be Doge are not going to volunteer to be Doge. And so we've had to kind of walk that. But now that we have the authority in there, you're going to see the ability of our guys, as well as chief financial officer staff, to go in there and really be able to demonstrate, I think, some of the inefficiencies. And so it'll just be the situation where, it's one thing to say you pay tax for law enforcement or this, but there's going to be a lot more bloat that people are going to be able to see. And I think they're going to be able to make some very, very good decisions for themselves and their families if given the opportunity. So the Doge authority is now in law. We're already working this week on doing that. And we have had some cooperation from a number of counties throughout the state of Florida, but not the ones that I think really need it more than ever. And so, the thing is like local government is it's an interesting beast, I can tell you. I watch some of this and I'm just like, man, I'm glad I don't have to deal with that. So it's so that's going to be coming, but I think that goes hat in hand with all this stuff. And then we'll also work on the state level, because when they tax your property, they're not sending it to us in Tallahassee. I announced last week, I think, that Florida, since I've been governor, we've more than tripled the state's rainy day fund. So we've now, after I signed the budget, our rainy day fund is maxed out. We're not allowed to put any more money in under our Constitution because we've reached the limit of how much rainy day fund you can have. And which, honestly, there should be a limit, because you don't want to just stockpile endless amounts of cash. You can, cut people's taxes or do that. But people are like, why do you have a rainy day fund if we're having property tax? Your property tax revenue doesn't go to the state for a rainy day or any of that other stuff. That is surpluses that have been generated largely by sales taxes, doc stamp taxes, other types of things that the state of Florida does, not income tax, of course, we don't have, and we just eliminated business rent tax. So that'll be gone, over the next 2 years. I think they're phasing it out, which is the elimination of a state tax, and yet we're still having strong revenue. So the property stuff is not going to fund our surplus, but we are going to be able to provide some support for localities, particularly in the initial years, and especially our rural counties. I'm fine doing that. I think that'll be easy to do. So this is all going to come to a head. We're going to work really, really hard on it, and we'll be probably going around the state doing some stuff to solicit more input from our citizens. But my view on all this, I've been saying it pretty much the last few months as we started debating taxes. I don't want to cut taxes for Canadian tourists. I want to cut property taxes for Florida residents. That's what I want to do. That's where we should focus this. And final thing I'll say is, I've been getting asked about this idea of this Elon Musk political party. And I just want to say, I think Elon Musk has been, one of the most innovative entrepreneurs, not just in our country's history, but probably in world history. And I think he's done a lot. I think he's got a lot more left in the tank, obviously. I appreciated his efforts in the 2024 election. And I've been a big supporter of the idea of the Doge, because the federal government's spending way too much money. We've adopted that in Florida, even though we have a budget surplus and are paying down debt, and we have the second lowest spending per capita of all 50 states, but yet we're still doing it in Florida because you always want to do better. But when Elon was in at Doge, there were grants that had been done that we rejected in Florida. We would call Elon, they would cancel it immediately. We sent over almost $1 billion to where they were able to recover. There were DEI, there was stuff we're not doing. And so there was a lot that was done that was very, very positive. And so I think I've been a big fan of what he's done. The problem is when you do another party, especially if you're running on some of the issues that he talks about, that would end up, if he funds Senate candidates and House candidates in competitive races, that would likely end up meaning the Democrats would win all the competitive Senate and House races. And so, look, I'm a Republican. I don't want to see that happen. I think if you want to, get involved and hold accountable, we do have a problem in the Republican Party with these D.C. congressmen. They always run saying there's out of control spending and they're going to spend less, and they never do it. And so there's a gap between the campaign rhetoric and then the performance. Elon was doing Doge, and a lot of Congress didn't want anything to do with actually adopting the Doge cuts, just like they haven't wanted to adopt the Trump executive orders on immigration and all these other things, which I think you have to adopt in law if you want them to have staying power. So I think there is a lot of frustration with the gap between the rhetoric in their district and the performance once they get into D.C. But the way you do that is expose that in a primary and show that there's another way forward. Honestly, if you're concerned about the debt, I wouldn't even worry about that, because I don't think just electing a few better people is going to change the trajectory. We need the incentives in Washington are going to lead to these outcomes, really regardless of the outcome of elections at this point. So you need to do a balanced budget amendment to the U.S. Constitution, and you can do that through the states. You can do it through Article 5. We've got 28 states that have approved this. There's another 4 or 5 that are on the docket. Once you hit 34, then you write an amendment, and then the states are able to ratify that. You need 3/4. If Elon wanted to weigh in on that and work on those state legislatures, I mean, he would have a monumental impact on doing this. And we also need term limits for members of Congress. And so you can do both of those things. But I think if you did that, all of a sudden, that moves the needle on both of those issues. Under Article 5 of the Constitution, you are going to see major, major positive changes, but you have to change the incentives and the structures up there, because we've seen it time and time again. You have the rhetoric, same results. You have the rhetoric, same results when it comes to debt. And so this is one way to do it, and it's within our grasp to do it. Florida's already certified both of those. Term limits has really gained a lot of steam over the last couple years. There was only 1 or 2 states that had done it like 5 or 6 years ago. Now you've got a lot more. Balanced budget amendment has been out there for a long time. A lot of people have wanted to do it. That's very close. And if you do those things, then I think you actually have a chance to really change Congress. But as it is now, even if somehow a third party could elect some people that were, so-called fiscal conservative, I don't think it would even move the needle, even if they got elected. And we know that they wouldn't get elected because it's really 1 or 2 parties. So you're either just taking votes away from one side or the other is really how it ends up doing. So, I'm a believer in trying to work this stuff out through the Republican process rather than do that. But I think even more than that, doing these amendments, which are within our grasp, it doesn't require Congress. You can do it through Article 5 and do it through the states. That would have a huge impact on the trajectory of the country. In the late 90s, they were 1 vote away in the U.S. Senate from passing a balanced budget amendment. It would have had to have been ratified by the states, but I think it would have been at the time. Now, we had a budget surplus.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good afternoon to you and welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon live on Fox Local and on YouTube. It is 4 o'clock and that means it's time for today's Top 4 at 4, where we break down 4 of the big stories that we're tracking in the Fox 35 newsroom today. And joining me for today's Top 4 at 4 is Fox 35 News anchor and reporter Marlisa Goldsmith. And Marlisa, thanks for being here.
Happy to be here with you on this busy Monday, Garrett.
It has been a very busy day, a lot of news to cover, and we start with this unbelievable devastation from flooding out of Texas. And just seeing those images, Marlisa, is just absolutely heartbreaking.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine that these people had to deal with this in Central Texas. So the death toll from this devastating flooding across Central Texas continues to climb. As of about an hour ago when I last checked, 91 people have been confirmed dead and dozens are still missing. There's now a massive search for survivors underway and more rain is expected. The National Weather Service issued multiple flood warnings on Monday, today, for counties across Central Texas. And this flash flooding originally began the morning of July 4th. That water raised so quickly. You can see how quickly it's moving here in this video. It left many people little time to escape the floodwaters. Meteorologists say they had no warning that this type or this level of devastation was going to happen. According to Texas Senator Ted Cruz, there's been more than 850 high water rescues that have happened since that flooding began on Friday. This devastating flood has killed 27 camp counselors and campers at Camp Mystic in Hunt, Texas, at the Christian camp, summer camp that kids frequent every single year. And I mean, just looking at all of the pictures that have been posted from families and neighbors, people who are just desperate to find where their kids are, Garrett.
The thing that's most striking to me, we've got this time-lapse video of just how quickly, I think they said that the Guadalupe River there rose about 26 feet in a matter of 45 minutes. So just how quickly, and you see that, I mean, this is a time-lapse, obviously, but you know, you see that rise and you know just the power of it. When you see some of that ground cell phone video that we show and that the house is being, you know, carried away. And so just absolutely devastating. And you mentioned more rain today and these ongoing efforts of search and recovery, you know, search and rescue, and also now recovery in a lot of cases as well. And it's what officials said at a briefing earlier today is really just the start now of what is going to be a rough week ahead.
Unprecedented flood events. So we are still currently in the primary search phase, which is the rapid one. They are running it, you know, we have different segments that are gridded out. Each one of those segments are taking anywhere between an hour to 3 hours, up to 2 kilometers for each segment. So what that means is they're running into a lot of technical challenges with terrain, with water, even potentially, you know, with weather, you know, in the rising fields. We've talked about this before. Volunteers stay out of the way because if we start getting weather reports and all, you know, and all the other complications that are out there, we then have to pull off of those search and rescue missions to be able to communicate to those volunteers to get off to make sure that they don't become victims themselves.
I need to tell my community and those families who are waiting, this will be a rough week. Primary search continues, and we remain hopeful every foot, every mile, every bend of the river. Our work continues.
So it's going to be, you know, hard for a lot of folks there just because of the devastation and also knowing that death toll that is continuing to grow.
And I can tell you, I lived in Austin for 4 years of my life, and even though this happened about 2 hours away, I've never heard of the Guadalupe River rising this quickly in this much time. I know that the White House has described this as a once-in-a-lifetime catastrophic event. So as we prepare to go into recovery mode, I know that this is going to continue to be a devastating event for a lot of people living there.
The White House and Senator Cruz also both asked today about, were both asked by reporters about cuts to the National Weather Service. We know that some lawmakers and other officials have kind of played that up as potentially a reason for the you know, not enough of an alert, not enough of a warning for something like this. And those officials from the White House and Senator Cruz both kind of downplayed that from their perspective.
Yeah, and in fact, they're now saying shame on you for making this a political situation, trying to point the finger, I think were their words. But we know there were a lot of cuts made with the Doge cuts.
Story number 2 today, and this one's still developing, still not many details out of this, but a 3-year-old rushed to the hospital after some sort of accidental shooting. And here's a live look in Titusville.
Yeah, so there was a child reportedly rushed to the hospital after an alleged accidental shooting in Brevard County. That's according to the spokesperson for the county sheriff's office. And according to the public information officer, it was a 3-year-old little boy who was injured in this alleged accidental shooting. He has been reported as being in critical condition. I can tell you that this call came in a little before 12:30 this afternoon out of Mims. We're still working to figure out more details. I mean, we're trying to figure out where was he shot, the circumstances surrounding the shooting, who was the shooter. We have our colleague Esther Bauer, who is out there at the scene right now, her and her photojournalist there, Verhin, that are on the scene, bringing us this live picture now. And I know that she has been sending in updates to us throughout the afternoon, working to gather more information.
Yeah, still very much a developing story. You mentioned, some of the main points that we don't know right now that we will hopefully be able to get answers to in the next little bit. Esther is following up on this, and we'll have updates from her coming up on Fox 35 News in just about an hour. Story number 3, and this is big news in a high-profile case of a missing Orlando woman.
Yeah, so it's been nearly 2 decades, if you've been keeping up with this major story, since 24-year-old Jennifer Kesse, she vanished from her Orlando condo complex when she was leaving for work, or after she was leaving for work in January of 2006. So looking at pictures of her back when this happened, neither the state nor federal investigators have been able to find the alleged abductor. The family actually filed a lawsuit against the city of Orlando Police Department, and the mayor's office, citing a botched investigation into their daughter's disappearance. They requested documents pertaining to the search. So listen to this. Kesse's dad, he got more than 16,000 pages of investigative documents, and he actually put together his own team of 13 people made up of law enforcement, former Secret Service, and FBI agents. And guess what, Garrett? Now, there's been a break in the case. Kesse's father says that he got a call from Florida Department of Law Enforcement saying that investigators found new DNA evidence using a list that was compiled from Kesse's team, and they were able to narrow down their persons of interest. According to Kesse's dad, FDLE told him that they no longer consider Jennifer's case cold, which is a major development in this case. Fox News Digital did reach out for comment from FDLE, but they declined because of this ongoing investigation.
But that is major.
This is huge.
Yeah, for a case that had gone cold to no longer be considered that, and I know, I've spoken with Drew Kessie before, and he has stopped at nothing. I mean, you mentioned his efforts there, just trying to get answers, and just wanting to know what happened, wanting to know where his daughter is. Fox 35's Marie Ettinger spoke with him earlier, and he said, he's tired. This has been going on for nearly 2 decades. You can only imagine the strain and the weight because of all those questions. But he said, this isn't over yet. Yes, this is an encouraging step, but they still have a lot of questions. They still need more leads.
We do get leads every week still, and we thank you for that. We still need leads because one day one's going to count. And we still do searches out there. There was a search done recently. If anything makes sense, it's going to happen now. With Florida Department of Law Enforcement, Jennifer has finally gotten her opportunity. And they've told us that. They have everything in the world, all the resources, all the people to do the job right now. And they set their sights on doing it. So please help them do it. And you have. And we thank you. And we're humbled because we can't generate what needs to be done like the public has helped us. So we thank you.
As I said, this is finally her chance. This is finally the chance for, some answers and potentially justice.
Yeah.
Story number 4, and that is that some Magic Kingdom mainstays are now officially closed.
Yes, for all of our park goers out there, this is quite the day. The iconic Disney World ride is closed permanently. Yesterday was the last day for parkgoers to experience Rivers of America, Tom Sawyer Island, and the Liberty Square Riverboat. This is a really big deal because Rivers of America has been part of Frontierland and Liberty Square in Magic Kingdom since Disney World first opened. Just think back to 1971. That's a big deal. Tom Sawyer Island was then later added 2 years later in 73. But here's the deal. It's not going to be all for naught because this is going to be replaced by a new Cars-themed land. So we can only imagine with all of the latest innovation that is taking place out there in our backyard at the theme parks, we can only imagine what type of land this is going to transform into.
Yeah, here's some of the send-offs over the weekend, some of the final rides of the riverboat. The folks finally getting their last chances to take part in that, to check out Tom Sawyer's Island as well. It is certainly a unique, or was a unique spot in the park because of for all the hustle and bustle in the other parts of Magic Kingdom and everything that is going on, to kind of be able to take that raft that you see right there, go across onto the island and kind of experience this different, certainly a different feel and vibe there, and that kind of thing. A lot slower, go at your own pace, playground over there, some really neat things to explore as well. And so this is the railroad that they said is now kind of in shuttle mode, going back and forth. Theron White, who's the lead publisher of EYNTK.info, he was actually out at the parks earlier and sent us this video. You can see the island is closed. They've already got workers over there. Let me see here if I can get you the other clip. No, not at all. Not wasting any time. I've seen them out there today doing some work there in their vests, carrying things out. So certainly a lot of work to do, I am sure. We spoke earlier with Theron, and we also talked with Drew Smith, who is Drew the Disney Dude. And I asked him, what do we lose at Magic Kingdom from losing Rivers of America and Tom Sawyer Island? He said this.
It was an escape, and how naturally beautiful it was, even though it's an area that was man-made, if that makes sense. Like the fact that you could walk into Magic Kingdom and on one side of the park you can go on an incredible roller coaster like Tron, and on the other side you have a riverboat that takes you on a 17-minute long journey through American history with an Indian village and just the sounds and the sights. It was so stunning and it was relaxing. And this island that was kind of like a time capsule where you could just walk around through caves and a fort and these walkways that like are dangerous, or were dangerous, I should say. It was just so magical, and it was this perfect time capsule of something from the 70s. And that's why I loved it so much, is because it felt like it was from the 70s. It was so classic Disney.
Classic Disney, some of that nostalgia factor as well. Now, we do know that some of you mentioned the Cars land, and we've got the picture here, if I can pull that up, that kind of shows some of the water features in that Piston Peak National Park, they're calling it. And so you see some incorporation of the water feature, the rivers there. I talked with Theron because he said some of that vibe that we were talking about of the Tom Sawyer Island, and some of that ability to go and kind of just play, not necessarily stand in line for a ride, but just kind of be there and do your own thing. He said that he hopes some of that is captured in this new Cars land. He said, and here's why he said that's so important.
I think it's vitally important. I think that's something we have seen that people really, really love. Tom Sawyer Island wasn't just this area to escape, and that was a great opportunity for it, but there were spots for kids to just be kids and run around. Look, I love an e-ticket attraction. I love a roller coaster. I love being immersed. But sometimes you just need a ride that's not the most popular thing. Sometimes you need an area that not every person's going to go to. And that's what Tom Sawyer Island really offered. And I think that's something we've even seen success at Disney's competitor down the street, Universal Epic Universe. We've seen some of those playgrounds added in, like for the Isle of Birth, and spots that people can walk around that might not always be as popular. I think what Disney's lined up here with this concept art is that they do recognize that, and that they know there needs to be areas that not every single human being needs to visit during that day. And hopefully that's what they're leaning into. I think that is important. I think people can really, really love that. And I think sometimes an area to escape, even if it's going to be more busy like this when it's themed to Cars, I think that's vitally important to giving people a space to breathe.
A space to breathe. Sometimes that's nice, a little change of pace when you're having a busy day. My wife and I actually went out to Magic Kingdom on Tuesday last week, because I was off last week, and we wanted to check out Tom Sawyer's Island, do the riverboat again before it all closed, and it was kind of nice just to be able to go out there and just kind of sit and enjoy nature and that kind of thing, get away from all the noise of everywhere else, pretty much
like
in the
work,
park.
which is what you were doing. So I'm glad you brought that up, because I was going to ask about your whereabouts last week. I figured you were going to be at the theme park.
I went to the theme park one day, went to the beach one day, spent most of the time in my kitchen. We've been painting. It's been a whole thing.
Oh, I thought you were like cooking, chefing something up for us.
No, we've been painting, and there's more on the way when I get home this evening.
Boy.
So, yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you had fun, and you got a chance to squeeze that in before it closed.
Exactly. Well, Marlisa, we appreciate you joining us for today's Top Forward 4. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer joins me now. And TJ, we've seen some downpours, heard some of that rain on the roof here in Lake Mary this afternoon.
Hi, Garrett. Yeah, it's one of those days where I feel like it feels a little more typical Florida after dealing with a lot more rain and storms like we've seen over the holiday weekend and through really the latter half of next week, or last week, I should say.
Yeah, because we've seen quite a bit of that lately, but it has been a little bit of a different pattern.
Yeah, we had that stalled front overhead. We had that upper level low that it was spinning in the Gulf, and we still have an area of upstairs energy that is circulating in the Gulf right now. And now Chantal, the remnants, what is left of Chantal, is well up to our north and east, but there's still a boundary that is draped over the Sunshine State, and that has been the focal point for a few more showers and thunderstorms this afternoon. Seeing these on Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar, some across Brevard County, Osceola County, and more up across Flagler and Volusia County, working off to the north and east. We still have that dominant southwesterly wind, and that's kind of winning out, but where the boundary has been, we've kind of seen that lift generated to spark these up. We can see some heavier rain just to the southwest of I-95 in southern Brevard County, southwest of Grand Falcaria. Some lightning strikes there, 28 over the last 25 minutes or so, at least in this portion of Florida here. And we can see a few more showers and thunderstorms up closer to Cocoa Beach, Satellite Beach, Lake Poinsett. And the big picture, you can see what is left of Chantal circulating up to the mid-Atlantic. A ridge of high pressure, at least at the surface, is off to our west, but aloft, we have some of that spin in the atmosphere. So that's been enough to keep us a bit more unsettled, despite it being a lot drier than what it has been here at home. I do think we're going to have a more typical pattern as this ridge of high pressure continues to build our way, so that means temperatures will be a little warmer. It feels like the triple digits for some of us. 108 in Winter Haven, 102 in Titusville. If you've gotten in a little downpour, it certainly relaxed that heat just a little bit, but it feels pretty rough where those haven't seen the rain. So if you are getting out this evening, make sure you're bringing plenty of water, whether that be at the beaches or the theme parks, if you can find some of that dry time. Maybe you're grilling on the back deck or patio, the lanai. We'll keep that chance for a few showers and thunderstorms through dinner time. We'll have temperatures dipping back into the upper 80s. And then for the late evening, we'll start to see those chances fade away as we lose that daytime-driven instability. That's the story tonight. May see a stray shower storm, but I think we'll be drier with readings in the mid to upper 70s. Then tomorrow, we're gunning right back up toward the lower 90s for the most part. But we start to get into more of an onshore flow eventually, so that will keep the beaches slightly cooler. But chances for rain tomorrow aren't super high, but they're high enough where during the afternoon, that sea breeze will be the driving force in those scattered showers and thunderstorms. So I think more of a dry start, a bright start, kind of like today, and then we'll see more in the way of showers and thunderstorms. Now, as we get into the late afternoon, and if that time frame includes a visit to, say, Universal Orlando or the theme parks as a whole, I'd say bring the poncho just to be safe. It looks great through park opening time, but for the afternoon, we'll certainly see that chance of showers and thunderstorms on the rise. Now, as we time things out on our Fox weather model here, our futurecast continues to show these showers and thunderstorms tonight fading away through the remainder of the day. Still some isolated activity out there as we head through 5, 7 o'clock. But notice, as we head through tomorrow morning, the commute looks pretty good, but watch what happens. Through the late morning into the afternoon, we start to see that sea breeze trying to generate, and by the time it reaches Central Florida by the afternoon, we should see hit or miss showers and thunderstorms. They should be with us through the evening tomorrow. So certainly something to monitor. Tropics-wise, now that we've had Andrea, Barry, and Chantal, 3 named storms through early July, thankfully the tropics still looking somewhat quiet. We have another plume of dust that we're monitoring, so that should help at least aid in keeping things on the quieter side. But there are still some tropical waves that we'll be monitoring, so be sure you're staying with us for the absolute latest on all things tropical. But in terms of our Fox 35 Storm Team 7-day forecast, we are expecting temperatures to stay right around average for this time of the year. You can see highs getting back into the lower 90s as we head through our Wednesday and our Thursday. Chance for rain elevated in the afternoon, not going to be washouts of days, but it's looking like certainly a more normal Garrett forecast for this time of July.
Yeah. You know, you mentioned taking your poncho to the theme park, and I've never been much of a poncho person, but I will say, after getting caught in the rain at the theme parks twice in about a 10-day period, I think I'm going to start being a poncho person.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you have to go. I'm with you because it's not the most fun thing to wear. It feels like you're just, boiling under that thing, especially if it's hot. But we actually were out at Universal over the weekend, and same thing. It was a deluge, and I'm like, all right, it's time to pull the ponchos out.
Yep. It certainly comes in handy. And the thing that I always tell myself is, it's probably just going to be, if it's our typical kind of summer showers or storms, it doesn't last that long, and then it comes back out, and then I can dry off. But we've had some atypical patterns that have brought those longer downpours and storms, and so that's when it really becomes a problem. So yeah, I'm probably gonna start packing a poncho.
It's funny too, Garrett. I've seen these things. You put them over your shoes. Apparently, they're like little bags. I don't know. Someone told me about it, and I'm like, because then your shoes get super soggy, and then that just aids in the frustration. So I think that might be the next theme park thing I buy. The shoe, I don't know, shoe ponchos, I guess. I don't know what they're called, but.
All right. Well, you might just see me walking around with my tennis shoes tied up in a Publix bag. I don't know.
Yeah, and that I've heard people do that too. I think I might just, at least in the near term, carry a bag or two, and at least you're protected. I feel like wet shoes, that's like the worst.
That is the worst. And then you're walking around squishing, and that doesn't dry out quick. Your shirt may dry off, but those shoes are not going to be drying off quick. So, yeah.
Hours.
We've come up with a lot of good ideas here, I think, today. So I hope people are taking notes.
Yeah, all the theme park news right here on
Well,
Fox 35 Plus.
That's right. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer, we appreciate you joining us.
Thanks, Garrett.
We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We are continuing to track the devastation in Texas following flooding over the weekend. Death toll above 90 at this point, 91. Still a number of folks unaccounted for as well. Just absolutely devastating. But we're also learning of some Florida connections and organizations helping out as well. So I'm going to go ahead and bring in Fox 35's Randy Hildreth, who joins us live now via Zoom. And Randy, I know you've been in contact with some people here today who are getting involved.
Yeah, so I have been in contact with people who are already there from the Florida area, agencies from Central Florida that are now making their way to Florida, and then also agencies that are local to Central Florida that are getting ready in anticipation that they may be called. So I want to first start with who is already there. I spoke with, his name is Robert Holiday. He is a swift water rescue team leader for Gulf Search and Rescue. They're a national organization, but they deploy people from across the country to meet in an area where they're experiencing a disaster and then to get out and help. And so really just got off the phone with him about 35 minutes ago because he is in Kerr County, Texas right now. And he just had a quick moment to do a phone interview because, as you can imagine, the reception is pretty spotty out there, and to kind of walk me through what he has seen and what he has been doing over the last few days. Got there Saturday, and today he has done a land search, and they have also been out on the water. And he was explaining, one, just the toll that it takes, because we know so many people have died, but we also know that there are still people missing, including those young girls and that camp counselor from Camp Mystic that sat along the Guadalupe River that was swamped by this very fast rise in water. But he was saying that he did confirm that his 8-member team and cadaver dog have found bodies. Could not give specifics because that obviously has to come from officials, but confirmed that they have recovered bodies. But he is very hopeful in this process that they will be able to deliver good news to a family, that they have found a survivor who has managed to brave through all of this. But he said it is challenging. The water is still moving very quickly, and they are having to navigate not just the power of the water still, but also debris. Here's a little of what he had to say.
Definitely, because we have to watch out not only for our boat and our teammates, but we also have to watch out for anything in the water. We run inflatable boats.
And it's interesting, throughout the day, I've been talking to different agencies about if they would or would not go. I spoke with a man who owns like a kayaking service here, and he was saying he's watching the news, but because of the water conditions, you know, kayak rescues aren't really something that's feasible right now. They need people like Mr. Holiday who are in these inflatable rafts or airboats to be able to go, that are able to navigate the water a little bit better than some other modes of transportation on the water, to be able to go do these rescues. But he says that it's been emotional, to say the least. And he expects to be there at least through Wednesday, maybe longer, just depending on what the situation looks like. And he is asking for people who are not in Texas watching all of this unfold, to keep everyone in their prayers. Here's a little bit more of what he told me today.
Please keep all the prayers coming to this community. They definitely need it. Not just the first responders, not just the search and rescue teams, but the families most of all.
And just really quickly, in terms of who is headed there now, I did get word from the Seminole County Sheriff's Office and the Seminole County Fire and Marion County Fire that 2 task forces from the state have deployed, and they specialize in swiftwater rescues as well. We know that fire and rescue crews from the city of Orlando, Orange County, Seminole County, Marion County, Ocala, and Gainesville are now headed there. Based on the news release, they should be in place at the command center in Austin by tomorrow. They left early this morning. And then, as I mentioned, in terms of who's getting ready to go, I was at the Salvation Army today talking with the commander, and they were going through all of their resources on their larger mobile response where they can provide hot meals, and then their smaller rapid response mobile vehicle. And they were, double checking how much water do we have, what are the snacks and breakfast meals and the lunch boxes, and what do we have in place, because they're not sure if they will get called, but they want to be able to respond really within a couple hours notice.
Well, it takes so many people. You talk about all the efforts, and we look at this video that we're playing, just showing some of that devastation. We've seen so many images that are just heartbreaking in so many ways, and you talk about the death toll and those still missing, and this is really just a long road to recovery for these communities. And so there really are just so many needs that have to be met right now and also in the future. And so, there's going to be a need for all this help and these organizations coming in from Florida and from other places as well.
Absolutely. And it really is layered, because one of the things when I was talking to the commander with the Salvation Army today was, as he was watching the news unfold, obviously he has his hat as just a regular person in society, his heart breaking for what is going on, but then his hat on for what he does on a day-to-day basis in serving the community. And he says, the first thing I thought was, will they need us, and when will we need to be able to move in? Because you want to layer and almost kind of stagger the help that comes in, certain types of help that comes in. For the Salvation Army, he says that there are crews already in place, and they'll be in place. I think he said the longest, that the max that they can serve is about 14 days before they cycle in a next round of volunteers. So as they move through some of the resources that are closer to where the devastation has occurred, then they'll start branching out and including some of the resources. Like us here in Florida, I also spoke with the Red Cross today, and they have not deployed anyone there in that same holding pattern to see if they will be asked to come. But what they said was they're working with some of the resources closer to Texas right now. And as they exhaust those resources, then they'll bring in the next layer of the team of resources, then the next layer of team of resources, because you don't want everybody in and taking up space when you have things that you need to get through, and all of the roads aren't necessarily stable. So they have to layer and be very strategic about the help that they bring in and when they bring in the help so that it is efficient and effective.
All right, Fox 35's Randy Hildreth. We appreciate you joining us this afternoon here on Fox 35 News Plus. We look forward to seeing more coming up on Fox 35 News.
Absolutely.
Also, an update this afternoon as we continue to track this story out of Volusia County, where we learned a little bit more today about what happened over the weekend with the deputies shooting and killing a man who they say was holding a knife, charging at them, and after he had stabbed two people. Fox 35's Chris Lindsay joins us live now via Zoom. Chris, I know you were at that briefing earlier where we got some details from the Volusia County Sheriff about this situation and also previous calls out to that home.
Yes, so this all started with a report of a stabbing. So when they first got the call to Volusia County Sheriff's Office about this stabbing, they asked multiple agencies in the area, Daytona Beach Police, Ormond Beach Police, etc., to help them, because when you have these sort of things, there could be a hostage situation, there could be other people hurt, so on and so forth. So when they arrive on the scene, they see one victim who had been stabbed. He's covered in blood, and he gives them a name. That name that he gave them was Landon Watson. So they go to the home where they believed 18-year-old Landon Watson was at the time. These three agencies work together to enter that home. They're sort of going through their protocol, trying to clear the home out. And in body camera footage, you can see a figure burst out of one of the rooms through the door. And that's when you can hear the shots were fired. The actual shooting is blurred for the most part, but they say that that man was Landon Watson, and they believe that he had a dagger in his hand when he charged at one of the deputies on the scene there, and he did not survive the shot. So they later on learned that a total of 2 people were stabbed, the one that was outside that they were able to speak with, and there was also a 16-year-old who was stabbed, and they are both still in the hospital.
You mentioned the body camera video, also the 911 call released. Just kind of walk us through some of what we were able to learn from that, from those things.
So, for context, the sheriff says that this happened while the victims were asleep. So on this 911 call, you can actually hear one of the victims saying, "I've been stabbed. I ran away. Please come. Please help. Hurry." Just moments after that, you get a second 911 call from a neighbor saying that there's this person who's bloodied. He says he's been stabbed. He's on my front porch, essentially. We need some help. So this is all happening at the same time. And when they heard those calls, that's when they sort of joined forces. So you can hear on the 911 call, one of the like I mentioned, the 16-year-old, he says, "Please, I'm just 16 years old. Come help." He gives them the address and whatnot. So, as you can imagine, it was all hands on deck at that point. The sheriff says they didn't waste any time going into the home, because if you waste time and you're thinking about your approach and whatnot, more people could be at risk. So they know that at least at this time, 1, possibly 2 people have been stabbed. They're unsure how many people were still at risk. So they joined forces. They had riot shields out in the front. They went into the home. As they were clearing things out, they noticed that there was blood on the floor and there was blood on one of the doors. And as they're sort of discussing their approach and what they want to do, that's when you can see Watson burst out of the room. Very quick response by the deputies and officers that were on the scene. You heard at least a dozen shots that were fired. And again, Watson didn't make it. But we heard from the sheriff, we heard from Chief Jakari Young from Daytona Beach Police Department, who say that their opinion is there was no other option. They believe that this was such a split-second decision that the firing of those weapons is the only recourse that they had. So this still has to be investigated by FDLE to determine that it was justified. But in their opinion, the leaders of those two departments, they believe it was.
Chris, have we learned anything more about this stabbing suspect, or why this happened?
Well, back in June, he was arrested for loitering, and during that arrest, he expressed signs of mental health issues. And he says that the sheriff, that is, says that during the arrest, he expressed the desire to die. So the sheriff is sort of tying those two things together, and without saying it, that perhaps that these mental health issues and the desire to die played into his role of charging at these deputies and officers. So he just called it a sad situation, because at the end of the day, when you take that into account, and the fact that he was just 18 years old, he extended his condolences to the family, and he just called it a sad situation all around.
What about those victims, the stabbing victims? How are they doing?
They're in the hospital. They're recovering. We're told they're expected to be okay. Or at least one of them lost a lot of blood, but they were able to get the ambulance on the scene, get him taken care of, taken to the hospital where they're still being treated. Again, this happened while they were sleeping, so it was just a complete blindsided incident.
Yeah, what a terrifying situation. Fox 35's Chris Lindsay, we appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Certainly. Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer. Thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon. A big day if you're a fan of EA Sports College Football. College Football 26, this year's version of the game, now available in early access if you pre-ordered the bundle with Madden. So EA Sports, both of those games were developed by them in downtown Orlando. You may not know, you may know. We talk to them sometimes here. Always enjoy our conversations with them. So a big day for EA Sports. And Fox 35 was out there today speaking with some of the developers of the game, some of the heads of the company there about how they followed up on last year's so highly anticipated return with college football 25, now college football 26, some new features, some new improvements on it. And here is Sean Grady, who is the vice president and the head of production with EA Sports, talking about the changes for this year's game.
Yeah, we've always got like 3 games kind of in production because we've got one that we're managing, one that we're building for the next year, and then one even further down the road. So there's always a couple of games that are in flight. And the one that's live in production, we're pumping a bunch of content to it. So the game's going to release in a month from now, but as soon as that game releases, we're putting more new things in it each and every week, every month throughout the entirety of the year. So there's actually about 3 games kind of being run in development at once.
A lot of work.
Yeah.
Sean, when you, last year, before College Football 25 came out, it was maybe one of the most anticipated video games, especially in the sports world, in I don't know how long. This one seems to have almost just as much hype. So how much success did you get what you expected from 25, and how excited are you for 26 to come in?
We definitely got more than we expected from 25. 25 was a special year. It's the best-selling sports game of all time, not of last year, of all time, which is, that's incredible. It's more than we expected. I think coming into this year, it's our sophomore effort. It's going to be a hard one to beat, but I think this team, if you've met some of the people that build this product, they are so passionate about college football. I'm confident they've got more in the game that the players and the fans are going to love. So yeah.
I know a lot of people are anticipating the pre-release and then when the game goes live to everybody else. What is something that people can expect from day one that's going to be noticeably different from in 26 from 25?
Probably the biggest thing is Road to Glory. It has high school in it now, so you can have that full journey in the career. We had that back in 2013 and 14. We were not able to get it in last year. So now if you want to start Dr. Phillips High School, that's where I went to here in Orlando, Florida. You can play at your high school, get recruited, be a 5-star recruit, a 1-star recruit, get into college, whichever one you choose to go to. Florida State's my team. And then have that full journey. And then just like last year, once you finish that college career, you can take that player and go over to the NFL and Madden as well and have the full football journey, as it were.
Sean, when you have a game that has to release every year on a calendar, on a schedule, how difficult is it, and how do you manage to balance innovation with stability, right? Keeping the old one running while you're still trying to innovate on the new title.
It is so much harder than people realize to make these games on an annual cycle. If you think about a lot of games that are out there, they're often built over 3 years, 5 years, 7 years. We have to ship a game every single year. We have to keep up with the sport and the rule changes, the coaches and players that come and go. So it is hard. And then, like you said, we've got a game that's live in production as well. So we have a team dedicated to that, and then a team that's dedicated to building this year's product. I mean, stability is super important in any game. If you show up into software and it feels like it's buggy or isn't doing the things that you expect, you abandon ship pretty quickly. So we're hyper-focused on not only day one, but every single week post-launch of making sure the game is stable, at the same time building next year's game. It's not easy, I will tell you that.
It's definitely not just a new skin or anything like that.
It's definitely not a new skin. It's definitely not a roster update, yeah. Go look at our games from 10 years ago and tell me they look anything like our games today. There's no comparison.
How much user feedback do you guys take listening to the people that are playing the game every single day? And was there any one thing that fans were just clamoring for that you guys were like, yep, we need to add that to 26?
College Madden, either? You talking both? Sure, I mean, first of all, we listen to the fans. I'm somebody who punishes myself and watches a lot of YouTubers that talk about our games, sometimes not always in the most glowing light, but I listen to them because they love the game as much as we do. They play it deeply. They play it more than us in some cases, so I want to hear what they're talking about. And I listen to the people that have constructive criticism, listen for themes, and then we go and try to deliver those things. I think high school in Road to Glory was one of the things that they said they wanted last year, so we got that into the game. One of the things people loved in college last year was the pageantry of the game. Like if you go into your favorite school, your team, you just saw it in spades. Those guys and gals downstairs made every team feel like your favorite team. We brought some of that into Madden this year as well. So if you go into any of the NFL traditions that you might know, you're going to see that in the game, and it just makes the game look really, really stunning. Along with that, the two most played modes in our game are Dynasty mode and Franchise mode. So we can never put enough depth into those two modes. So we went quite heavy in both cases, in college with Dynasty and Franchise with Madden this year. I think our players are going to really enjoy that.
Consoles are constantly evolving, constantly releasing. What are some of the tough technology challenges that you had to face? Not just the new games, but also keeping up with the older ones that are still out there in distribution.
I mean, one of the bigger ones of the last couple of years was getting cross-play working. If you're playing on a PS5 and I'm playing on an Xbox, we couldn't play games together. We couldn't play our franchise mode together. We had that on Madden last year. We got that into college this year, so we can play Dynasty together, which regardless of which console you play on. Again, we make it look easy, but it's actually really, really hard. So that's one thing. Ray tracing was something that came out on the consoles years ago. We really didn't take as much advantage of it. If you look at our games this year, the lighting model in both games is stunning, and part of that is done through ray tracing that the consoles make available. So really it's just kind of just keeping up with the technology as it becomes available and making sure that we're taking advantage of it as in a meaningful way.
Do you have a head count on Madden College? How many people work in each?
Not a number, but they're both sizable teams. These games are not cheap to make, that is for sure.
Sean, in terms of when you bring back college football, how did that change things here at EA in terms of the employees, the workforce, just kind of, was it more people being added on? What did anything stand out to you in terms of what changed with the addition of that game coming back?
Yeah, I mean, there's just a vibe from that team. I worked on college football 09, 10, 11, and 12, and there's just an energy on the people that make that game. I don't know what it is. Maybe we're in the South and we all love college football down here, so you find a lot of people that just love that sport, love the game, and want to be a part of it. And ever since we started making that game again, that energy has been back in the building, and I think it permeates everything that we do here. Literally everybody that works on that team is a huge college football fan, and you can just feel it in the game. I think that influences Madden as well. When you've got like a little brother who's competing and wants to do better than you, it makes the other game want to perform just as well. So I think it's just an energy in the building.
I mean, was there more bodies that you needed, or was it
of
just
course,
more
yeah.
being spread around?
No. We had to build a team for sure. It wasn't as big as Madden, but it had a longer runway. It was built over a couple of years, and now they're on the annual cycle. But absolutely had to have a full new dedicated team.
You obviously have a draw here, so everyone wants to work here, I'm sure. But how important is the local talent pipeline? There's a lot of tech workers here. Do you get right in your backyard to be able to kind of come into the office and get them?
Yeah, I mean, we would love to find all local talent here if we could, and so we always start with our searches here. I mean, I feel like I'm one of the few local guys. I went to Dr. Phillips High School, graduated from Florida State. I left Florida, and then I found out that Madden was being made in my backyard, and I came back here in 2004. I mean, in this day and age, we can hire throughout the country in places that we have a studio, but because the core team is here, we look for local talent first and foremost. And then we've also brought people to Orlando that find out they like it here, and they end up staying here for quite a while as well.
And what would need to happen here in Orlando for younger people to kind of get the experience necessary for them to move into a role such as being in EA Sports?
Well, one of the big things is we've got one of the best video game schools right in our backyard across the street. I'm sure you guys are familiar with FIA, the Florida Interactive Entertainment Academy. The kids that come out of that school are just so well prepared for making games in the way that we make games here. That's one of probably 10, 15 schools that are really top-notch schools. So I would say that. It starts with people that go get an education in video game development. If you have a passion for video games as well, if you have a passion for sports, then that's going to give you a leg up as well. But I think it starts with great education, and again, we've got it right here in Orlando.
Certainly an industry, certainly an opportunity. And speaking of opportunities, if you've got that early access to college football, good luck to you, and maybe see you on the servers in a few days. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. A quick programming note, Fox 35 News at 5 could start a few minutes late because of soccer on Fox 35. So we are going to stay with you until that newscast starts if you're watching us here on Fox Local. So just wanted to let you know we will likely carry on past the top of the hour. We'll hand you off directly to Studio B and Fox 35 News at 5 whenever that does begin. In the meantime, let's talk a little theme park, because today is the day that we have now said goodbye to Tom Sawyer Island and the Rivers of America and Magic Kingdom, mainstays of the park there for decades. As we talked about a little bit ago with Marlisa Goldsmith in our top 4 at 4. They are now officially closed, and work already underway today on what's next. It's a new Cars-themed land that will take its place, and so work already being done on the island there today inside the theme park. And we talked earlier with Theron White, the lead publisher of EYNTK.info, and Drew Smith, Drew the Disney Dude, about what this all means for the landscape of Disney World and Magic Kingdom.
You can no longer go on the Liberty Bell. You can no longer cross over to Tom Sawyer Island. There is still water currently in the Rivers of America. So if you just like the view, in that instance, you can definitely still enjoy it. But a majority of the attractions there themselves are going to be closed.
And I know I'm going to show some video that you sent us from just a little bit ago. Talk to us about what you saw out there today, because it seems like they wasted no time in kind of getting to work out there.
Yeah, that is one thing I am really, really happy to see. You know, whether you're a fan of losing this area and you're ready for the next thing, or if you didn't want to lose it at all, one thing you can respect is that Disney has started working on it instantaneously. So it's not just Tom Sawyer Island. You can see there on camera, they started moving the Walt Disney World Railroad into the shuttle mode, where it now goes in between the Storybook Circus up into Main Street and back. It goes back and forth all day. And you can stay and sit on there and still just go back and forth if you'd like. But then over at Tom Sawyer Island and the Rivers of America, we can see construction instantaneously. I was looking over there today, and you can see people moving stuff already. They were picking up equipment. I don't know exactly what it was, but they were picking up stuff and getting it prepared. There was boats going around, and there was at least 20 or 30 people on the island from what it looked like. We saw a lot of work going around there. So I'm happy to see that Disney said, look, if we're closing this, we're getting to work instantly.
Drew, I want you to weigh in here because I know, and we'll talk about what's on the way here in a minute. But I just talk a little bit about what the draw was to Tom Sawyer Island and to the Rivers of America.
Personally, I always viewed it as an escape from the chaos of Magic Kingdom with all the attractions and just how much is going on at that park. This was my favorite part of Magic Kingdom, so if I seem a little out of it today, it's honestly because I am. I've been pretty sad to see this area go, and it's kind of surreal now to read, you know, the headline you guys had on screen of it being closed. Like it's going to take a little while for me to kind of accept that this is permanently gone. But to answer your question, like I said, it was an escape, and how naturally beautiful it was, even though it's an area that was man-made, if that makes sense. Like the fact that you could walk into Magic Kingdom, and on one side of the park you can go on an incredible roller coaster like Tron, and on the other side you have a riverboat that takes you on a 17-minute long journey through American history with an Indian village, and just the sounds and the sights. It was so stunning, and it was relaxing, and just the fact that it lasted so long, I think, is something that I'm so happy that it was here for almost 54 years and that I got to experience it so many times is something I'll forever be grateful for. But last night was a very emotional night. There was hundreds of guests and cast members lined up along the Rivers of America waving goodbye to the Liberty Bell. She took her final lap around the park. So very, very sad to see this go. But like you said, exciting things on the horizon.
What do you think Magic Kingdom loses by kind of losing that area, like you said, of escape and kind of some tranquility among all the busyness of the rest of the park?
Yeah, I feel like it's almost a sense of like the Disney difference, where I feel like the parks can almost become too optimized for the attraction lineup, if that makes sense. Like when I'm thinking about losing Tom Sawyer Island and the Rivers of America, on one hand, I can totally understand that this new Cars area coming is going to be an objective upgrade for the park, for the general family, and just the fact that I think Theron said it best recently, where you're putting a national park in the middle of Magic Kingdom. Like it's going to be stunning. There's no denying it. I have a lot of optimism for this project, but the fact that we're losing a riverboat in the middle of the most visited theme park in the world, and this island that was kind of like a time capsule where you could just walk around through caves and a fort and these walkways that like are dangerous, or were dangerous, I should say. It was just so magical, and it was this perfect time capsule of something from the 70s. And that's why I loved it so much, is because it felt like it was from the 70s. It was so classic Disney. So I really hope that they can capture that lightning in a bottle again with this new Cars area, with all the rivers, the geysers, the waterfalls, all the kineticism.
Speaking of Lightning McQueen and Cars, they are certainly going to be coming to that area. Theron, kind of walk us through what we know about this Piston Peak National Park.
Yeah, Piston Peak National Park, I think, is something that could be really, really exciting. And if well done, could be an amazing addition to the park. I emphasize on the word well done. I think that's the thing that a lot of us are waiting to see exactly how it's going to be. Like Drew said, this is something we had from the 1970s, and I hope that they can kind of pull some of that, some of those trails and stuff into it. When we look at the most recently released concept art, what I see is riverways, I see water, I see walkways and geysers and stuff like that. We know that there's going to be one big main attraction, which is going to be kind of like an off-road rally. And then we know that there's a secondary kids attraction, which Disney really hasn't given a lot of details for yet. But they have talked specifically about walking trails. They've talked specifically about water. And then we do know there's going to be this one big main attraction that's going to kind of be the centerpiece of it. And then, of course, that secondary kids area. I think, like Drew was saying, if they can bottle up that magic of kind of just the whimsy of walking around, that was such a nice part of Tom Sawyer Island and something we see very rarely in a couple of other theme parks here in the Orlando area. If they can make those walkways right and really kind of have those areas that you can explore, the Jurassic Park area that Universal has at Universal Islands of Adventure is one of those few areas that is now left. I hope Disney can kind of rebuild that from Tom Sawyer Island and place that here in the middle of Piston Peak National Park.
How important do you think that is to do? Because we've seen the reaction from a lot of folks who say that getting rid of that Tom Sawyer Island and the Rivers of America in its current form is a mistake. So do you think that's important to incorporate some of those features into this new area?
I think it's vitally important. I think that's something we have seen that people really, really love. Tom Sawyer Island wasn't just this area to escape, and that was a great opportunity for it, but there were spots for kids to just be kids and run around. Look, I love an e-ticket attraction. I love a roller coaster. I love being immersed. But sometimes you just need a ride that's not the most popular thing. Sometimes you need an area that not every person's going to go to. And that's what Tom Sawyer Island really offered. And I think that's something we've even seen success at Disney's competitor down the street, Universal Epic Universe. We've seen some of those playgrounds added in, like for the Isle of Birth, and spots that people can walk around that might not always be as popular. I think what Disney's lined up here with this concept art is that they do recognize that and that they know there needs to be areas that not every single human being needs to visit during that day. And hopefully that's what they're leaning into. I think that is important. I think people can really, really love that. And I think sometimes an area to escape, even if it's going to be more busy like this when it's themed to cars, I think that's vitally important to giving people a space to breathe.
Drew, I want to get your opinion here because we also know that Rivers of America is also going to be, partially used for Villains Land as well.
Yeah, I think that honestly, this is my biggest thing that I think that has been missed with the entire development of this since it was announced at D23 last August. Disney has talked so much about Cars in Frontierland, Cars replacing Rivers of America, but it's also the world's first and only Disney villains themed land, which has been talked about for like 20 years now. And we're finally getting that. And that's going to be sitting on the back half of where that Indian village and that area around it was on the Rivers of America. So I think that I've seen so much talk about Cars is replacing the river, but like people need to remember that a villain's land is coming here too, with two major attractions, probably a roller coaster and some sort of indoor e-ticket ride. So I just think that when you're looking at this from a full picture perspective, when you have 4 new attractions, the general family is going to love this, and it's going to make Magic Kingdom so unique. So, well, subjectively, I am very sad to see this area go. And like I said, I've been feeling very sad today, and I'm not in my upbeat mood like I normally am. If I'm looking at it through a general family visiting Walt Disney World and seeing how much fun they're going to have with characters that their kids recognize with Cars, and then maybe taking it a little more ominous with villains just right next door next to Haunted Mansion, how do you say no to that? And that's why Disney made this decision.
Big changes on the horizon, that's for sure. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look at Kia Center, the home of the Orlando Magic, where we heard from Tyus Jones, their new free agent guard, who was just signed another new addition to the team. Part of several new players. Desmond Bain recently acquired in a big trade. A couple new draft picks as well, with the draft just being completed. So some big changes to that Magic roster. I want to let you know here, it is 5:07. I want to show you our Studio B cam, where Luann and Marlisa are getting ready for the start of Fox 35 News at 5, which we expect to begin momentarily. So certainly stand by for that if you're watching us here on Fox Local. We do expect that to begin here in a minute now. But while we are awaiting on that to begin, I want to go ahead and play for you as we heard from Tyus Jones earlier today, speaking to reporters about being the newest member of the Orlando Magic.
Tyus, you obviously had choice of destinations. What stood out to you about Orlando and wanted you to be part of the Magic?
Yeah, I think just what they got going on. Everything's on the up and up. Continuing to get better each and every day. I think playing against them year in and year out, you see the camaraderie the team has. You see the togetherness they have. You see how Coach Mose, coaches them and how they play hard for him. You want to be a part of those type of situations, and so I'm excited to be here.
What stands out to you about the talent that you're joining? Paolo, Franz, former teammate Desmond Bain.
Mm-hmm.
I know you talked about a little bit of the characteristics, but what do you make of the team that you're joining?
Yeah, I think it's, the talent's through the roof. I think this team has everything you need to win a championship, honestly. And so for me, I think it's going to be, they're making my job easy, not trying to overcomplicate it. Obviously, everyone knows what P can do. Everyone knows Franz continuing to get better each and every year. Took a huge step forward last year, and then Dez bringing transition scoring, 3-point shooting, obviously, but playmaking as well. And so I think all the pieces are just gonna kind of flow together.
Well, that's going to do it for us here on Fox 35 News Plus. Let's go ahead and get you out to Studio B for the start of the news.
Fox 35 News starts now with breaking news.
Right now on Fox 35 News at 5, we are following 3 big breaking stories at this hour. A convicted murderer walking free after 20 years, and a 14-year-old shot in Lake County. But we begin in Brevard County, where a toddler was reportedly shot. Deputies say that 3-year-old was shot by accident. Thanks for joining us on this Monday. I'm Luann Sorrell.
And I'm Marlisa Goldsmith. The little boy was taken to a hospital in critical condition. This happened in the 4,000 block of Orancha Road in Mims around 12:20 this afternoon. Fox 35's Esther Bauer is live from the scene there. So Esther, what have you learned?
So we've learned that this child is at the hospital right now, as you mentioned, taken in critical condition, but they are going to need surgeries on their arm after this little boy was shot. So where I'm standing right now, this is the closest we were allowed to get to the scene. Several investigators recently left the area, but they were huddling around this blue car parked on the sidewalk. We're told right now investigators left the area to go speak with more family members, trying to understand how this little boy was shot in the arm. We will get some scene video up on your screen from just a little bit earlier today. This accidental shooting happened just off US 1 in North Mims on Orancha Road. This is a very rural area with only a few homes scattered on the street. The sheriff's office says the child was airlifted to a hospital in Orlando. Deputies are on the way there right now to speak with family members about how this could have happened. BCS hospital in critical condition and will need some surgeries. There is a Buddhist temple right across the street from this home. People leaving that temple were shocked to know a child was shot.
It's usually very quiet over here. I never see anything really happen that's too crazy, but this is like, oh my God.
Yeah. The sheriff's office says the shooting appears to be accidental, but they are still investigating. Charges could be filed depending on what circumstances led up to the shooting, if the firearm was not stored properly, or if there was alcohol or any kind of drugs involved. The sheriff's office says this situation is a serious reminder to parents. Always make sure your guns are stored in a place where children cannot access them. Coming up later tonight at 6, hear how one of the first deputies on scene may have saved this child's life. Reporting live in Brevard County, Esther Bauer, Fox 35 News.
Esther, thank you. Also breaking in Brevard, a man who spent more than 20 years behind bars is now cleared of all charges. The state attorney announced they were dropping a second-degree murder charge against Jeffrey Abramowski. This is video of Abramowski walking out of the Brevard County jail that you just saw there, surrounded by his children back in April. A judge overturned his conviction after new DNA testing showed there were other people and weapons at the 2002 murder scene of a man.
And our third breaking story this afternoon, a 14-year-old boy was shot in Lake County. Police say that teen was just standing outside of his home when he was shot in the leg. That teen is still in the hospital right now. He was airlifted to Arnold Palmer Children's Hospital. That bullet hit him in the upper thigh. This shooting happened last night in Eustis when neighbors were outside shooting off fireworks that were left over from the 4th of July. Neighbors say shootings are common in this neighborhood, but something has to change.